Postcolonial Theory and The Specter of Capital. Vivek Chibber. Preface. This is not a book I was especially keen to write. It was perhaps 2004 that Tariq Ali, during a visit to New York, suggested I write something on postcolonial theory for Verso. At the time, I demurred. The reason, I must admit, was not very exalted. I simply did not believe there was any point to it. The intellectual culture, in both the West and the East, did not have space for a serious engagement with postcolonial theory. To have presented a critique, no matter how careful, would probably have been to no avail. So I politely declined the offer and set about researching what, at the time, I regarded as more pressing subjects. The change came around 2005, when I was approached by Reena Agrawala and Ron Herring to write a chapter on the decline of class analysis in South Asian studies, for a special issue of the Venerable Critical Asian Studies. 1. I agreed to do so, focusing on the Subaltern Studies series as the emblem of both the turn away from class and the embrace of postcolonial theory. That essay was basically an exercise in the sociology of knowledge. It sought to foreground the social conditions behind the rise of postcolonial studies and its displacement of Marxism, but never actually engaged the arguments coming from the subalternist camp. Still, as several readers pointed out to me, the tone of the article made clear that my view of the phenomenon was unfavorable. This created a dilemma. I had published an article suggesting that the eclipse of class analysis was regrettable, but had given no grounds for anyone to share my sentiments. If I thought subaltern studies was flawed as a theoretical project, then it seemed incumbent on me to explain why. Was it not possible that class analysis of the traditional kind had been eclipsed because it should have been? I began to feel that the publication of that article tied my hands. I would have to write the book I had been avoiding. In 2007 I started working on it, expecting that the manuscript would be ready sometime in 2008. That year, however, witnessed the illness and death of my father and mother-in-law, both in Delhi, both of whom passed away within a month of each other from cancer. It was not until 2009 that I was able to return to the book. Once I started working on it, though, it became clear that it would have to be longer than I had envisioned. To criticize the core ideas of subaltern studies, and to do so in a way that took those ideas seriously, would require a substantial tome. Not until the end of 2011 did I finally finish. During the years I spent working on this project, the support of friends and comrades has been essential. Jeff Goodwin, Robert Brenner, and Eric Wright read the whole manuscript. Jeff has been an ideal colleague at New York University, a constant source of good humor and a pillar of moral integrity. Bob, for years, has been both a friend and an interlocutor. He read every chapter but was especially vigilant and helpful with Chapter 3. Eric had detailed comments, as usual, on the whole manuscript, and prompted a substantial rewriting of parts of Chapter 7. Anwar Sheikh took time off from writing his own book to read my argument about abstract labor in Chapter 6. Duncan Foley read that same chapter, and I am grateful to both of them for their help. I tease Anwar that, owing to his association with this book, his links with academics of South Asian descent will only become more tenuous, but it seems he is willing to take that risk. To Neil Brenner goes the lion's share of credit for the book's title. Over lunch, after I bemoaned my inability to think of a suitable title, he came up, within a minute, with Postcolonial Studies and the Specter of Capitalism. I tweaked it a bit, but the title is basically his. At the 11th hour, a group of graduate students read the whole manuscript and willingly served as my own little focus group, hence, my thanks to Jonah Birch, Mark Cohen, Renee Rojas, Jason Stanley, and Adonir Usmani, especially to Adonir for his very detailed, and very astute, written comments. Conversations with Leo Panich and Greg Albo not only helped develop my thoughts but also kept my morale buoyed when the book's toll felt excessive. In Sebastian Budgen I have been fortunate to have not only a superb editor, but also a friend and comrade. Sebastian was among the first to suggest my writing this book, and waited patiently for me to come around. May every author be so fortunate. And Avis Lang was not only an exceptional copy editor but an enthusiastic supporter. I owe a special debt of gratitude to Bashir Abu Manat. During the past decade, Bashir has not only become a dear friend and comrade, but has insisted that I write this book. He read the whole manuscript with an eagle eye, bringing to it not merely his general knowledge of the field, but also his particular expertise on its instance in Middle East studies. My daughter, Ananya, was mildly disappointed to learn that I would not be dedicating this book to her, but when I explained why, and informed her who the beneficiary of the dedication would be, she graciously offered her blessing. THF beneficiary, of course, is Nivedita Majumdar, to whom I owe my greatest debt. One of the very first conversations we had, when we met in 1995, was on the subject of postcolonial studies. Nivedita's unshakable confidence in the same enlightenment universals that the subalternists denigrate has been like an elixir during the time I have struggled with this book. It is as a small token of my love and wonderment that I dedicate this book to her. 1. The article was published as On the Decline of Class Analysis in South Asian Studies, Critical Asian Studies 38:4, 2008, 257-87. This was a special issue edited by Ronald Herring and Reena Agrawala, which they also published as an anthology under the title Whatever Happened to Class? Reflections from South Asia, London, Routledge, 2008. Chapter 1. Postcolonial Theory and Subaltern Studies. 1.1 Postcolonial Studies as Analysis and Critique. Over the past 2 decades, postcolonial studies has acquired considerable visibility in academic circles. Its point of origin was in literary and cultural studies, where it started as a movement to transcend the marginalization of non-Western literatures in the canon. On this count, the campaign experienced enormous, and rapid, success. By the turn of the millennium, the conventional packaging of modern literary training had expanded at least at many elite American universities to include the works of authors as diverse as Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Aime Césaire, Salman Rushdie, and Gabriel Garcia Marquez. This was a remarkable and salutary achievement in its own right, and had the influence of postcolonial studies been limited to this, it would have certainly merited real attention. But its significance would have been limited. Most likely it would have been understood as a current which, while no doubt important for widening the perspective of its field, nonetheless remained part of the internal story of an academic specialty no more worthy of attention than any other scholarly trend. What set it apart and continues to do so were 2 additional facts about its trajectory. The first was that postcolonial studies rapidly migrated beyond literary analysis, to find a happy home in other disciplines. It was most visible in history and anthropology, but its influence soon spread to other scholarly domains. This was part of a broader trend in academia at the fin de siècle, which has since continued apace and is often referred to as the cultural turn. 1. The New Left's brief flirtation with Marxist materialism had, by this time, largely dissipated. In its wake came an abiding interest in culture and ideology, not merely as an object of study but as an explanatory principle that rapidly usurped the same exalted place that class or capitalism had occupied just a decade prior. As the shift toward cultural analysis gathered steam, it was not altogether surprising that intellectuals looked to literary theory for guidance on how to approach their subject. The frameworks and theories dominant in departments of literature thus found an audience in related fields, and among the exports was postcolonial studies. For area specialists in particular, whose focus was what had been known as the Third World, the turn toward cultural analysis naturally translated into a fascination with postcolonial studies as a framework. By the turn of the century, then, the approach was no longer a purely disciplinary phenomenon. The second noteworthy fact about postcolonial studies was that it claimed not just to study colonial history but also to enable political practice. The ambition was not simply to generate scholarly output but, as Robert J. C. Young advised, to foreground its interventionist possibilities. 2 leading figures in the postcolonial field have often referred to it as more than just a theory, it is also presented as a form of practice or even a movement. In its early years, this impulse was naturally directed toward the structures of colonial and neocolonial domination. More recently, however, postcolonial studies has expanded its domain to the social sphere more generally. In a recent introduction to the field, it is described as a theory relevant to anyone joined by the common political and ethical commitment to challenging and questioning the practices and consequences of domination and subordination. 3. The focus on imperial cultures and colonial rule thus occupies only one part of the field's universe. It now takes as its remit the gamut of social practices. Postcolonial studies has thus positioned itself not only as positive theory but also as radical critique. In so doing, it has stepped quite consciously into the vacuum left by the decline of Marxism in both the industrialized West and its satellites. In part, this flows from the biographical trajectories of its leading lights, many of whom participated in the New Left's dalliance with Marxism. Figures such as Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak, Homi Bhabha, Ranjit Guha, Anibal Quijano, Parth Chatterjee, and Dipesh Chakrabarty emerged from the Marxist milieu of the 1970s, even if their immersion in it varied in intensity. It was only natural for them to take Marxism as their primary interlocutor as they made their way out of its orbit and forged the agenda for post-colonial studies. But while these biographical factors are certainly not irrelevant, the primary source of the engagement with, and rejection of, Marxism has been political, a sense that the world has moved on, that the dilemmas of late capitalism, particularly in the global South, cannot be apprehended by the categories of historical materialism, even more, that the failure of liberation movements in the 20th century was, in substantial measure, the result of Marxism's abiding theoretical inadequacies. As a result, the challenge faced by post-colonial studies is strikingly similar to the one accepted by Marxism a century ago to generate a theory adequate to the needs of a radical political agenda. There are differences, of course, the most obvious one being that Marxism's initial development and spread was almost entirely based in working-class organizations and political parties, while its foothold in universities was infinitesimally small. Post-colonial studies is its mirror image, having developed entirely within the university and, though drawing some inspiration from movements, rarely in more than symbolic contact with them. Still, in the universe of academic production, the success has been nothing short of remarkable. As even one of its critics has been moved to observe, the most flourishing sector of cultural studies today is so-called post-colonial studies. But for any critic of post-colonial studies, the very success of the field raises formidable challenges to a proper assessment of it. Owing in large measure to their roots in post-structuralist theory and its anti-foundationalism, many post-colonial intellectuals have eschewed developing the kind of clearly constructed propositions that would normally accompany a research agenda. This would, perhaps, be considered too vulgar a display of truth-mongering. Again and again, we find that the proponents of the field present it more as an intellectual orientation than as a theory. It is part of the move to what has been called post-theory. 5 In the inaugural issue of one of the journals dedicated to the field, Robert Young announces that post-colonialism offers a politics rather than a coherent methodology. Indeed, strictly speaking, there is no such thing as post-colonial theory as such, rather there are shared political perceptions and agendas which employ an eclectic range of theories in their service. 6 I believe that Young's characterization is quite accurate, and points to a central difference between post-colonial studies and the Marxist tradition it seeks to supplant. It is not that post-colonial studies is an assemblage of theories while Marxism was not. In fact, Marxism always comprised an eclectic range of theories, much as does the former. The difference is that Marxism always sought internal coherence and systematicity, while post-colonial studies resists any compulsion to bring together and assess its various strands. Thus, as its influence has spread, the variations in what falls under its rubric have tended to increase. From literature and cultural studies, to historiography, the philosophy of history, and anthropology, it is now possible to find post-colonial theory in all these areas and elsewhere besides, but with the common theory increasingly hard to discern. The reluctance to strive for coherence has been overlaid with a phenomenon more typical of university culture. This is the eagerness among academics to appear au courant, at the cutting edge, to display familiarity with the very latest conceptual advances. The most common means of so doing is to troll for the latest neologisms in order to pepper one's work with them, even if only for symbolic purposes. The result is a kind of conceptual inflation, in which the substantive influence of a framework appears to extend far beyond its actual reach. Postcolonial studies has enjoyed this inflated popularity more than most others, hence the spread of terms such as subaltern, hybridity, the fragment, and diaspora across the scholarly landscape. Its conceptual repertoire can be found in works of many kinds, even when they are not committed to the same research agenda or to a common set of theoretical parameters. As a result, works that appear to fall within the domain of postcolonial studies may be committed to quite distinct theoretical agendas. What they will have in common is the field's style, not its substance. If a field of research or intellectual practice becomes truly chaotic, it poses some special challenges for critics. Normally, in assessments of any research program, the first task is to locate its central theoretical propositions. These can then be judged with regard to consistency, empirical success, coherence, and so on. But in the case of a field as diffuse as postcolonial studies appears to be, critics run the risk of discovering counterexamples for every theoretical commitment they criticize. For every failure of the theory that critics might adduce, defenders can find exceptions and successes. The challenge is thus to examine whether, under the mountain of loosely connected scholarship, there lies a core set of commitments or propositions. If no such core can be discovered, the next task is to see whether there exists a strand of theorization within the field that has some coherence and makes explicit its commitments, even if these have not been adopted by the field as a whole. Now, it seems reasonable to suppose that despite the bandwagon effect of its jargon, postcolonial studies does have some common political and theoretical commitments at its core. It is known for its critique of Eurocentrism, nationalism, the nation form, colonial ideology, and economic determinism. Its leading theorists claim to have excavated the sources of subaltern agency and reinserted culture as a central mechanism in social analysis. Indeed, they are known for their insistence on the importance of the cultural specificity of the East. These themes are quite commonly associated with postcolonial studies and are part of its attraction to intellectuals. Further, they are more than a set of political commitments. Serious proponents of these views presumably also carry a set of arguments in support of their positions. Perhaps these arguments are not accepted across the spectrum of those who call themselves postcolonial theorists, but as long as the arguments cohere, they do permit assessment. And so long as the influence of the arguments being assessed is real even if not universal, then the critique is not only possible but also meaningful. 1.2. The rise of subaltern studies. It happens that we can identify several strands of theorization within postcolonial studies. Some of them, particularly its cultural theory and some of its meta-theoretical arguments, have already generated considerable discussion. 7 Although I intend to take up these issues to some extent in the following chapters, my central concern in this book is to examine the framework that postcolonial studies has generated for historical analysis and, in particular, the analysis of what once was called the Third World. There is little doubt that, had it not been for its spread into historical and anthropological scholarship, postcolonial studies would have enjoyed far less notoriety on the general intellectual landscape. Once exported into area studies and historical scholarship, however, the theory gained more general visibility. Moreover, scholars in these more empirically oriented domains have made efforts to enunciate their theoretical commitments. We are therefore able to analyze these historical arguments as well as the theory that they collectively comprise. The most illustrious representative of postcolonial studies in the scholarship on the Global South is undoubtedly the Subaltern Studies Project. Initially the term was merely a name, a proper noun that referred to an annual series published in India starting in 1982. But what began as an annual volume of essays on modern Indian history, inspired by Gramscian theory and critical trends within historical scholarship, had, by the turn of the century, morphed into something more generic. Subaltern now became a marker of a theoretical orientation, an adjective that characterized an approach to the analysis of colonialism, or imperial history, or even politics in general. Leading proponents of the project having announced its affiliation with post-colonial studies, it was, by the end of the 20th century, widely regarded as the face of post-colonial scholarship in area studies. To be sure, there were and are theorists within the post-colonial fold who are not directly affiliated with subaltern studies or its theoretical agenda, but there is no more conspicuous exemplar of post-colonial theory in the relevant disciplines than the subalternists themselves. The contours of this story are well known. 8 When the annual series was launched in 1982, it was received in the scholarly world as the local avatar of history from below as developed by the New Left. It was conceived by Ranjit Guha, a historian of modern India then based at the University of Sussex, together with a small group of younger scholars. 9 At the time they began meeting, in the late 1970s, most members of this group would have regarded themselves as Marxists. As with so many of their peers in the West, they were impressed by the achievements of the movement for a history from below and the turn toward popular consciousness as a research agenda. All of the sketches that group members have drawn up in later years recount the influence of E. P. Thompson, Eric Hobsbawm, and pioneers of popular history. 10 A natural accompaniment to this agenda was an abiding interest in the work of Antonio Gramsci, whose influence among social historians was growing rapidly during this period. Gramsci's scattered but powerful reflections on Marxist theory and Italian culture embodied, for this later generation, their dual concerns with popular history and matters of consciousness. The group that coalesced around Guha was no exception to this trend. While the group internalized the turn toward popular movements and culture that was then pervading historical scholarship, it also took on board another set of concerns, of a more local character. These had to do with the trajectory of colonial and post-colonial India as set against the wider experience of global modernity. In initiating its project, the Subaltern Studies Group proposed not just to ask new questions about the history of subordinate groups, popular movements, peasant consciousness, and so forth, but also to provide new answers to old questions, especially questions about the subcontinent's political evolution since independence. All these concerns are in evidence in the first volume's prefatory document, which serves as a kind of manifesto. In it, the editors declared their intention not only to uncover the hidden history of the subcontinent's laboring classes but also to provide some explanation for the historic failure of Indian nationalism, whether as an elite project or a popular aspiration for a national liberation struggle. 11 The editors thus committed themselves to developing an account of the broader political economy of the entire modern era in Indian history, a theme that had been at the center of debates in the subcontinent in the preceding decades. The truly innovative dimension of subaltern studies, then, was to marry popular history to the analysis of colonial and post-colonial capitalism. While the intellectual agenda mapped out was no doubt exciting, it did not by any means constitute a radical break from the milieu that produced it. As had been promised, the early volumes of Subaltern Studies pursued the twin themes of history from below and colonial political economy. While the resulting output was exciting and in many ways innovative, it fit rather easily into the cultural Marxism in vogue at the time, and although it raised the hackles of some Marxists in India, the criticisms were not easily distinguishable from the reactions that typically accompany any departure from familiar nostrums. 12 Subaltern Studies was largely seen as an innovation within Marxist theory, not as a radical departure from it. This is not to downplay either the significance of the early work or the reactions often hostile that it elicited from more orthodox Marxists. But the flavor of these critiques, and of the subalternists' responses to them, was that of a dispute within an epistemic community rather than a rupture within it. 13. The more portentous departures came some years into the project, perhaps most famously with Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak's essay Subaltern Studies, Deconstructing Historiography in the fourth volume. 14 This was the first sign that the project might be making a transition from cultural Marxism to a more decidedly post-structuralist agenda. This was, of course, a familiar turn. From the start, subaltern studies had been closely aligned with intellectual trends in the New Left. Within this generation, post-structuralist theory was gaining in popularity by leaps and bounds. If the subalternists now turned to Foucault and Derrida for inspiration, it would simply be keeping pace with broader shifts. One of the first signs of a shift within the subalternist collective came in 1986, with the publication of Chatterjee's Nationalist Thought and the Colonial World. In this work, while deploying some standard Marxist arguments about Indian nationalism, Chatterjee also offered an initial glimpse of themes he would revisit and deepen over the years, themes that evinced a decidedly postmodern suspiciousness of scientific thought, rationalism, and the larger Enlightenment project. Chatterjee's book was followed in 1989 by Dipesh Chakrabarty's Rethinking Working Class History, which reflected a growing ambivalence toward Marxist frames for labor history, in particular their materialist and rationalist assumptions. 15 By the early 1990s, the traversal to a broadly postmodernist sensibility was more or less complete. While the annual volume still published essays continuing the call for history from below, there was now an increasing preoccupation with textual analysis, with marginality rather than exploitation or domination as an axial concept, with the critique of grand narratives, and so on. 16. The turn toward a recognizably post-structuralist orientation certainly ensured the project's attractiveness outside the narrow circle of Marxist historians of South Asia. But perhaps equally important was the blue ribbon reception that the series received in the West starting in the early 90s. The Subaltern series had attracted some attention in the West during its initial years, but this was largely confined to area specialists and a small circle of historians. To be sure, it was seen as a bracing development that Indian historians were taking up themes that had so enlivened scholarship in the West in the recent past. But this was happening across the spectrum in area studies, in African studies, especially in South Africa, among Latin Americanists, and also in some quarters of Middle Eastern studies. 17 There was nothing especially exotic or singular about the turn in Indian historiography. What made the subalternists stand out was the incorporation of their project into the most dynamic trend in post-Marxist theorizing in the West, within which they found some powerful patrons. The first was, as mentioned, Gayatri Chakravarty Spivak, who parachuted into the project in 1985 with her essay in the fourth volume. Even more significant was the publication, in 1987, of selected subaltern studies, which included a foreword, and hence endorsement, by Edward Said, an imposing presence on the intellectual scene by the late 1980s, whose 1978 book Orientalism had already become a modern classic. As a result, the publication of selected subaltern studies not only brought the project to Western academic circles, but delivered it with the imprimatur of two leading lights of cultural theory. The marriage of subaltern studies to post-Marxian cultural theory was a dramatic success. It was from a reading of the early volumes that a leading American scholar of South Asia claimed, with no hint of irony or embarrassment, that Indians are, for perhaps the first time since colonization, showing sustained signs of reappropriating the capacity to represent themselves. 18 The framework being developed by the collective soon became an object for more general discussion among area-oriented scholars. A conspicuous marker of its impact was the decision by the American Historical Review, in 1994, to host a symposium on the project's importance to the historiography of the Global South. 19 But while the appearance of such a debate in the discipline's flagship journal was certainly noteworthy, it was only one example of the growing notoriety of subaltern studies as a theoretical tendency. Anthologies of not merely the group's essays but also of the surrounding debates began to appear. 20 By the turn of the century, there was even a Latin American subaltern studies group 21 and a journal devoted primarily to exploring the ramifications of the subalternist approach for historical, cultural, and political analysis. 22. 1.3 Subaltern Studies as Theory. Subaltern studies is a distinct, influential, and representative stream within post-colonial studies, perhaps more than any other. But can it be identified with the production of an interesting theory? If the phenomenon merely consisted in a revamped call for history from below, as seemed to be the case in its early years, or a Jeremiad against the depredations of colonialism, or the celebration of Third World agency, then whatever else it achieved, it could hardly merit attention as a theoretical project. The matter is complicated somewhat by the fact that the obscurity of much post-structuralist theorizing resists easy delineation of its claims, and although subaltern studies is less given to such murkiness, the project is by no means free of it. No critic can approach the task of explicating its central theoretical commitments without trepidation. But, as it happens, members of the collective have, on a few occasions, offered a summary of the project's core theoretical agenda. One of the more recent of these, an essay by Dipesh Chakrabarty titled A Small History of Subaltern Studies, is also the clearest and most comprehensive to date. Point 23. One of the most striking revelations in Chakrabarty's presentation is that subaltern studies was, from the start, a fundamentally theoretical enterprise. In other words, in the collective members' own view, their work was oriented toward producing not just a new historiography but also a challenge to the dominant theories that framed historical analysis. A second, equally striking element in Chakrabarty's account is that the theory taken by the subalternist collective as its main interlocutor was not the mainstream, but rather the Marxism from which it emerged. Following a somewhat perfunctory initial account of nationalist and conservative historiography, which undoubtedly framed some early concerns of the collective, Chakrabarty settles into his essay's primary task, which is to show how subaltern studies engaged, and then overcame, the blinders imposed by Marxist theory. The elevation of Marxist theory to such a central place in the subalternist theoretical project may not be entirely accurate, for there is no doubt that liberal political philosophy has taken quite a beating at their hands. But there is no denying that the shadow of Marxism looms very large over the collective's project, perhaps more so than any other framework. In what follows, I draw on Chakrabarty's account to lay out the main propositions generated by the project and also try to explain very briefly the reasoning behind them. Lurking behind the positive theory developed by subaltern studies is a story and narrative, they would say, of political and economic modernization. This story forms the foil against which they develop their own theory. They often refer to it as Marxist in its essentials, though this is misleading. It is more an amalgam of liberal and Marxist elements, which cohere around a particularly Whiggish interpretation of the onset of modernity. The Marxism, therefore, is of a particular kind, and would scarcely be recognized by many contemporary Marxists. But that is another matter, and we will set it aside for now. The story appears in bits and pieces, not only in Chakrabarty's account but also in essays by other subaltern studies theorists. Its elements are introduced only to be knocked down, and yet if we piece together the various strands, we can glean the story's basic contours. Having a sense of its essential structure will help sharpen our understanding of what the subalternists feel is novel about the framework they have developed. The conventional story. We will refer to the story against which subaltern studies frames its work as the conventional story. At its core is a set of claims about the onset and spread of capitalism. Modern society is the product of the rise of this economic system and its subsequent spread into the world. Capitalism struck its roots initially in Western Europe, coming to life through a political struggle against feudal rule, which constituted a block to bourgeois development. This political struggle was led by the bourgeoisie, a class of incipient capitalists functioning in the interstices of feudal society. In England and France, the bourgeoisie was able to gain a leading position in emerging political coalitions, because it was able to bring other social groups together under a common banner. In other words, capital succeeded in securing political hegemony over an anti-feudal coalition. This it accomplished because it was able to present its own interests as the basis for the furtherance of its partners' interests. Having established its leadership, the bourgeoisie led a struggle of increasing intensity against the monarchy, culminating in the classic bourgeois revolutions, the English in 1640, the French in 1789. These revolutions constituted the onset of bourgeois rule in the most advanced zones of Western Europe. Once in power, the conquering bourgeoisie fundamentally transformed national economic and political institutions. It abolished feudal regulations in agriculture and, more haltingly, in cities, opening up the sluices for the spread of capitalism. On the political front, it did away with lordly despotism, established the rule of law, and most important, affirmed certain basic democratic rights for the people. In other words, it created the fundamental pillars of modern citizenship. This formed the basis for the emergence of modern politics, a politics organized around individual rights, the aggregation of different interests, and formal contestation in the public sphere. This was a politics fundamentally different from the pre-modern variety, which was confined to a narrow stratum of the lordly class and characterized by the dominance of religious discourse and the power of the courtly faction in matters of public contestation. What made all this possible was the emancipation of peasants and workers from feudal bonds, from the myriad sources of interpersonal domination around which the ancient regime had been organized. What took place was nothing less than a fundamental transformation of national culture. The entire structure of feeling, in the wake of bourgeois rule, was reorganized around modern citizenship and secular politics. Having secured its rule in Western Europe, capital could not rest easy in its new domain. The new industrial masters fanned out into the world, searching for new avenues of profit. In much the same way that capital had established itself in the folds of the feudal economy, it now established beachheads in the New World and Asia. The conventional story predicted that the arrival of capitalists on the shores of these lands should set in train a process rather similar to that experienced in Europe. Finding local pre-capitalist social relations an obstacle to its ceaseless hunt for profits and markets, capital was expected to slowly drive out the local rulers and act as a solvent on local economic relations. That this process would occur under the auspices of formal colonial rule did not alter the fundamental direction of history. Colonialism would serve as the handmaiden of historical progress. If anything, it would enable an acceleration of the dynamic, as the European bourgeoisie would use the levers of state power to hasten the modernization of the local economy. As local economic relations morphed into modern capitalist ones, the colonial world would begin to be organized around modern political practices as well. The independence movements that drove imperial powers out of the South were the first real expressions of this political form, but it was also instantiated in the emergence of trade unions, political parties, and, of course, formal democratic institutions. The upshot of the conventional story is that capitalist modernization was a global phenomenon, albeit one whose spread was temporally and spatially differentiated. Even though the colonized world came to it later, there was little doubt that it would track the grooves laid down by the advanced world. The engine that drove this process was constituted by industrialism and modern economic practices, and the accompanying political and cultural transformation was part of the package. This was capital's universalizing mission, as conventionally understood. It endowed the modern era with a recognizable zeitgeist. This carried an important implication, namely, that it is possible to slot practices and even forms of consciousness into their appropriate places in the progression from pre-modern to modern. Europe showed the developing world a rough picture of its own future. Thus, if social agents in the latter regions were found to have exhibited forms of consciousness that did not conform to modern expectations, then it must be because they had not been fully subjected to the cleansing effect of capitalist relations. The cure, at least in part, would be simply to wait to allow capitalism to do its work and imbue the agents with a modern orientation. Thanks to capital's ceaseless quest for hegemony, there would be a slow, but quite certain, global convergence around characteristically bourgeois forms of cultural and political reproduction. The Subaltern Studies response. A central concern of the Subaltern Studies collective has been to reject central components of the conventional story, whether in Marxist or liberal guise. Much of their theorizing about the colonial and post-colonial world can be understood as a double movement: the rejection of core propositions of this orthodoxy, followed by an exploration of the implications of this rejection for our broader understanding of the colonial world and, more generally, of the global South. And just as the conventional story begins with a thesis about the agent driving forward the modernizing project, so too do the subalternists. The core arguments are summarized in the following two theses about the peculiarities of capitalism in the East. The specificity of colonial capitalism. Thesis 1, a non-hegemonic bourgeoisie. The first source of the colonial world's divergence from the European trajectory is the character of its bourgeoisie. It is not that no capitalist class existed in the East. Rather, it is that the bourgeoisie under colonialism was either unable to, or chose not to, secure a leading position for itself in the struggle against the ancien regime. This is true for capitalists from the metropole, who went to the colonies under the patronage of the Europeans, as well as for local entrepreneurs who grew to maturity under colonial rule. These bourgeois classes, of course, exercised a great deal of power. But they did not take up cudgels against dominant landed classes of the ancien regime. Instead, both segments of the bourgeoisie accommodated to the interests of the latter, thereby incorporating them into the modern political order. The result, Chakrabarty notes, was that there was no class in South Asia comparable to the European bourgeoisie of Marxist meta-narratives. In other words, a bourgeoisie committed to eradicating the feudal order and capturing state power in order to revolutionize the political culture. Point 24. Their eschewal of revolutionary ambitions meant, in turn, that there was little chance the capitalists would try to bring popular classes under their umbrella in a national popular struggle against the traditional order, for they had sworn off taking on the feudal landed classes in a frontal assault. As a result, they would fail to appease the peasantry, since the main target of peasant animus was the landed overlord. Nor would the capitalists be able to promise workers a rising standard of living, since a backward agriculture would remain a drag on growth rates. Thus, Guha concludes, whereas the European bourgeoisie had come to power by forging a hegemonic coalition with workers and peasants, there would be no parallel experience in the colonial world. The bourgeoisie would exercise dominance, but not hegemony. Thesis 2, the derailment of capital's universalizing drive. The bourgeoisie's abrogation of a revolutionary course of action in India, its refusal to dismantle the pillars of feudal power, is taken to signify a deeper historical truth, that in its colonial venture, capital abandoned its universalizing mission. 25. Universalization for the subalternists seems to refer to two aspects of capitalism, the first of which is the ability of capital to present its interests as consistent with the interests of other classes, even those it exploits. This, for Guha, constitutes the key to the classic bourgeois revolutions in England and France. A rising bourgeoisie, in both cases, was able to overthrow feudalism because it successfully presented its own interests as congruent with those of peasants and workers, and in so doing, forged a social coalition under its leadership, a coalition it then mobilized to overthrow the feudal monarchy. In this instance, capital's universalizing drive refers to its ability to rise above the pursuit of its narrow sectional interests and make common cause with those of other classes. The second aspect is the implantation of social institutions that reflect the politics and culture typical of bourgeois rule. These are taken to be those institutions that can be identified with liberalism and citizenship, formal equality, political freedoms, contractualism, secularism, and so forth. For the subalternists, the link between capitalism and liberalism is very strong. It rests, perversely, on their acceptance of certain aspects of the conventional story, in which the bourgeoisie is understood to have fought not only for economic freedoms but also for political liberties. Once they had displaced the feudal ruling classes, the story goes, the bourgeoisie forged a social order based on both kinds of freedoms, the right to property, as well as political freedoms. This order of rights and liberties was granted to all, creating a national political community that overcame the localism and particularism of the ancien regime. Universalism is, in this instance, the spread of political liberalism as an accompaniment to the economic hegemony of capital. The putative derailment of capital's universalizing drive is very significant for post-colonial theory, and for the subalternist project in particular. Socially, it signals that the deep political and cultural transformations that accompanied the rise of capitalism were not in the East's cards, at least, not in any way that could fit into the standard liberal or Marxist framework. This is because the agent taken by the subalternists as having ushered in these transformations, the emerging bourgeoisie, failed to demonstrate any such inclinations once it arrived on eastern shores. From this sociological fact is derived a theoretical conclusion: if the social matrix and developmental arc of the modernizing global South are not the same as those of early modern Europe, if their dominant political and cultural forms depart so radically from those of the modern West, then the theories imported from the West cannot be appropriate to the study of Eastern settings. As a result, the East needs its own, sui generis theoretical categories. The specificity of colonial modernity and the dislodging of Eurocentrism. We move now to the implications of the argument from uniqueness. Theses 3 through 5 examine the consequences for political power and nationhood, while Thesis 6 takes up the problem of Eurocentrism. Thesis 3, Colonialism and the Pluralization of Power. Since colonial capitalism does not seek to overthrow the feudal landed classes, and instead merely accommodates them, it also backs away from eliminating the concomitant forms of domination. Unlike what took place in Europe, where an ascendant bourgeoisie swept away antiquated power relations even as it set about displacing feudal rule, the bourgeoisie in colonial and post-colonial settings learned to live with them. Thus one finds coexistence and active reproduction of classically bourgeois power relations such as the wage relation with forms of subordination typically associated with pre-capitalist social formations. It follows that modernity in such a setting will not keep to the same path as in Europe, with the same basic institutions, their verisimilitude increasing with time. Instead it will be an altogether different kind of modernity, one in which apparently outdated power relations will be reproduced alongside more modern ones. This is an index of the fact that the bourgeoisie in colonial conditions failed to live up to its own universalizing project. 26. The immediate implication of this survival of antediluvian forms of social domination, Chakrabarty argues, is to force us to rethink the nature of power. In Europe, where the bourgeoisie was able to transform the social order, power came to be aligned with the rule of capital. Not so in colonial modernity. Guha's analysis, observes Chakrabarty, fundamentally pluralizes the history of power in global modernity and separates it from any universal history of capital. 27. Hence, even while capital can be seen to expand around the globe, the global history of capitalism need not reproduce everywhere the same history of power. Capital and power can be seen as analytically separable categories. Marxists are the primary targets of this admonishment, since they are held to assume a collinearity between capital and power. If one accepts that a disjuncture between the two is possible, then the relevance of canonical Marxism cannot but suffer. The traditional European Marxist political thought that fuses the two, i.e., capital and power, is therefore always relevant but always inadequate for theorizing power in colonial modern histories. 28. Thesis 4, the two domains of colonial politics. Colonial capital's refusal to take up its universalizing mission, its willingness to accommodate the ancien regime, has some important implications for political analysis. First, since it leaves untouched older forms of power, and therefore also the political idiom linked to those power relations, it means that the bourgeoisie does not integrate subaltern culture into its own modernizing discourse. A split between the two domains persists, so that the elite and the popular remain distinct social formations. This does not by any means suggest they are entirely independent of each other, it means rather that there is a recognizable subaltern domain of politics, related to, but distinct from, that of the ruling classes. This state of affairs is held to be in sharp contrast to Europe, where, claim the subalternists, as an index of its hegemony, a revolutionary bourgeoisie successfully integrated the popular into the domain of elite and organized politics. Second, the persistence of this subaltern domain means that forms of political engagement typically associated with pre-modern politics will persist in modern times, as will the idiom in which the struggles of the poor and the oppressed have long been formulated. The language of a recognizably bourgeois politics will not be universal. Indeed, the assumption that politics is organized around the rational pursuit of individual interests becomes problematic. Often politics will be waged in religious language and around religious issues. Furthermore, the dominant axis will typically be community/ethnicity, not individual or class interests. If peasant struggles in India are organized around caste or ethnic groupings, or are expressed in non-secular terms, it is not a sign of their being pre-political, and hence pre-modern, as the subalternists accuse Marxists such as Eric Hobsbawm to be claiming. Point 29 Instead, it shows they are thoroughly political and modern, for they reflect the fundamentally different character of colonial modernity. European political theory commits the error of equating modernity with recognizably bourgeois forms of power and political discourse. Colonial modernity, however, generates a break between these two. It produces a capitalism that accommodates to the hierarchies and the culture of the ancien regime. This is capitalism, yes, but without capitalist power relations and without a recognizably capitalist culture. Politics in such settings is therefore heteroglossic in its idioms and fundamentally plural in its structure, interlocking within itself strands of different types of relationships that do not make up a logical whole. 30 If peasant political consciousness here does not resemble that of the Western laboring classes, it is because it cannot. The problem is not with the peasant, but with the expectations of the scholar, who brings to the table of analysis an unwarranted teleology. Thesis 5. The spuriousness of colonial nationalism. Once it is accepted that, because of the absence of a universalizing bourgeoisie, there remained a gulf between the elite and popular domains within the culture, it cannot but affect our understanding of colonial nationalism. For colonial apologists, the colonial state was an agent of progress because it imported European culture into the conquered territories, a culture that lifted the native population from its rude state into modern civilization. It created a nation where once there was none. For nationalist historians, on the other hand, the rejection of colonial apologetics did not lead to a thorough critique of colonial capitalism. They replaced the flawed premise of colonialism's civilizing mission with a bland acceptance of a purportedly hegemonic domestic bourgeoisie. Nationalist historiography endowed the nationalist movement's leaders with a spurious legitimacy, since it is assumed that this leadership spoke for the nation. An acceptance of the subalternist critique of colonial capitalism requires a rejection of both the colonial and the nationalist theorizations of the independence movement and the state to which it gave birth. Chakrabarty concludes that the subalternist theorization of nationalism calls for a critical stance towards such official or statist nationalism and its attendant historiography. 31 The foundation of their rejection of official nationalism was their observation that two spheres of politics persisted, the popular and the elite, the coexistence of which was the index of an important historical truth, that is, the failure of the bourgeoisie to speak for the nation. 32 Because the bourgeoisie failed to integrate the elite and subaltern domains into one, there was no question of the nationalist leadership articulating a nation-building project akin to that of the European bourgeoisie, since there was no unitary nation to speak for. 33 The real question, which the subalternist historians now undertook to answer, was how and through what practices an official nationalism emerged that claimed to represent such a unitary nation. 34 Subaltern studies thus launched not only a critique of nationalist politics, but also of the historiography that endowed this nationalism with a spurious legitimacy. Thesis 6. The Eurocentrism of classical theory. Having examined the social implications of the bourgeoisie's putative abandonment of its universalizing drive, we turn now to the implications for theory. The upshot of the preceding theses is that the colonial and post-colonial social formations cannot be assimilated into the same general framework as those of the advanced West. Not only do they diverge in their basic structure, but they cannot be assumed to be moving along the same broad trajectory of development. From this premise, post-colonial theory draws a seemingly natural conclusion: if the reality of colonial social formations is fundamentally different from that of Western social formation, then theoretical categories generated from the experience of the West cannot be appropriate for an understanding of the East. Hence, as Chakrabarty avers, A history of political modernity in India could not be written as a simple application of the analytics of capital and nationalism available to Western Marxism. 35 These analytics are lacking because they are based on the assumption that colonial social formations are sufficiently similar to Western ones or are on the same path of development to justify reliance on the same theoretical framework. It is this basic congruence between West and East that the subalternists deny, and it is this claim that is the basis for their conclusion that Western theories cannot be grafted onto Eastern realities. Two issues in particular stand out: agency and historicism. Let us first address agency. For subalternist theorists, the Eurocentrism of received theory is especially evident in its understanding of political movements. Their critique focuses on the matter of political psychology. Subalternists often accuse Western theorists of imputing a provincial and culturally specific psychology to peasants and workers in the East. Chakrabarty suggests that Marxist analysis cannot appreciate the dynamics of labor struggles in colonial India, because it assumes that Indian workers function in a liberal, bourgeois culture. This assumption, he insists, is carried over from Marx's own work on the labor contract, insofar as the latter assumes that both labor and capitalists have internalized bourgeois norms. 36 The most egregious Eurocentric assumption is that workers are motivated by material needs. Chakrabarty takes Marxists to task for assuming that workers make choices based on their interests. This assumes that workers are motivated by what he calls a utilitarian calculus, which he equates with a bourgeois culture. What Marxists fail to understand, he contends, is that workers in India were motivated by an entirely different kind of psychology, namely a psychology specific to their pre-bourgeois culture, wherein choices were not made on rational grounds to serve material interests. Rather, workers' choices reflected the premium they placed on community, religion, and honor. Parthaturji largely embraces the same strictures for the analysis of peasant politics. He warns that agrarian movements in colonial India cannot be subsumed under Marxist or liberal theories, which are organized around the Western notions of interest and rationality, common components in the theories imported from Europe. Among the culprits he lists are Marxism, modernization theory, Chayanovian theories, the disciplines of economics and sociology, and liberal theory more generally. Peasant agency must be understood in its own constitutive forms. 37 A mode of understanding that none of the approaches just listed can achieve. We must, argues Chatterjee, grant that peasant consciousness has its own paradigmatic form, which is not only different from bourgeois consciousness but in fact its very other. 38 Hence, since peasant consciousness is fundamentally different from the consciousness generated by bourgeois culture, we need new, indigenous categories. Only after Western theories have been set aside can we construct a proper sociology of peasant agency. As for the second issue, historicism, this is perhaps the most elusive concept in the subalternist arsenal. It appeared in some essays by Dipesh Chakrabarty during the 1990s, but did not take center stage for the subalternists until the publication of Chakrabarty's Provincializing Europe in 2000. By assembling the earlier work, and providing Chakrabarty with the opportunity to develop the concept further, Provincializing Europe places historicism at the very heart of subalternist theorizing. Unfortunately, being given pride of place has done little to clarify meaning. Chakrabarty not only fails to provide the reader with a clear understanding of historicism, but, as I shall show later in the book, seems quite committed to preserving the concept's opacity. Chakrabarty identifies historicism with a cluster of arguments, that the colonial world must follow in the steps of the West, and its future has therefore already been foretold. 39 That there are no discontinuities in historical processes, and thus all elements of a whole are tightly bound together, developing in quiet synchrony. 40 That any institution seeming to fit poorly with modern sensibilities is probably a relic or an anachronism. 41 That all the East need do in order for these unfamiliar elements to disappear is wait, and they will melt onto the template set by the West. 42 All these assumptions are attributed to Marxism in particular, but viewed as extending back to the Enlightenment tradition. The critique of historicism therefore comprises a core element of subaltern studies' critique of Eurocentrism and encapsulates much of what the subalternists find objectionable about Western political analysis. Historicism is an outlook that illicitly subsumes local processes into a larger whole. This it does diachronically, in the form of historical teleology, or synchronically, in the form of structural essentialism. Closely bound up with the rejection of historicism, therefore, is the advocacy of what the subalternists call the fragment 43. Fragments are those elements of social life that cannot easily be assimilated into dominant discourse or structures, minority cultures, dissident tracts, oppositional gestures. Fragments are thus part of social life. Social theory does violence to them when it ignores them, pretending that all that is worthy of analysis is the mainstream or the powerful, and also when it recognizes them but refuses to acknowledge their particularity, instead folding them into the mainstream. A postcolonial theory must, therefore, embrace the fragment, not only as a marker of resistance to dominant structures but as an analytical strategy. It is an antidote to the hubris of totalizing theories. The arguments encapsulated in the preceding 6 theses do not by any means exhaust subalternist social theory, nor do they cover all the issues to be taken up in this book. They do, nonetheless, cover much of the ground that the subalternists have mapped out over the years, and a substantial portion of the claims now associated with their project. For the most part, since they largely follow Chakrabarty's own summation of the collective's contributions, they have the added benefit, especially with regard to the first 5 theses, of having been confirmed by one of the most active members of the collective. I have followed Chakrabarty fairly closely in my rendering of the theoretical project, in part to block a common response by post-colonial theorists when they come under scrutiny, namely to insist that their views have been misunderstood, distorted, or exaggerated. Such lapses are certainly possible, especially given the turgidity of their prose. Chakrabarty's essay, by contrast, is noteworthy for its succinctness and lucidity, thereby facilitating the task of the critic. Thesis 6, the final thesis summarized above, regarding the Eurocentrism of Western theories, is not only a well-known element of the post-colonial canon but perhaps its most famous. Indeed, it may surprise readers to encounter some of the more historical theses, especially Thesis 1. It is a peculiarity of the Western reception of subaltern studies that these more sociological arguments about capital's abandonment of its universalizing drive, and the consequences thereof, have been passed over largely in silence, in favor of the conclusions that are derived from them. Yet, as we have seen, the claims regarding capital's failed universalization are basic to the project as a whole and, indeed, comprise much of the work of several of its leading theorists, including its most senior member, Ranjit Guha. No assessment of the more well-traveled parts of the subalternist landscape can afford to ignore the foundations on which they rest, and so, while we will in due course attend to the validity of these more meta-theoretical conclusions advanced by the subalternists, we are obliged first to examine the historical sociology on which they rest. 1.4 Assessing Subaltern Studies. Mine is not the first critical engagement with subaltern studies. Over the years, there have been several careful and quite illuminating discussions of the project as a whole, and of work by individuals associated with it. A great deal of what I have to say in the following chapters will build on the available body of critique. It might be useful, however, to alert the reader to ways in which this book departs from existing treatments. The first difference has simply to do with timing. Many of the more well-known critiques of the project were published during the early and mid-1990s, before some of its key arguments had been fully developed or had even seen the light of day. 44 This means that several of the more recent strands of its theoretical work have not been given the attention they deserve. Moreover, elements of the earlier work remain somewhat obscure and thus their import was not thoroughly appreciated until their fuller explication in later years. A salient example of this is Guha's argument about capital's abandonment of its universalizing mission, which was briefly outlined in the first volume and presented in bits and pieces over the next few years, but could not be properly grasped till the publication, in 1997, of Dominance Without Hegemony. So, too, with Chakrabarty's critique of historicism, which was introduced in the early 1990s but did not then attract the attention it is now garnering. 45 Hence, there would seem to be a need for a fresh examination of the project, now that members of the collective have articulated its implications more extensively. A second difference regards content. Several well-known engagements with subaltern studies have, between them, taken on different aspects of the project. One prominent theme has been the worry that the collective has not so much provided an alternative to the Orientalism of Western theories as revived it, repackaged as radical chic. 46 Another has been the claim that the agrarian analysis offered by the theorists is not an alternative to Western theories but rather an offshoot of the impeccably Western economics of A.V. Chayanov. 47 Others have noted that the early commitment to popular history was quickly replaced by an obsession with elite discourse, specifically the discourse of the Bengali elite. 48 Yet another theme has been the epistemological claims of the project and, in particular, its flirtation with relativism. 49 Finally, there is now a considerable literature on the subalternist critique of secularism. 50 In large measure, I agree with many of these critiques and will amplify some of them in the following chapters. And yet, even though certain aspects of subaltern studies have been effectively criticized, the actual theory produced by the group has largely escaped scrutiny. Instead, the object of attention has more often been the politics of the project, its motivations, its implications, its place in the broader intellectual landscape. What has been given especially short shrift is the subalternist social and historical theory, on which they base the arguments that have drawn the greater part of the critical attention. One intended contribution of the present book is an analysis of these more foundational elements of the subaltern studies project and, by extension, the wider gamut of postcolonial studies. Here the primary focus will be the subalternists' historical sociology, particularly their understanding of the East-West divergence, a subject crucial to their project, albeit one that has garnered very little attention. But I will also address more theoretical matters that have rarely been scrutinized in depth, and more rarely still in tandem with their broader historical claims. 1.5 The failure of subaltern studies. Having signaled this book's goals, let me now describe its basic architecture. Readers will have noticed that the main thrust of subaltern studies is to stress difference. The project's basic message, which is consistent with the broad orientation of postcolonial studies, is that because Western theories are incapable of understanding the dynamics of non-Western societies, their inadequacy calls for a drastic overhaul of fundamental concepts or even the construction of an altogether new framework. The inadequacy of received theories stems from their inability to appreciate the fact that capitalism in the East turned out to have fundamentally different properties than did capitalism in the West. In the 6 theses previously enumerated, it is possible to discern 3 domains in particular where subalternist theorists stress a fundamental divide between East and West. The first is in the nature of the bourgeoisie. The Western bourgeoisie carried forth capital's universalizing drive while its descendant in the East did not. Second, the power relations produced by Western capitalism were unlike the power relations capitalism generated elsewhere. Third comes the question of political psychology. Political actors are motivated by a different set of concerns in the East than they are in the West. I will argue that the claims for a fundamental difference with regard to capital, power, and agency are all irredeemably flawed. I take up the question of the bourgeoisie in chapters 2 through 4, chapters 5 and 6 examine the issue of power, chapters 7 and 8 examine the problem of political psychology. Chapter 9 then addresses one of the main pillars of recent subalternist theorizing, Dipesh Chakrabarty's arguments about historicism. I conclude with an assessment of Parchaturji's theory of colonial nationalism. The main thrust of the book, then, is to elucidate the failure of the arguments from difference, so central to postcolonial theory. Subaltern studies has been the most ambitious attempt to demonstrate the various dimensions in which East and West diverge, but the attempt has not succeeded. The point is not to insist that there are no differences at all between the two, rather, that the differences, such as they are not of the kind described by the subalternists. Now, This refutation of their historical and political sociology is important in its own right, but it matters also for its theoretical implications. Postcolonial studies has famously advocated an overhaul of the received frameworks of European thought. Again, the call to rethink the basic structure of Western theory is based on the prior claim that the structure of modernity in the East is so different from its structure in the West that the categories developed out of the European experience cannot possibly be adequate for analyzing the East. But if the sociology on which this argument rests is shown to be deeply shaky, then the grandiose claim that we must rethink our understanding of capitalism, politics, history, agency, and everything else is also called into question. If there does not exist a fundamental divergence between East and West regarding the nature of their bourgeoisie, the power relations in place, and the subaltern group's motivational structure, then we are permitted to consider the possibility that the theories emerging from the European experience might well be up to the task of capturing the basic structure of Eastern development in the modern epoch. Instead of being entirely different forms of society, the West and the non-West would, according to this perspective, turn out to be variants of the same species. Further, if they are indeed variations of the same basic form, the theories generated by the European experience would not have to be overhauled or jettisoned, but simply modified. In order to drive this point home, I complement the critique of subalternist theories by developing an alternative analysis of the same phenomena they take up. Hence, in the chapters on the bourgeoisie, I show that Ranjit Guha's argument is mistaken and also explicate the essential convergence of capitalist strategies West and East. In the critique of Chakrabarty's analysis of power, I explain how capitalism produces precisely the forms of authority that he deems departures from bourgeois forms of power, and in rejecting Chatterjee's and Chakrabarty's account of political psychology in the East, I provide positive evidence that it is the same as the political psychology of actors in the West, bolstering my argument with elements of a theory of rationality in political agency. So, too, with my critique of historicism and of Chatterjee's theory of nationalism. My hope is that readers will not only be persuaded of the weaknesses of the subaltern studies project, but that they will also see the strength of the very theories that the subalternists impugn. In the course of showing the flimsiness of their case, and offering an alternative to their account, I hope to show that subaltern studies fails to deliver on its two basic promises: that it has developed an explanatory framework adequate for understanding the nature of modernity in the East, and that it is a platform for radical critique. The explanatory failure. Subaltern studies fails as an explanatory framework because it systematically misrepresents the relationship between capitalism and modernity, both in the East and in the West. It does so in two ways. First, it promotes a distorted understanding of what is distinctive about capitalism as a social system. Subalternist theorists take certain aspects of 20th century liberal culture as being defining characteristics of capitalism itself. Not surprisingly, once capitalism is defined so narrowly, it is easy to conclude that what we have in the East is not capitalism at all, or that it is a bastardized version of the system. Recall that this is the perspective embodied in Theses 1-4, that capitalism mutated after its arrival in the colonies, losing its universalizing drive and generating a political order fundamentally different from the order established in early modern Europe. This argument, however, is based on a somewhat tendentious interpretation of the European experience and of capitalism's universalizing drive. I will show that the arguments promoted by subaltern studies on both these issues are fundamentally flawed, because they build into their very definition of capitalism elements that are specific only to its very recent incarnation. Once we generate a more accurate analysis of European modernization, the apparent deviation of the East from some putative norm is revealed as chimerical. In other words, the political conflicts, institutional setups, forms of power, and other factors in post-colonial capitalism turn out to be not so very different from those of its European ancestor. 51 Hence, subalternist theorists are simply mistaken in their insistence that the basic course of modernity in the East cannot be explained through the lens of capitalism. This is the fundamental thrust of my argument in chapters 2-6. The second way in which the subalternists misrepresent the relationship between capitalism and modernity is not by obscuring the role of the former but by denying it altogether. In other words, they evacuate capitalism from domains in which its influence has in fact been critical. I will demonstrate this in Chapter 10, where I examine Parth Chatterjee's analysis of nationalist ideology. He notes, correctly, that a defining feature of colonial nationalism was a commitment to scientific and economic modernization. The ideology of nationalism thus tended to promote national modernization as a basic goal. Chatterjee argues that the turn to modernization came about because national elites had internalized Western discourse, but I will show this argument to be entirely mistaken. Nationalist elites promoted modernization not because they were the victims of indoctrination but because of the pressures of governing in a capitalist world economy. What Chatterjee presents as an effect of discourse was in fact a recognition of real, material pressures from global capitalism. This is an example of how subalternist theorists simply whisk capitalism out of the picture, even where it played a central role. It is not that members of the collective pretend capitalism is irrelevant or has no material reality. Indeed, they invoke it constantly. They agree that any viable theory of the modern must take into account its connection to capitalism. The problem is that even while recognizing its importance, they obscure its dynamics in some instances by endowing it with properties it does not have, in others by denying it powers it does indeed have, and in a few cases, such as Chatterjee's, by disappearing it altogether. The result is most curious. While claiming to theorize capitalism's global adventure, they separate the concept from its referent. It is shorn of any properties we might justifiably associate with it. Hence, far from illumining the peculiar trajectory of development in the East, subalternist theorists shroud it in further mystery. They raise central questions about such matters as the course of political development, the structure of power, social agency, and nationalism but fail time and again to answer them properly, for the connections between these phenomena and broader structural transformations are simply lost from view. In sum, subalternist theorists do not answer the very question they raise, namely, how the entry of capitalism into the colonial world affected the evolution of its cultural and political institutions. The critical failure. Regarding the status of subaltern studies as critique, there are two dimensions of the failure on this front. The less obvious, though by no means less important, dimension of the failure can be stated quite simply: one cannot adequately criticize a social phenomenon if one systematically misunderstands how it works. Subaltern studies theorists cannot formulate a critique of globalizing capitalism if their theorization of its basic properties is mistaken. They are unable to separate those phenomena that are generated by capital, from those that are independent of it. Even more important, however, their arguments are not merely erroneous. In fact, they amount to a highly romanticized, even sanitized, presentation of capitalism. This is especially evident in Guha's work but also figures prominently in Chakrabarty's. The romanticization is not intended, it is simply a consequence of the fact that they identify capitalism with its newly minted liberal incarnations. Instead of taking liberal, democratic capitalism to be a recent phenomenon, brought about through centuries of struggle, they build its particular features into their bedrock definition of the system. Furthermore, not only do they build liberal freedoms into the definition of capital, they attribute the advent of those freedoms to the European bourgeoisie. Naturally, in a comparison between this idealized picture and the reality of post-colonial capitalism, the latter appears deformed and denatured. But when we replace the idealized picture with a more accurate one, it generates very different conclusions with respect to not only post-colonial capitalism but also the quality of modernity. This is a central pillar of my argument in chapters 3, 4, and 5. The more obvious failing on the critical front is that, far from landing a blow against colonialist and orientalist presentations of the East, subaltern studies has ended up promoting them. I show this especially in chapters 7 and 8, but it also arises in chapters 9 and 10. This is not true of all of the collective's members, though. Guha's work is largely free of Orientalism, whereas it is a central plank for both Chakrabarti and Chatterjee 52, who both insist that laboring classes in India were motivated by fundamentally different conceptions of the self than were their counterparts in the West. Others have noted this aspect of the subaltern studies framework and have issued strong objections. I join in this criticism, but in a different vein. Many critics have urged that the subalternist depictions of agency be rejected because of their Orientalism. The offensiveness of an argument, however, cannot be grounds for its rejection. The fact is, both Chatterjee and Chakrabarti go to considerable lengths to support their arguments empirically and theoretically. The bulk of chapters 7 and 8 is therefore dedicated to arguing that their Orientalism is not just objectionable but wrong. Their own evidence undermines the claims they make about agency in the East. I augment this argument by offering a bare bones, but I hope credible, theory of social agency, which is unabashedly universalistic while aiming to avoid charges of parochialism. To minimize accusations of cultural bias, I mainly use as evidence the empirical work of Guha, Chatterjee, and Chakrabarti themselves. 1.6 What this book is not. So much for what the book is. Now some words on what it is not. This is not meant to be a history or intellectual biography of subaltern studies. I make no claim whatsoever to exhaustiveness or even comprehensiveness. My concern is to address components of the subalternist project that have had real influence and have, in turn, been highlighted by members of the collective as their most important contributions. My intention is to examine the ideas that have become associated with the project in the broader intellectual culture, not to address the project in its entirety. As it happens, I do believe that I address most of the main arguments produced by members of the collective. Mainly because the book threatened to grow beyond a reasonable length, I have had no choice but to omit some. Perhaps the most conspicuous by its absence is Part Chatterjee's recent work on political society in post-colonial formations. Also missing are Gyanendra Pandey's defense of the fragment and the overall debate on secularism. These are all important issues, but some of them have already received attention, and others will have to just be taken up at another time. Moreover, this book largely avoids the task of tracing the theoretical lineage of the subalternists' arguments. As a result, even though the influence of Gramsci and Althusser is evident to those familiar with the relevant literature, I do not analyze the nature of this connection. Nor do I assess how their ideas have been reconfigured at the hands of subalternist theorists. 53 Again, this is partly because of the need to keep the book to a manageable size, and it is already longer than I had either wished or intended, but primarily because of my desire that the reader not be distracted by whether subalternists have correctly interpreted a given theorist. What matters is not whether they are true to this or that theoretical tradition but whether they have produced sound arguments, and it is that final product, their arguments as they stand, that we need to assess. Finally, I would like to say something about style. Readers will find that I rely a certain amount on direct quotations of passages, sometimes long ones, from the texts I subject to critique. As a reader, I find it distracting, choppy, even annoying. Normally I avoid it as much as possible, but I resort to it here in order to preempt charges of misrepresentation. I want the reader to be able to judge the merits of my arguments about key texts, and so I reproduce the relevant passages in full. But I also provide summaries for readers whose eyes, like mine, tend to glaze over in such circumstances. However, there is another reason for this strategy. Several of the main theorists bury their arguments under a dense thicket of jargon, or present them so cryptically that the meaning is hard to nail down. The critic is therefore left with little choice but to interpret them to as best she can. Naturally, this injects uncertainty into the argument. Here, again, the best antidote is to let the reader see the relevant texts so that she may form her own judgment about my rendering of them. No doubt there remains an element of interpretation in the task, but this is the case even when one deals with texts of exemplary clarity. Chapter 2. Dominance without hegemony, the argument explained. Subaltern studies is known for advocating and, it is claimed, exemplifying a rejection of Eurocentric theories inherited from the 19th century. If the theories they implicate are indeed Eurocentric, then they should be rejected outright. But first a relevant question presents itself: are the characterizations accurate? We need to understand why, as Dipesh Chakrabarty contends, the modern experience of the East could not be written as a simple application of the analytics of capital and nationalism available to Western Marxism. 1. Chakrabarty and other subalternist theorists acknowledge that many of the foundational historical arguments for this thesis were either developed in or inspired by the work of Ranjit Guha, who, starting in the very first volume of Subaltern Studies, offered a historical sociology of colonial India that sought to establish the specificity of colonial modernity. His focus was the Indian experience, but the relevance of these essays is considered to extend far beyond the subcontinent. Guha argued that while liberal and colonial ideology described Indian political development as coextensive with the European experience, in fact the modernization of India departed in basic ways from that of Western Europe. The differences were significant enough to create a qualitatively different kind of political culture in South Asia. It is on the basis of this argument that much subsequent subalternist theorization proceeded. The root cause of the East-West divergence is taken to reside in the peculiar nature of the colonial bourgeoisie. As summarized in Theses 1 and 2 in the preceding chapter, it is the absence of a revolutionary bourgeoisie that accounts for the persistence of two parallel political domains, the elite and the subaltern. Had capital in the colonial setting not forsaken its universalizing mission, it would have integrated subaltern culture into its own liberal worldview as part of its hegemonic strategy. In so doing, it would have generated a coherent culture, as was purportedly achieved in Europe. But in colonial India, Guha suggests, capital attained dominance without integrating the dominated classes into either its own worldview or the institutions characteristic of its rule in Europe. There thus remained a chasm between elite and subaltern domains. Hence, political culture in colonial and post-colonial settings did not and could not converge with the patterns observed in Europe. The subaltern domain continued to subsist as a distinct sphere, even though it could not remain hermetically sealed from elite influence. The persistence of this divide in the post-colonial world is what motivates the call for a new framework, because, the subalternists declare, Marxist and liberal theories attain validity only in settings with a secure bourgeois culture. This is a remarkably ambitious and exciting set of arguments. If successful, they would provide the subalternist project with a powerful historical sociology on which could rest its more ambitious and widely known pronouncements. It is therefore remarkable how little attention these arguments have drawn. While his work has elicited a great deal of commentary, it is Guha's theorization of peasant rebellion in elementary aspects of peasant insurgency in colonial India that has attracted the most attention, though, as I shall argue in Chapter 7, there has been a rather dramatic misrepresentation of the book, often by the subalternists themselves. Point 2. Yet even while elementary aspects has attained a special status in post-colonial studies, it is not the site at which Guha developed his case for the two roads to bourgeois power. Initially he presented these arguments, albeit in highly telescoped form, in Subaltern Studies' debut collection in 1982.3. He then developed them further in two essays published in 1989 and 1992, which were brought together in 1997 in the aptly titled Dominance Without Hegemony. For it is this pair of essays that develop the arguments relevant to our discussion. In an important sense, even though Guha elaborated his views on this issue following the release of Elementary Aspects of Peasant Insurgency, the latter presupposes the basic framework laid down by the former. So, if the wider arguments in the subalternist oeuvre are to be assessed, the first requirement is an appraisal of the historical sociology on which they rest, as developed by Guha. It is to this task that the present chapter, and the two that follow, are devoted. 2.1 Subaltern Studies in Context. Subaltern Studies was born of crisis. In a retrospective look at the project's origins, Ranjit Guha recalls the sense of frustration and bewilderment felt by many Indian radicals, especially the younger ones, during the 1970s. In the latter half of the 1960s, India had descended into its deepest political crisis since independence. The Indian National Congress, Inc., had been through a bitter leadership battle after Jawaharlal Nehru's death in 1964, from which his daughter, Indira Gandhi, emerged as party leader and prime minister, but not before a bruising confrontation with regional party bosses. Furthermore, India had its second war with Pakistan in 1971, which also caused massive economic hardship for working people, triggering a significant upswing in industrial conflict and culminating in a historic strike by the Indian Railway Union, which, at its peak, involved well over 1 million workers. Although the strike lasted only about 3 weeks, its scope was enormous, shutting down much of the national rail system, and only massive state mobilization of the police and paramilitary forces achieved its defeat. 5 In the countryside, peasant actions in West Bengal and Andhra Pradesh were being organized by breakaway communist activists, who soon came to be known as Naxalites, and who declared the bankruptcy of not only the Congress Party but the two major communist parties as well. And in 1975, Indira Gandhi declared a nationwide state of emergency, suspending constitutional liberties and unleashing a wave of repression across the country. The emergency lasted almost 2 years, and when, in a fit of hubris, Gandhi called for national elections in 1977, fully expecting to win, the outcome was an overwhelming defeat for the INC by a loose coalition of opposition parties. For the first time since 1947, the Congress had been ousted from power in Delhi. This decade-long crisis formed the backdrop to the launch of subaltern studies. As Guha recalls, the events of the 1970s called into question the national mythology about Indian political culture. At the very least, the political maelstrom belied the Indian National Congress's claim to represent the masses. The ruling elite could not unleash its wave of repression while still claiming the ascendancy of the Congress to power in independent India as the fulfillment of a promise of rulership by consent. 6 But the doubts did not stop there. The crisis years had exposed a chasm separating the political universe of the ruling elite from the culture of subaltern groups. The whole idea of a national political body, a new and encompassing ethos that bound the polity together at independence, seemed now to be no more than a shibboleth. What came to be questioned, Guha writes, was thus not only the record of the ruling party which had been in power for over 2 decades by then, but also the entire generation that had put it in power. 7. If Congress rule had not in fact rested on the consent of the masses, then serious questions arose about its rise to power, its connection to the Indian population, its strategy during the independence movement, and so on. One of the many unsettling effects of the 1970s, Guha continues, was to bring the impact of the 20-year-old nation-states crisis to bear on a settled and in many respects codified understanding of the colonial past. 8 What the intellectual ferment called for was a new analysis of Indian politics over the previous half-century or so, starting with the final decades of colonial rule. Guha summarizes the issue in 2 related puzzles. 1. What was there in our colonial past and our engagement with nationalism to land us in our current predicament, that is, the aggravating and seemingly insoluble difficulties of the nation-state? 2. How are the unbearable difficulties of our current condition compatible with and explained by what happened during colonial rule and our predecessors' engagement with the politics and culture of that period? 9. The turbulent decade thus pressed into relief an intellectual project, to undertake a re-examination of late colonial politics, and thereby to generate an explanation for the political turmoil in which the nation was now embroiled, 3 decades after independence. Central to this project would be an investigation of the real roots of Congress power, an explication of its inability to mold a cohesive nation-state, an exploration of its resort to coercion to maintain its rule, and a discussion of what this revealed about the dominant order. It is important now, 3 decades after the launching of subaltern studies, to recall that the inspiration was, at its core, political. It was geared to achieve an understanding of the roots of the political order that colonialism had bequeathed to the subcontinent. The goal was to inaugurate a new historiography of colonialism, and of the nationalist response to British rule, as a step toward understanding the crisis of the post-colonial state. 2.2 The roots of the post-colonial crisis. The core elements of the subalternist collective's theorization of India's political crisis were offered in the inaugural volume of Subaltern Studies. In its opening pages 10 it was Ranjit Guha who introduced the argument, and he did so as a set of numbered propositions, which captured the two axes that became central to much of his later work: the roots of the political impasse, and the failure of existing historiography to account for it. Guha began by noting that an encompassing political culture did not exist in India. Instead, the colonial era produced an enduring divide between the spheres of elite political and subaltern politics. Elite politics was coextensive with the domain of formal juridical institutions. This was the dimension of Indian political culture that had been modernized with the onset of colonialism, through which British administrative and juridical practices had been transplanted over the course of their rule. The elite political sphere was, of course, inhabited by the European elites who managed the colonial state apparatus. It also included, Guha seems to suggest, their Indian collaborators, those sections of the domestic ruling class that were recruited into the colonial order. To be sure, these new institutions were not entirely pristine replications of their European counterparts. Of necessity, they had to be fused with elements of the pre-colonial state apparatus inherited from the Mughal state. Nevertheless, this domain of politics had its own integrity and its own practices. While elite politics could be identified with the modern, formal institutions built around the colonial state, subaltern politics constituted a distinct domain, set apart from that of the ruling classes, with an idiom and practices of its own. Central to these was a reliance on informal, local networks that were based on kinship, local ties, and the primordial relations typical of traditional agrarian societies. Occasionally, under certain conditions, this reliance on local networks also generated class association. Generally, however, whereas the elite domain was characterized by the discourse of law and juridical equality, the subaltern domain was suffused with traditional forms of hierarchy and subordination. The transformation that accompanied colonialism was thus of a certain kind. Although it did transplant recognizably modern practices to the subcontinent, these practices remained largely confined to the upper crust of the political system, leaving the culture of the subaltern classes largely intact. Not only did each domain have its distinct idiom and reproductive practices, it also had its characteristic form of political mobilization. Elites relied on typically oligarchical, top-down strategies to elicit mass support for their campaigns using parts of the state apparatus, patron-client networks, subtle forms of coercion, the mass media, and so on. Subaltern mobilization, on the other hand, was horizontal in its tactical deployment, relying on the same informal associational forms that were central to political reproduction in this sphere. Mainstream historiography, Guha charges, begins with the assumption that political culture under colonial rule was a seamless, integrated whole. It assumes that subaltern culture had become assimilated into that of the dominant classes. Hence, in its examination of elite political practice and discourse, it wrongly assumes that the conclusions derived from a study of this domain will also pertain to the political practice of subaltern groups. But the domains had not in fact been integrated, he reminds us, and the political practice associated with each was quite distinct. Subaltern political mobilization therefore warrants a historiography of its own, sensitive to its peculiarities, its distinctive moral universe, in short, its independence from elite political discourse and design. Only thus can we discover the roots of the present crisis, for it is in the persistent discontinuity between the two domains that we will find the key to the post-colonial state's crisis. The fissure between elite and subaltern spheres was not preordained, nor was it the outgrowth of certain enduring cultural facts about India. It was, rather, the consequence of a very specific peculiarity of India's colonial experience, the index of an important historical truth, that is, the failure of the Indian bourgeoisie to speak for the nation. 11 What Guha means by this is that the Indian bourgeoisie failed to successfully integrate the culture of the disparate groupings in Indian society into one all-embracing political community. Of particular relevance was its failure to assimilate the laboring classes into its political project, especially in the years leading up to independence from the British. As he observes, there remained vast areas in the life and consciousness of the people which were never integrated into the bourgeoisie's hegemony. 12. The persistence of the two distinct domains is thus a direct consequence of the failure of a particular historical agent, namely, the bourgeoisie. And although in this synoptic presentation Guha focuses on Indian capitalists, we will see below that the failure belonged to capital as a whole in the colonial era, in both its European and Indian guises. Had the bourgeoisie secured hegemony, the process of national integration could have been successful, thereby generating a coherent national political culture rather than the fractured dualism that India actually inherited. Now in this early essay, Guha does point to one other actor who might have been relevant for pushing India in the direction of an integrated political order, the working class. Toward the very end of the piece, he raises the possibility that the nationalist movement could have taken a different path, and produced a different outcome, had labor been able to assert itself more effectively. The bourgeoisie could have been pushed into a subordinate position, or could have been displaced altogether, in the style of a national liberation movement. The reason this did not take place was that the working class was not sufficiently mature in the objective conditions of its social being and in its consciousness to pull the movement in a different direction. Point 13. This is a curious diagnosis of labor's failure. Was the Indian working class less mature in its objective conditions than the Chinese or Vietnamese? What, in any case, does it mean for conditions to be mature? Clearly, one could quibble with Guha's argument. But what is noteworthy is that, at this stage, he opens up the possibility of two distinct outcomes for the Indian nationalist movement and two actors relevant to its course, capital and labor. However, this is the only time that Guha or his colleagues contemplates two distinct paths. In his subsequent work, the focus is trained single-mindedly on the capitalist class, its nature, preferences, political strategy, and failings. We will see that this turns out to be a critical failing of subaltern studies, not just as historiography but also as analysis. Let us return to the argument about the bourgeoisie's failure to achieve hegemony. For it to have any plausibility, Guha would need to provide two additional pieces of information. First, we would need a working definition of hegemony, to assess whether Indian capitalists did in fact fail at securing it. The concept is notoriously slippery, and if any verdict is to be rendered on the value of Guha's argument, then we need to have a working definition of what the term denotes. Second, and just as important, Guha would need to provide a specific kind of counterfactual, which established two claims implicit in his argument, the first claim being that the relevant agent capable of bringing about an integrated political culture is in fact the bourgeoisie, since it is to the politics and record of this actor that he directs his attention in the Indian case. For the bourgeoisie to shoulder the blame in India, it must have been appropriately successful elsewhere. We must be confident that this actor does have an interest in and capacity for the task Guha assigns it. Second, Guha needs to adduce cases in which this actor did indeed achieve hegemony over subaltern classes, so that not only can we be confident that hegemony is a real possibility but, even more so, have some sense of what hegemony looks like when it actually obtains. In other words, although Guha did not make much of this point when he penned the opening essay to Subaltern Studies, the argument for the Indian bourgeoisie's failure is intrinsically and unavoidably contrastive. To announce a failure in nation building or in achieving hegemony simply makes no sense unless judged against historical cases that can be taken as standards of nation building and genuine bourgeois hegemony. Absent a real historical benchmark, there is no way to assess whether the Indian record is one of relative success or failure. Could it not be that the Indian experience just happens to be what hegemony looks like? Guha took up neither of these challenges in Subaltern Studies I. He was content, at that point, to present his core propositions as the signposts of a new research agenda. It was in a series of later essays that he fleshed out what he had in mind when he characterized the bourgeoisie as having failed to gain hegemony, and it was in these essays that he offered some sense of where we might find successful hegemonic projects against which the Indian achievement could be judged. As indicated earlier in this chapter, The two key publications toward this end were first published as Dominance Without Hegemony and Its Historiography, 1989, and Discipline and Mobilize, 1992, and were conjoined as the core of his 1997 book Dominance Without Hegemony. It was in this book that readers could view Guha's argument at its fullest, inasmuch as he provided both the ingredients missing from his opening salvo in Subaltern Studies I. It is to this larger work that we now turn. 2.3 The Two Paths to Bourgeois Power. Dominance Without Hegemony is structured not simply as history but as a critique of what Guha presents as liberal ideology. He argues that the dominant liberal historiography of India, in both its colonial and nationalist versions, suffers from a basic misconception. It assumes that the dominant classes and subaltern groups inhabited the same political and cultural universe. As a result, it blandly assumes that histories of elite strategies and preferences are an accurate stand-in for the political goals and contributions of the lower orders. But for such a state of affairs to have obtained, the dominant class in India, the capitalist class, would have had to establish its hegemony over society as a whole, which is exactly what Guha is concerned to deny. Since the bourgeoisie failed in this regard, the various and sundry political forces did not coalesce into one encompassing community. This was the failure of the nation to come into its own. And this was what laid down the conditions for the political crisis of the 1970s. But what exactly is hegemony, and how does it generate an encompassing political sphere, bringing together all the disparate social groupings? Guha defines hegemony as a state in which a class establishes its dominance by relying more on the consent of other classes than it does on coercion. As he presents it, hegemony stands for a condition of dominance, d, such that persuasion, p, outweighs coercion, c. 14 Hegemony does not imply the absence of coercion but rather its relegation to a minor role, relative to the importance of persuasion. A hegemonic class maintains its rule by eliciting the active consent of subaltern groups to its dominance in society. In so doing, it speaks for all of society, as Guha frequently puts it. This ability to speak for society is what enables the bourgeoisie to tear down the walls separating elite culture from that of subaltern groups, and thus to incorporate the latter into the political nation. Capital wins over other groups to its rule by accommodating their interests to some significant degree, by creating a polity in which the pursuit of interests is no longer a zero-sum game. 15. Notably, Guha argues that hegemony is an achievement entirely specific to modern, capitalist polities. It is a condition that was, he argues, impossible in pre-capitalist systems. Pre-modern ruling classes had neither the interest nor the capacity to incorporate laboring groups into the political culture. They did not strive to elicit subaltern consent, basing their rule instead on brute force or the threat of its application. 16 There was no attempt at persuasion, no exchange at the level of culture, no process of political education. These polities were despotisms pure and simple. Guha concludes that, strictly speaking, formations such as this did not have a ruling culture, although there was a ruler's culture operating side by side with that of the ruled in a state of mutual indifference. 17 The potential for their integration into an organic whole came about only with the rise of capitalism, as part of the political project of the rising bourgeoisie. Now that we have a sense of what the concept of hegemony denotes, we come to the second challenge, namely, what are the cases of the successful attainment of hegemony against which the Indian case is being judged? The arena in which capital was able most clearly to establish itself as the hegemonic class was Western Europe, in particular England and France, and the period in which these advances were made was the early modern era. In fact, the time of capital's ascension to power can be pinpointed with some accuracy, for it was in two revolutionary explosions that the bourgeoisie established its rule, the English Revolution of 1640 and the Great French Revolution of 1789. These revolutions marked the arrival of not only a new class but a new form of rule, an entirely new structure of class dominance. The modern bourgeoisie, as exemplified by English and French capitalists, maintained their power through the consent of the masses. In so doing, they also created the modern political nation. This is the achievement against which the performance of the Indian bourgeoisie is judged. For Guha, the European experience established two things: first, that the bourgeoisie is the critical agent behind the establishment of the modern political nation, with its characteristic political idiom and institutions, and second, that the achievements are most clearly exemplified in the classic bourgeois revolutions of the early modern era. The capitalist class in India had the opportunity to construct its own nation, through a political mobilization of its own, when it participated in the nationalist mobilization against colonial rule. It could have charted a path parallel to the one taken by the classic capitalist classes in Europe, constructing a viable and consensual political order. But, Guha argues, the independence movement merely revealed the Indian bourgeoisie's utter inadequacy, its abject failure to attain real hegemony over the rest of society. The standard set by the European achievement Guha refers to as the competence of the class, its potential as an historic agent. To this he contrasts the performance of the actual class, as it was found in India. The difference between its competence and its actual performance is what he is pressing in his later essays. The conditions under colonialism were such that the Indian bourgeoisie's performance fell far short of its competence. Point 18. Indeed, the shortfall was so significant that it constitutes, for Guha, a fact of world historic significance. It amounts to a structural fault in the historic project of the bourgeoisie. 19. In other words, even though colonialism created a bourgeoisie on the subcontinent and placed it on a trajectory that might have followed that of European modernization, this was not to be. The Indian capitalist class was committed to a political project fundamentally different from that of its European predecessors. Colonialism created a bourgeoisie, but one that would not, or could not, forge a recognizably modern political order. The error of liberal historiography, then, is its assumption that the colonial order was built around real bourgeois hegemony, as was the case in Western Europe. It construes the colonial state as an extension of the liberal state of Great Britain. On the nationalist side, historians have assumed that the Indian bourgeoisie secured the ability to speak for the nation, much as English and French capitalists had done during the classic bourgeois revolutions. Both of these formulations, however, fail to appreciate the structural fault between the bourgeois project as it took shape in Europe, and its local manifestation in the subcontinent. What, then, explains this fault line separating the trajectory of the classic bourgeois transitions in the West from the bourgeois transitions in the colonies? To explain the disjuncture between the two experiences, Guha must proceed by first establishing the nature of the paradigmatic transformation in Europe and then by examining why a similar transformation was forestalled in India, even though actors of the same kind dominated the scene. 2.4 Capital's universalizing tendency and the bourgeois revolutions. For Guha, Europe's political modernization issued from the same underlying forces as its economic modernization, the rise and subsequent ascendance of the capitalist class. Having arisen within the confines of feudal agrarian structures, the emergent bourgeoisie found its further economic expansion blocked by the ancien regime. In order to remove the obstacles to its further expansion, the capitalist class undertook a political struggle against the feudal monarchy. Once in power, the nascent capitalist class consolidated its economic program through legislation that enabled a more rapid spread of markets into the agrarian economy. They also initiated an ambitious program of political and cultural liberalization to round out the process of economic liberalization. As we will see, the central components of this dimension of European development were, for Guha, the creation of liberal political institutions and the eventual forging of a national political identity. More to the point, because the construction of these institutions is an achievement attributed to the bourgeoisie, it constitutes the standard against which Indian capital's agency is measured. Guha, as well as the subalternists in general, insists that this modernizing project was in turn driven by a deeper structural force, namely, the universalizing drive of capital. This concept occupies a central place in their theoretical work. At times they refer to it as a drive, at other times as an urge or even a mission, and sometimes as a tendency. They do take the universalizing drive to have propelled Europe's political and economic transformation, but they also see it as having governed the emergence of the dominant ideologies of the era: liberalism, secularism, and socialism. Thus, while the bourgeoisie's political struggle is the proximate cause of the ancien regime's demise, the struggle is in turn the expression of a deeper motor force. It is necessary, then, to examine what Guha has to say about the connection between capital's universalization and the bourgeois democratic transformation of Europe. This examination will enable an analysis of why a parallel process could not occur in India, and what the consequences were of this structural fault in the bourgeois project. Capital's universalizing tendency. At its core, capital's universalizing tendency is simply, for Guha, the drive by capitalists to expand their scope of operations. Although this is an economic imperative, it also brings along with it certain political and cultural transformations. Guha draws directly on Marx's theory in this regard, and his summary statement reads like an introduction to the Moor himself. This universalizing tendency derives from the self-expansion of capital. Its function is to create a world market, subjugate all antecedent modes of production, and replace all jural and institutional concomitants of such modes and generally the entire edifice of pre-capitalist cultures by laws, institutions, values, and other elements of a culture appropriate to bourgeois rule. 20. We should note that the transformative urge has two distinct components for Guha: the economic, which pushes capital to expand into the world, create a global market, and then supplant antediluvian economic forms that stand in its way, and the politico-cultural, which refers to the construction of bourgeois norms and practices in areas where capital takes root. We will have more to say on this distinction later in the present chapter, and a great deal more in chapters 4 and 5. For now, it is enough to underline that Guha is aware of this distinction, and seems to suggest that the two dimensions should be coextensive. The propulsive force of capital's self-expansion has some important consequences. The first of these is that it creates an interest in overthrowing the ancien regime. In the orthodox Marxist account, which Guha takes for granted, early modern capitalists found their expansion blocked by the feudal nobility's political and cultural dominance. Feudal lords used their influence within the state to enact legislation that obstructed the further consolidation of capitalist production. Thus, through the use of state levers, pre-modern economic forms were kept artificially alive: the protection of noble privileges, the grant of monopoly rights to particular merchants and regional lords, the numerous price and quantity controls allowed to guilds, and so on. The fact that such obstacles were encountered by the vast majority of capitalist economic units generated a corresponding consciousness around a collective project, both political and cultural, a project to seek state power in order to fashion juridical structures aligned with the needs of the multiplying capitalist enterprises and to push aside the class of nobles kept on life support by the state's protection. This is the sense in which capital's universalizing drive created, for the nascent bourgeoisie, an interest and motive to launch a political struggle against the feudal order. Another consequence of capital's universalizing drive was to complement the interest in initiating a political campaign with the capacity to effectively wage the campaign. Drawing again on his reading of Marx, Guha argues that it is this universalist drive which, as Marx argues in the German ideology, makes the emergence of ruling ideas a necessary concomitant of capital's dominance in the mode of production and enables these ideas, in turn, to invest the bourgeoisie with the historic responsibility to represent the rest of society, to speak for the nation. 21. In other words, the emergent bourgeois class is able to rise above its sectional outlook and build upon its common interests with other classes, especially workers and peasants, to forge a collective political project against the ancien regime. Its interests are successfully represented as universal interests. Indeed, at the moment of struggle, they are universal, inasmuch as they are the condition for the furtherance of the interests of its allies. 22. This is the basis for bourgeois hegemony in the anti-feudal struggle. Having achieved this popular hegemony, it mobilizes the broad political coalition of allied classes against the feudal monarchy in order to replace it with the new bourgeois order. The bourgeois revolutions. The dynamic described in the preceding section was, for Guha, most clearly captured in what he calls the comprehensive character of the English and French revolutions respectively of 1648 and 1789-23. Apparently he takes the social analysis of these revolutions to be uncontroversial. Despite their central place in his analysis, he expends little effort in explaining their origins, nor does he defend his interpretation of their significance. He seems to take the interpretation he offers as apodictic. This generates a stark imbalance in his presentation of the contrast between the European bourgeoisie's rise to power and that of colonial capital. While the latter is described in great detail, the former is relegated to condensed and rather cryptic statements. Nevertheless, the main elements of Guha's analysis are clear enough. To encapsulate his views, he approvingly quotes Marx's characterization of the revolutions as having heralded a new social order, the victory of bourgeois ownership over feudal ownership, of nationality over provincialism, of competition over the guild, of the rule of landowner over the domination of the owner by the land, of enlightenment over superstition, and so forth. Point 24. The bourgeois revolutions thus represented nothing less than a complete social and cultural revolution. Guha considers three aspects to be central to their significance. Dismantling feudal landed power. The revolutions were launched by the bourgeoisie in order to dismantle feudal agrarian relations. This follows naturally from the premise that capital is propelled to expand its zone of operation. In predominantly agricultural economies, as long as the peasantry remained in possession of its land and was subject to feudal rent, capital would come up against hard limits to its expansion. The central task in 1640 and in 1789, therefore, was to eradicate feudal lordly power. It was only with the abolition of feudal property that the bourgeoisie could fulfill its historic mission to overturn the rule of the landowner, create a national market, overcome localism, forge a national community, and so on. The critical place of this element of the classic revolutions emerges even more clearly when Guha explains the reasons for Indian capital's failures. Above all, for him, the roots of failure lie in the compromises made with landed classes, so that instead of overthrowing them, capital acceded to their continued rule in the countryside, securing hegemony over the anti-feudal coalition. Even though the bourgeoisie was committed to overthrowing feudal power, it could not do so alone. It was still a minor actor in the broader political landscape, lacking the means to assault the dominant order on its own. Hence, it had to bring other classes, primarily the peasantry, but also subordinate urban classes, to its side. It could do so either by various authoritarian and coercive means, or by soliciting their consensual participation. Guha maintains that one of the crowning achievements of the bourgeoisie in the great revolutions of 1640 and 1789 was that it secured broad-ranging consent to its leadership. This is an important part of his argument. He regards a central contrast between the bourgeois revolutions and the Indian nationalist movement to have been that elite leaders in the former movements secured compliance from subaltern classes through consent, while those in the latter could do so only through coercion. Guha contends that the leaders of the bourgeois revolutions achieved consent by genuinely accommodating subaltern interests within their political programs, an instance of capital's universalizing tendency, though he does not detail what those concessions might have been. What he seems to have in mind is peasants and workers being won over on the promise to dismantle seigneurial power, and, equally important, the promise of political liberties. The effectiveness of bourgeois leadership issued from the fact that the concessions they made were real, not empty slogans. Their assumption of leadership thus had a genuine basis. It was initially as an acknowledgement of the connection between its own interests and those of all the other non-ruling classes that the bourgeoisie had led the struggle against feudalism and established its hegemony over the peasantry. 25. The bourgeoisie, then, acquired social consent to its leadership through recognition of subaltern interests. The reliance on consent, as against coercion or discipline, is what Guha takes to be the defining characteristic of political hegemony. He often discusses hegemony not only in terms of consent, but as the ability truly to represent the interests of others, to speak for other classes. In the bourgeois revolutions, he writes, the bourgeoisie in the West could speak for all of society in a recognizably hegemonic voice, even as it was striving for power, or had just won it. 26 A hegemonic class can speak for all of society because it recognizes, and represents, the interests of subordinate groups. In so doing, it can relegate coercion to a secondary or even peripheral role in the maintenance of its power. Its strategy is to integrate the other classes into one encompassing community of interests, albeit one in which power imbalances are preserved. From coalitional hegemony to social hegemony. The third critical feature of the bourgeois revolutions was their outcome, the construction of a social order in which the bourgeoisie was hegemonic, not merely dominant. What this means is that, just as it did during the anti-feudal mobilization, capital maintains its power by relying more on consent than on coercion. We move now from hegemony as a characteristic of a political movement to hegemony as a means of social integration. In his discussion of how the bourgeoisie secures popular consent to its rule, Guha returns to the language of representation. The dominant class secures its power by representing all of the will of the people. 27 So, the achievement of the British and French bourgeoisie was that it anchored its rule not on coercion or force, but on its willingness to represent wider social interests. In this way, it embarked on the creation of an entirely new political community, unlike anything witnessed before the advent of bourgeois rule. The bourgeoisie created a new political nation, based on universal principles and issuing from its universalizing drive. While this characterization of the new political order does describe its functional form, it does not tell us much about the institutional mechanisms through which hegemony is reproduced. If the new ruling class committed itself to the representation of wider social interests, there must have been an institutional matrix through which it achieved this end. Unfortunately, Guha does not identify the institutional supports of hegemony in the new order. We must resort, therefore, to a more interpretive strategy, pulling together his scattered remarks on the matter. As discussed above, Guha often describes hegemony as the ability to speak for all of society or to represent the will of the people. What he seems to have in mind as the specific embodiment of this principle is that of liberalism, political and economic, both as a set of institutions and as the language of political contestation. Capital gains its legitimacy, its ability to speak for the nation, by opening a space for subaltern groups to articulate and pursue their interests, albeit within the limits of bourgeois property relations. The basic rights and freedoms associated with liberalism and political democracy are the means by which they achieve these ends. The formal freedoms associated with liberal democracy greatly expand the scope of political practice for the laboring classes. Moreover, in allowing for new political practices, they also create an entirely new political idiom. This means that the institutions of liberalism are not the only factor in the building of hegemony. The bourgeoisie also enables the creation of a new discursive form, what Guha calls a political idiom, through which interests are expressed by social actors. This idiom is that of rights, liberties, equality, universal principles. The political actualization of rights, freedoms, and the rule of law thus brings social classes into one encompassing political order and becomes the basis of a new political discourse. 28. The significance of the bourgeois revolutions, then, was that they embodied the universalizing tendency of capital. This tendency initially took shape as a broad, anti-feudal social coalition led by the bourgeoisie and became a new liberal political order based on universal rights and formal equality. In so doing, it created, for the first time, an encompassing political community that brought together dominant and subaltern classes into the same political domain. This was, for Guha, the historic achievement of the British and French bourgeoisie. As was said above, it set the standard against which the performance of colonial and national capital in India is measured. Having examined the significance of capital's universalizing drive in Europe, we now turn to its frustration in modern India. 2.5 Universalization abandoned, capital's colonial venture. Two forms of capital are relevant for understanding Indian political evolution: the capital that rested in European hands during the years of British rule, and the capital that belonged to Indian entrepreneurs. The very presence of these two forms, the fact that they successfully reproduced themselves over the course of 2 centuries and even swelled enormously in scale, might suggest that the universalizing tendency did materialize in the subcontinent. But Guha resists any such conclusion. While capital did migrate to the Indian subcontinent, it did not instantiate its universalism in the relevant way. What Guha has in mind is the political and cultural transformation that was unleashed in Europe. Judged by this standard, he announces, both groups failed. Neither segment of the class had any inclination to play the transformative role of their counterparts in early modern Europe. Hence, the universalist project we have been discussing hurled itself against an insuperable barrier in colonialism. 29. Let us, then, examine Guha's arguments for the dimensions of bourgeois failure, both British and Indian, within colonial India. The mythology of liberal colonialism. Guha begins with the observation that elite historiography assumes a basic continuity between the liberalism of British domestic culture and the structure of colonial rule. It regards the colonial state as an organic extension of the metropolitan bourgeois state, and colonialism as an adaptation, if not quite a replication, of the classic bourgeois culture of the West. In English rendering 30, taking as its model the European experience, liberal historiography assumes that capital, in its Indian career, succeeded in overcoming the obstacles to its self-expansion and subjugating all pre-capitalist relations in material and spiritual life well enough to enable the bourgeoisie to speak for all of society, as it had done on the occasion of its historic triumphs in 1648 and 1789.31. This view, generated by the bourgeoisie itself and propagated by its intellectual representatives, has sustained liberal apologetics for both the colonial and the post-colonial political order. Given this core assumption, notes Guha, it is hardly surprising that colonialism was regarded by bourgeois apologists as a positive instance of the universalizing instance of capital. 32. Or that a basic continuity was assumed between the colonial era and the regime that followed it. Guha affirms that there was, in fact, a deep continuity between the two, but not in the fashion suggested by liberal ideology. On the contrary, in neither era was either segment of capital inclined to carry out the mission to which both claimed fidelity. Colonial capital. There were 2 indices of the colonial bourgeoisie's abrogation of its historic mission in India. The first was its willingness to impose an autocratic order rather than a liberal one, and the second was its resort to an alliance with, rather than the destruction of, the ancien regime. Guha takes the political order established in India by the colonizers as direct evidence that the British bourgeoisie was not committed to the same project it had launched at home. He points to the anomaly of the metropolitan bourgeoisie, who had professed and practiced democracy at home, but were quite happy to conduct the government of their Indian empire as an autocracy. 33. But while he frequently refers to this disjuncture as a paradox or anomaly, he understands that it is not entirely surprising. 34. The fact that the colonial state was created by the sword made this historically necessary. 35. It was, after all, a forcible imposition of alien rule on a subject population. The very idea of its transmutation into a liberal order was therefore problematic. Since the state had to be autocratic, there was no possibility of incorporating the laboring classes into the broad political culture in the way that had been accomplished in Europe. They remained an external force, with their own culture and interests, and while they no doubt had to be accounted for, they were not an active part of the political process. In sum, for Guha, the nature of the state presented the first and perhaps most important obstacle to the colonial bourgeoisie's construction of a hegemonic order. Another significant obstacle to the implantation of a liberal order in the colony was the kind of alliance system that the British had to forge. Of necessity, even while pushing aside the established ruling classes, colonial authorities were forced to enlist them as junior partners in the state. A few thousand colonial administrators from an alien culture could hardly hope to achieve stable rule without bringing into the fold some local sources of power. Again, in contrast to the European precedent, the new elite therefore reached out to pre-capitalist ruling groups. A natural concomitant was the preservation of these groups' sources of income and power, and thereby the idiom of local politics, with the result that feudal practices, far from being abolished or at least reduced, were in fact reinforced under a government representing the authority of the world's most advanced bourgeoisie. 36. This underlines the point that the colonial bourgeoisie's antagonism to feudal values and institutions in their own society made little difference, to their vast tolerance of pre-capitalist values and institutions in Indian society. 37. The preservation of these institutions further solidified traditional power relations and, in so doing, prevented the creation of a hegemonic bourgeois regime. There was no drive to create a singular people nation. Instead, the heritage of colonial rule was the reproduction of archaic power relations and through that, the distinctiveness of subaltern culture in contact with, but separate from, the culture of its rulers. Herein lay the structural fault separating the bourgeois project in Europe from that in India. British capital exchanged its historic mission for the opportunity to secure power in its new zones of conquest. Guha concludes that colonialism could continue as a relation of power in the subcontinent only on the condition that the colonizing bourgeoisie should fail to live up to its universalist project. 38. The Indian bourgeoisie. If we turn now to the domestic bourgeoisie, we find that the Indian counterpart to the bourgeois revolutions in Europe was the nationalist movement for independence. The British and French capitalist classes came to power by overthrowing the feudal monarchies. Indian capital in its turn had to confront the power of feudal landed classes. But in taking them on, capital came up against not a feudal state per se but rather a colonial state that was patronizing these classes. In some respects, capital's task paralleled that of its European predecessors. It still had to confront traditional classes but could do so only by crafting a broad political coalition. As Guha puts it, it would still have to express its hegemonic urge in the form of universality. 39. But the form taken by this universalism would have to differ somewhat from the European version. It would have to be not just an anti-feudal coalition, but a nationalist movement. Thanks to the historic conditions of its formation, declares Guha, the Indian bourgeoisie could strive towards its hegemonic aim only by constituting all the members of society into a nation and their common interest into an ideal form of a nationalism. 40. Any verdict on the Indian bourgeoisie's competence at its historic mission thus derives, above all, from its performance in the nationalist movement. And the verdict is severe indeed. Guha's summary assessment is that Indian capital failed on all three fronts that he considers central to the classic bourgeois revolutions. The accommodation to landlordism. First, and perhaps foundationally, Indian capital never launched a frontal assault on the traditional landed nobility as had British and French capitalists. Instead, it tried to reach an accommodation with them. Says Guha, fostered by colonialism and dependent on the latter for its very survival during its formative phase, it had learned to live at peace with those pre-capitalist modes of production and culture which made the perpetuation of British rule possible. 41. The bourgeoisie thus subsisted in a symbiosis with landlordism and complicity with many forms of feudal oppression. 42. Rather than in tension with it, as was the case in Europe, according to Guha. The result was that an attack on traditional classes simply was not on the cards for the nationalist movement. The failure to hegemonize the nationalist movement. Indian capital's reluctance to attack landlordism placed severe limits on the bourgeoisie's ability to represent the common interest. One critical manifestation of this inability was the failure to bring the laboring classes under its leadership. As long as it refused to break with traditional landed elites, it could not accommodate even the basic demands of the peasantry, such as the call for rent reductions. 43. Instead of mobilizing the peasantry against the landed classes, the bourgeoisie sought the latter's patronage. 44. The working class quickly discovered that, since capital had placed strict limits on its own political vision and ambitions, it would have little patience for integrating workers' interests in its strategy. 45. As a result, by the time they were called upon to mobilize in the campaigns initiated by the nationalist leadership at the end of the First World War, both these groups, i.e., workers and peasants, had already developed class aims which it was not possible for the bourgeoisie to accommodate in any program sponsored exclusively under its own auspices. 46. The consequences of this failure to incorporate the class interests of subaltern groups lie at the heart of Guha's overall argument. The first and more direct consequence was that the bourgeoisie could not legitimately claim to represent the nation. Guha seems to rely here on a counterfactual, though he does not explicitly say this, that the evidence for genuine leadership of a movement would appear to be the absence of contending claims to that leadership. 47 But because the Indian National Congress had been unable to acquire the working masses' consent to its leadership, that space came under challenge by other political forces, socialists, communists, and other radicals, as well as other nationalist parties. This was the glimmer of an alternative hegemony to which Guha alluded in his inaugural Subaltern Studies essay, a hegemony that, if successful, would have been based in the working class and its allies. 48 These forces were not, of course, able to displace the Inc. from the helm of the movement. But neither was the Inc. able to drive them out. They remained, throughout the movement's later phases, a visible and contending force. So, while the European capitalists had been able to win a hegemonic position over its mass movements, in India there was always yet another voice, a subaltern voice, that spoke for a large part of society which it was not for the bourgeoisie to represent. 49. Having failed to secure their active consent to its leadership, the bourgeoisie had no choice but to keep the laboring classes in line by resorting to coercion. They turned to traditional forms of authority, both material and ideational, to maintain their place at the helm of the movement. Instead of appealing to their common interests with the masses as an incentive for the latter's participation, they leaned instead on subtle or overt threats and on traditional notions of duty, obligation, and station. 50 The means used by the Indian bourgeoisie to assert control, which Guha takes as paradigmatic of a non-hegemonic leadership, were of two functional kinds: mechanisms to ensure conformity within the ranks of Congress, cadre, or crowds participating in public events such as rallies, and measures to ensure wider social compliance with political initiatives such as boycotts and political campaigns. The main difference between the two was that the former pertained to a narrower band of social groups, namely those that were already within the Inc. or were in close contact with it, and the latter pertained to a far wider set of strata, many of which had no direct contact with the Inc. as an organizational body. Guha takes the use of these disciplinary measures as proof that the Inc. had failed to elicit genuine consent from the masses and thus had failed to emerge as the authentic voice of subaltern aspirations. It is noteworthy that he does not say it was the degree of coercion or the kind of disciplinary measures that signaled the failure of consent. He simply points to the fact that discipline was used and then interprets this as a signal that the bourgeoisie and its political organ had failed to emerge as the nation's genuine representative. It is a somewhat surprising argument. Undoubtedly, an organization that relies on intimidation and terror over its own base cannot lay claim to representing that base. But Guha provides no evidence whatsoever that matters had reached this stage for the Congress, which, of course, they had not. To persuade us that the Inc.'s coercive measures fell outside the range of measures used by organizations that can safely be regarded as hegemonic would require some accounting. What is the permissible range of disciplinary measures for a hegemonic leadership, and what kinds of measures fall outside that range? But Guha gives us not even the smidgen of an argument in this direction. We are offered only two elements: the fact that coercion was used, and the conclusion that this demonstrates a failed hegemony. The failure of bourgeois liberalism. We now arrive at the third dimension of the Indian bourgeoisie's failure. Unwilling to attack landlordism, having compromised with feudal interests, refusing to acknowledge the authentic interests of labor and the peasantry, and unconfident in its political legitimacy, the bourgeoisie failed to establish its hegemony over the new order. In sum, the indigenous bourgeoisie, spawned and nurtured by colonialism itself, adopted a role that was distinguished by its failure to measure up to the heroism of the European bourgeoisie in its period of ascendancy. 51 Again, Guha's characterization of its failures reverts to the language of liberalism and representation. The liberalism the Indian bourgeoisie professed was never strong enough to exceed the limitations of the half-hearted initiatives for reform which issued from the colonial administration. This mediocre liberalism, a caricature of the vigorous democratic culture of the epoch of the rise of the bourgeoisie of the West, operated throughout the colonial period in a symbiotic relationship with the still active and vigorous forces of the semi-feudal culture of India. 52. The bourgeoisie's mediocre liberalism, which Guha contrasts to the heroism of the European bourgeoisie and in particular to the vigorous democratic culture that it helped cultivate, was the direct expression of its refusal to shape its program in ways that would accommodate the interests of the subaltern classes. It reflected capital's inability, or unwillingness, to secure their consent to its leadership. Capital's half-hearted liberalism meant, finally, a failure to integrate subaltern culture into its own. Having no organic link to the masses, resorting to becoming allied with traditional classes, and mobilizing traditional cultural tropes and forms of power to keep the masses in line during the independence movement, the bourgeoisie succeeded only in giving further life to the autonomy of subaltern culture. Instead of incorporating them into a new, inclusive, and expansive worldview, it preserved their traditional political practices and idioms. The consequence was the phenomenon which subaltern studies took as the defining feature of post-colonial India, the existence and reproduction of a distinct subaltern domain, a separate political culture that exists parallel to and in contact with, but has never been absorbed into, modern bourgeois politics. As Guha concludes, the failure of the bourgeoisie to speak for the nation during its nationalist phase carried over into the post-colonial era. That failure is self-evident from the difficulty which has frustrated the bourgeoisie in its effort so far at winning a hegemonic role for itself even after half a century since the birth of a sovereign Indian nation-state. The predicament continues to grow worse, and by current showing should keep the students of contemporary South Asia busy for years to come. 53. Thus, the ultimate expression of India's failed bourgeois revolution was the failure to build an integrated political culture, which would have been possible only if the capitalist class had recognized the real interests of the laboring classes. This it did not do, because as it entered India, capital in both its European and Indian guises abandoned its historic tasks. In exchange for power, capital relinquished its universalizing mission. 2.6 Conclusion. At the heart of the subalternist project, and of post-colonial theory more generally, stands the claim that there is a deep fault line separating Western capitalist nations from the post-colonial world. The importance of Ranjit Guha's work is that it offers a historical sociology that seeks to explain how and why this fault line came into being. The power of his argument lies in the fact that he does not derive it from the kind of essentialism that can sometimes be found in post-colonial theory or in the writings of other subalternists. He relies, instead, on a historical argument about the different biographies of capital in the two zones. Central to Guha's explanation is the claim that the kind of modernization that capital wrought in the West was not on the agenda as it traveled to the colonial world, that in colonial social formations, capital abandoned its universalizing drive. Having unpacked in some detail the specifics of this argument, we are now in a position to make some observations about its peculiarities. The first has to do with what Guha means by capital's universalization. Recall that he begins by locating the drive to universalize in the economic logic of capitalist production in what he calls the self-expansion of capital, which propels it to create a world market and subjugate all antecedent modes of production. 54 But, while Guha bases the expansion of capital's ambit on its economic logic, this soon recedes into the background of his analysis. What begins to loom larger is the notion that, as it expands, capital must also transform the political and cultural matrix of traditional societies. Indeed, for Guha, the true test for whether capital has established itself in a region, what he refers to as its universalization, is the extent to which it replaces the local culture with laws, institutions, values, and other elements of a culture appropriate to bourgeois rule. 55. Although this shift might appear minor, its consequences are significant. In Marx's rendering, the expansion of capital's sphere does not carry any direct implication for the form of political rule. The spread of its characteristic economic relations is consistent with, and might even require, coercive state structures. For Guha, however, since the universalizing drive is identified with acquisition of the consent of subaltern groups, His framework generates a distinct cultural criterion for testing the extent of capital's universalization. Insofar as capital fails to promote a liberal polity, it fails in its universalizing mission. With admirable clarity, Guha brings together the three phenomena: capital's universalization, bourgeois hegemony, and hegemony as the ability to represent the general will in a passage denouncing liberal apologetics. Here is no acknowledgement in liberal discourse that in reality the universalist project we have been discussing hurdled itself against an insuperable barrier in colonialism. Hence the attempt, in colonialist writings, to make the rule of British capital appear as a rule based on the consent of the subject population, that is, as hegemonic, and correspondingly to construct, in nationalist writings, the dominance of the Indian bourgeoisie as the political effect of a consensus representing the will of the people, that is, as hegemonic again. Point 56. The evidence for the failure of capital's universalization is that the bourgeoisie failed to garner the consent of those it was exploiting, or, even more, that it was unable to represent the will of the people. This strongly suggests that for the universalistic project to have successfully unfolded, capital needed to have emerged as spokesman for the general will. Where liberals err is not in their acceptance of this as a criterion for universalization, but in their claim that the Indian story embodies just such a project. Two issues are involved here. The first is the suggestion of a very tight fit between the economic dimension of capitalist expansion and the generation of a new cultural and political environment. Such a claim may not appear controversial, since it would seem natural to assume that a drastic change in economic institutions should call forth at least some changes in culture and politics. But it is one thing to argue that economic changes are likely to generate pressures for corresponding shifts in culture and politics. It is quite another to use particular institutional and cultural changes as a test for whether the economic transformation is in fact taking place. Guha not only argues that the universalization of capital induces the rise of new cultural forms, but he takes the dissemination of particular instances of these as a litmus for whether or not capital has been universalized. Hence his insistence that, in failing to transform subaltern culture, to break down its obduracy and integrate it into a national culture, capital abandoned its universalizing mission. He never considers the possibility that the expansion of capital's economic logic simply may not require the kind of deep cultural transformations that he thinks it does. He does not consider that capital might be able to meet its basic needs by relying on the very cultural forms he thinks are inimical to it, those typical of traditional political economies, suffused with outdated forms of social hierarchy and subordination. So, while there could certainly be some shifts in politics and culture, they may not be of the kind that Guha assumes are necessary. And just what are the institutions Guha points to as evidence for capital's universalization? Not only does he insist that capital must revolutionize the political culture, he seems also to have a very clear idea of just what the content of the new culture must be. Again and again, he links capital's universalization with the rise of liberal political and cultural institutions. If the colonial bourgeoisie failed in its mission, it is because of having turned its back on the liberalism it professed in the West. If the Indian business houses were found wanting in their mettle, it is because of their mediocre liberalism, which was a caricature of the liberalism of their Western counterparts. If capital in India failed in its transformative mission, it is because it did not replace the political idioms of the traditional order with those of modern bourgeois society: the rule of law, formal equality, self-determination, and so on. Capital's aborted universalization is inferred from the fact that these notions did not become institutionalized in the broader political culture. Guha does not consider that the shift to capitalist social structures might actually fit quite well with the idiom of traditional politics. If this is indeed the case, then the perpetuation of what he calls pre-capitalist institutions might not constitute evidence for an aborted universalization after all. Guha's argument about capital's universalization rests on his understanding of the bourgeoisie as historic actor. He takes the notions of bourgeois democracy and bourgeois liberalism quite literally. These political forms do not simply arise in the capitalist era but are, for him, desired and fought for by the bourgeoisie. Capitalists are, at least in the classic cases, the vectors of these ideals, and it is bourgeois agency that implants them in the political culture. As in the case for capital's universalization, Guha shifts the focus from the economic such as the imperative of profit maximization as the sine qua non of bourgeois goals, to the pursuit of certain political and cultural ends. The bourgeois revolutions are significant for him because they crystallize what he takes to be the real achievements of the bourgeoisie as a historical actor, not merely the establishment of capitalist economic relations, but the universalization of the class's political and ideological commitments. It is surprising that Guha does not entertain the possibility that the spread of the cultural and political forms he associates with the British and French bourgeoisie might have issued from other sources. Hence, while they might have become established in the capitalist era, they would not have been brought about by capitalist design. This is surprising only because, by the time Guha published Dominance Without Hegemony, there was a veritable mountain of historical literature pointing precisely in this direction. We now turn to the historical evidence on the course of the so-called bourgeois revolutions. Chapter 3. Dominance Without Hegemony, the Argument Assessed. As I have noted, Ranjit Guha's argument regarding the bourgeois paths to power in Europe, and then in India, is foundational to the subalternist enterprise. It cannot be regarded merely as a component specific to the early years of subaltern studies as a residue of the subalternists' immersion in Indian Marxism, which was then abandoned in later work. Dominance Without Hegemony was released in 1997, very much in the mature phase of the subalternist project, and its arguments were clearly intended to elaborate the highly compressed declarations of the inaugural volume in the series. In its essentials, the book is entirely faithful to the earlier propositions and thereby upholds a powerful line of continuity across the career of subaltern studies. Moreover, in subsequent work Guha has said nothing to suggest a deviation from the book's conclusions. Finally, his assessment of the structural fault separating the Indian bourgeoisie from its early modern predecessors in Europe is endorsed by other leading members of the collective, in particular by Dipesh Chakrabarty in his summation of subaltern studies theoretical commitments. Point 1. Having elaborated in some detail the structure of Guha's argument and the evidence he marshals in its defense, we are now positioned to offer an assessment. In this chapter, I examine the British and French experience in far greater depth than does Guha. His version of the story occurs in highly compressed statements scattered across 3 essays and always presented in the form of assertion, never as argument. By contrast, I heap attention on the 2 cases. The level of detail I bring to the subject might strike the reader as incongruous, even excessive, but I would urge that it is warranted. As I suggested in the previous chapter, Guha's argument about the peculiarity of colonial modernity rests on a deeper claim about the departure of the Indian bourgeois revolution, the struggle for independence from British rule, from the classic experiences of early modern Europe. He does not simply rest his case on a descriptive account of how India was transformed by colonial rule. Instead, it is a comparative story about how India's experience embodied a departure from other experiences, which the current historiography has been unable to capture because it subsumes the subcontinent into the same general narrative as Europe. In stressing the specificity of the colonial experience, Guha's argument is essentially and unavoidably contrastive. A good indication of the contrastive nature of Guha's argument is that one could accept his factual descriptions of India's colonial history and the nature of the independence movement, while denying his conclusion that they constituted a historical break from the experience in Europe. Our judgment on whether capital abandoned its universalizing mission depends entirely on our standard for what such a mission entails, and that standard can only be based on our understanding of other, baseline cases. The claim that the bourgeoisie abandoned its mission to transform society cannot be upheld except in comparison to other cases. Without a defensible understanding of the story that forms the comparison, all we know is that something happened in India, that the Indian National Congress came to power, that it had a particular orientation toward the laboring classes, that industrialists had their own views and certain priorities. But for all we know, these facts about India could be the norm. It is perfectly possible that they could be in line with other experiences of state formation or political modernization. Perhaps the Indian experience is just what modernity looks like. If we are to accept Guha's conclusions regarding the peculiarity of India's ascent into modernity, we cannot avoid taking a deeper look at the cases that form his baseline, England and France. I contend that the case Guha builds for the contrast between the classic bourgeois revolutions and the Indian experience is untenable. The episodes he has in mind, the English civil wars of 1640–8 and the French Revolution of 1789, were simply not driven by the forces he thinks were at work, nor did they directly produce the consequences he assigns to them. In fine, neither can be defended as a bourgeois revolution in the sense that Guha uses the term. The reasons they cannot be so described are different in each case, and so must be addressed each in turn. But in both instances the end point of the analysis is the same. The significance of this finding is profound, not only for Guha's argument but for the larger verdict tendered by subaltern studies for Indian history and beyond. It turns out that once the two European cases are properly described, the Indian experience no longer appears as a deviation from some classic norm. Indeed, the bourgeoisie's road to power in the Indian subcontinent now appears quite consistent with the European experience and settles comfortably into the grooves laid down by them. If this is so, a central plank for the subalternist's insistence on a chasm, a structural fault separating the Indian post-colonial formation from Europe, will have been dismantled. What this means, and just how significant it might be, is to be explored in the chapters to follow. 3.1 The English Revolution 2. The basic facts about the English Revolution are not in dispute. In 1640, the Stuart monarch Charles I convened Parliament for the first time since having dissolved it 11 years earlier. He did so reluctantly, largely in order to raise funds to push back an advancing Scottish army. For much of his reign, Charles had been straining to break free of parliamentary controls on his power. The goal had been to concentrate financial and military initiative in the hands of the monarchy, much as Spain and France were doing across the English Channel. The onset of a new cycle of interstate conflict in the 1620s had made this seem something of an imperative to the Stuarts, who were acutely aware that, on a geopolitical scale, England was still no match for the Catholic powers on the continent. 3 The prospects of following suit, in the direction of an absolutist monarchy, must have seemed necessary if England were to hold its own against more powerful rivals. The problem was that any attempt to centralize power in this fashion brought the Stuarts into tension with England's landed classes, who had to agree either to new taxation or to less control over fiscal policy. And the landowners had at their disposal a powerful instrument in the form of the English Parliament, an institution largely under their control. So, when Charles convened Parliament in 1640, after having cast it into the wilderness for 11 years, his agenda unleashed a storm of controversy. Parliament wished to reassert its authority in matters of state, against what it took to be a grasping and incipiently autocratic king, while Charles wished to defend what he took to be his legitimate authority as monarch. The intensity of the conflict between Parliament and king only deepened over the course of the following months, until, in the summer of 1642, civil war broke out. In 1649, after more than 7 years of conflict, the new model army, under the leadership of Oliver Cromwell, finally won a decisive victory over royalist forces. It marched triumphantly into London in December 1648, and on January 30, 1649, Charles I was beheaded, the monarchy overturned, and England declared a republic. For those who have interpreted these events as a bourgeois revolution, the two sides in the war have been taken as representatives of two classes and two antagonistic economic systems. The parliamentary forces, especially the House of Commons, have been viewed as agents of the rising capitalist class, while the royalist side has been viewed as the recalcitrant feudal nobility, standing by the greatest of all feudal lords, the king. 4 The victory of Parliament and its new model army is naturally presented as the triumph of the bourgeoisie over a decrepit feudal order. This is the interpretation Guha evidently draws on, and apparently regards as so self-evident that he does not feel pressed to offer any evidence on its behalf. His disregard of the matter is curious, for by the late 1980s, the years in which he was developing his initial formulations into the full-fledged essays that comprised Dominance Without Hegemony, this interpretation of the English Revolution was almost universally understood as being unsustainable. Even Christopher Hill, perhaps the most illustrious defender of the bourgeois anti-feudal project view, had beaten a tactical retreat. 5 The problem starts with the basic claim that the revolution was launched by a capitalist class to dismantle a feudal political economy. The problem of feudalism. The fundamental flaw with the view that Guattari produces is that, by 1640, there was no structural division in the landed class, with a rising capitalist gentry on one side and a refractory feudal nobility on the other. Indeed, by the early decades of the 17th century, the English countryside had been largely transformed, so that feudal agrarian relations were a thing of the past all across the kingdom. 6 Rural surplus appropriators were, in general, committed to market-dependent forms of production, feudal dues having been replaced by capitalist rent or profits. Hence, there was simply no question of the revolution being anti-feudal, since there was quite simply no feudalism to shift away from. The conflict that unfolded and then spiraled into civil war after 1640 took place entirely within a class of agrarian capitalists. The rural magnates that organized Cromwell's new model army, as well as those lined up against them on the royalist side, were all capitalists. To be sure, differences in size and status still existed. But these did not map onto divergent modes of surplus appropriation. The war was not waged to install a capitalist order, rather, it was waged over what kind of capitalist order England ought to have. The issue that brought so much of the landed class to loggerheads with the Stuart monarchy was not the need to transform rural economic relations, but the monarchy's apparent push toward absolutism. It was a fight over the political order. Over the course of the 16th century, the rural gentry had secured its power at the local level. It dominated the justices of the peace, the county courts, the religious institutions, and so on, much as the feudal classes had done in medieval times. Now, however, these institutions were turned to the protection of absolute rights in landed property and, through that, the rule of the agrarian bourgeoisie. The Tudor monarchy had, both directly and indirectly, aided the stabilization of gentry rule at the local level. While this did have the effect of underwriting a gradual uptick in rural economic growth, making it possible for England to emerge as perhaps the most dynamic economy in Europe by the turn of the 17th century, it also generated a structural dilemma. 7 Unlike its rivals on the continent, the English monarchy had not been able to develop its own apparatus for revenue collection. It relied instead on the domestic landed classes to collect and deliver up its tax revenues. 8 This meant that as the pressures of war intensified and the Stuarts felt obliged to ratchet up the intensity of rural taxation, they came into continual conflict with agrarian elites, who viewed this as an encroachment on their own power. What especially rankled was not just the pitch of taxation, but the gentry's sentiment that their pivotal role in the generation and disbursement of revenue was not matched by a corresponding power within the state. The thrust toward absolutism was thus viewed by the landed classes as an attack on their freedom to rule. 9. For the monarchy, the solution to the problem was to reduce its dependence on lordly cooperation in all matters of state, by building new instruments of fiscal and legislative autonomy, centralizing power in the crown, and reducing the power of Parliament. For the rural lords, the imperative was to reassert their sovereignty as masters of the political nation, to defend the rightful power of Parliament, and in so doing, to beat back the Stuart monarchy's centralizing ambitions. Their reaction to the centralizing drive did not in any way entail a revolutionary break from, or transformation of, the larger social system. Indeed, the gentry largely understood its mission to be the preservation of the political order from Charles's grasping hand. After all, this economic and political system served their interests well. They were the only lordly class in Europe to have won absolute property rights in land, they dominated county and parish juridical institutions, they had carried through the Reformation and hegemonized the local church, and they had real national representation. As long as the national-level institutions could be kept in line with the basic conditions of lordly domination at the local level, the rural gentry's position would be unassailable for the foreseeable future. 10 The Lord's goal was, in effect, reformist, to bring the state back into line with earlier patterns of rule by dismantling the instruments that gave Charles increased power over them. This was not a trivial matter, to be sure. It entailed a direct confrontation with the crown. But it did not impel them to launch an assault on the social order, since it was their social order. The political coalition. If Guha's characterization of the conflict as anti-feudal is misleading, so is his understanding of its political base. In his account, the bourgeoisie launches its confrontation with the feudal state by building a coalition with other classes, including peasants and urban labor, and they agree to its leadership. He takes this consent to have rested on the parliamentary leadership's construction of a program that represented the authentic interests of popular forces. The central planks of the program were the dismantling of feudal economic restrictions and the expansion of political rights for the lower orders. Guha credits the bourgeoisie for initiating these elements, and this is the basis for his criticism of the Indian capitalist class, in that they refused to promulgate a similar program. But here, too, his presentation steers wide of the facts. It is true that the revolution unleashed an avalanche of popular initiatives, which, for a while, did expand the political order. This was not, however, because of a bourgeois commitment to cobbling together a broad social coalition. In fact, the intention of parliamentary leaders in 1640 was to keep the social coalition on their side as narrow as possible. What they wanted was to push Charles into accepting their demands for parliamentary and religious reform without having to mobilize popular forces. It was to be an elite pact. Within the House of Commons, gentry support for reform in 1640-1 was widespread, and given Charles's desperate situation with regard to the invading Scottish forces, a unified opposition was quite effective in pressing its demands. By the summer of 1641, the parliamentary opposition had achieved most of its political objectives by legislative means. Hardly a sword had yet been drawn. If anything, the early and easy success of the parliamentary initiative was evidence that a revolution was unnecessary. There is considerable evidence that the leadership wanted to complement legislative changes with positions for John Pym and a few other MPs on Charles's Privy Council, the immediate body of advisers on whom the king relied for policy. This was not revolution, it was reform backed by a change in the power elite. The matter could have perhaps ended there, but for the fact that Charles gave every signal that although he had agreed to the anti-absolutist measures as a temporary expedient, he would likely move to reassert his power once the balance swung back in his favor. That this was a real danger was made clear in the fall of 1641, as evidence mounted that he was plotting a military coup against the parliamentary opposition. Parliamentary forces led by Pym saw little choice but to press for further powers, if only to defend themselves, and so, by the end of 1642, they were demanding greater control over the military as well as ministerial appointments. In addition, and perhaps most important, the opposition began to respond to rapidly building popular pressure in London, which was mobilizing to defend the measures passed during the early phase of the rebellion, and also pushing for greater haste and ambition in the reform process by force, if need be. London quickly became the center of a powerful mass movement, buoying the spirit and strength of the opposition. 11. The entry of the London crowds unalterably changed the character of the conflict. Thus far, Pym and his colleagues had kept it an elite affair, intended to shift the balance from king to parliament, but with no serious ambitions beyond that. The arrival of the popular classes forced a shift in the rebellion's entire structure, but the change was double-edged. While it emboldened some parliamentary leaders to press their demands further, their confidence bolstered by the acquisition of a new mass base, the movement also had the effect of diluting support for the rebellion within the ruling class. As long as the meaner sort had been kept out of the conflict with Charles, the parameters of the negotiations could be carefully managed, so that the reforms under consideration did not reach beyond the balance between two distinct segments of the ruling class, the monarchy and the landed classes. Now, however, demands made on the leadership by the swelling crowds raced ahead of the leadership's initial designs. 12. A victory by Parliament could thus betoken a deep transformation of the existing religious, political, and social hierarchies. For much of the parliamentary leadership, such an outcome was beyond the pale. They now had to weigh which outcome was the more detestable: the possibility of Charles's emerging from the conflict unscathed, though perhaps weaker, or the likely losses in the event that a radical mass movement took power. For most of the aristocrats in Parliament, the prospect of the former was distinctly preferable to the latter. Even while a resuscitated Stuart rule would be obnoxious, it would at least defend lordly dominance over the rabble. As a result, in 1642 a large section of the parliamentary leadership defected from the rebellion. They did not all go over to the royalist side. In fact, most seemed to have settled into an anxious neutrality as the conflict escalated. But there is no doubt that a substantial number preferred to join the royalist camp against the rising power of the popular forces. Hence, in the summer of 1642, as it became clear that Charles was assembling an armed force to march into London, 302 MPs remained with the opposition to prepare for its defence, while 236 MPs left London altogether, most of whom probably joined Charles. 13. Whereas the members of Parliament had been almost totally united in the early months of the conflict, they were now almost evenly split. Thus, the London crowd saved Pym and his colleagues from Charles's military coup, but at the cost of driving other members into the arms of the monarchy. As for those who remained committed to the parliamentary cause, their willingness to lean on popular forces in its defense did not by any means suggest an embrace of radical demands. Indeed, even though their disdain for the meaner sort was less intense than that of the defectors to the royalist side, opposition leaders still regarded the mass movement as a necessary evil at best. The core strategy of the gentry leadership over the duration of the conflict was to push for victory while simultaneously containing the spread of radicalism. These leaders had never wanted a revolution, had never countenanced taking up arms against the monarchy, and had certainly not intended to unleash the fury of mass radicalism. What they had wanted was to push back the drive to an absolutist state, and they had achieved that goal in 1641. It was Charles's obstinacy that had forced them to turn to the crowds for support. Now the key was to restore the balance, suitably modified by anti-absolutist legislation. In the earlier phase of the war with Charles, the preferred route to this end was to reach a settlement with the deposed monarch as quickly as possible. As long as he agreed to the measures passed by Parliament in the early months of the conflict, his return to the throne was the best way to restore order. For months, the parliamentary leadership sent out feelers to the royalist forces seeking just such a truce, but Charles would have none of it. The war thus continued to its gruesome end as Cromwell finally secured victory in the fall of 1648. Meanwhile, as the opposition gained strength and radical forces extended their influence, gentry support for the opposition grew correspondingly thinner. By the time Cromwell ordered the beheading of Charles, parliamentary power rested on a wafer-thin section of the English ruling class. 14. The relationship of the bourgeois leadership to the laboring classes was thus quite different from Guha's presentation of it. The opposition leadership had never intended to lead a revolution. What it had hoped for was an elite pact, pushed through on the strength of Parliament's unity and Charles's desperation. What turned the conflict into civil war, and then a potential revolution, was the combination of Charles's recalcitrance and the entrance of the London masses onto the scene. The opposition leadership did accept the support of the mass movement, but only reluctantly, and at the cost of driving more and more sections of the ruling class into the royalist camp. There was no commitment to fashioning a political program that respected the authentic interests of the laboring classes. On the contrary, the energy of the leadership was directed to finding ways of securing victory while conceding as little as possible to the lower orders. The revolutionary settlement. Guha attributes the genesis of modern political liberalism to the struggle of the bourgeoisie against feudal rule, and traces the genealogy of this liberal culture to the incorporation of subaltern interests into the political program of the revolutionary bourgeoisie. This is the heroism he attributes to British capital. At a formal level, his surmise is correct. There was a connection between the revolutionary strategy of British elites and the kind of political order they subsequently constructed. But its substance was rather different from Guha's understanding of the matter. The continuity between the two phases of their ascent to power, the revolutionary struggle and the construction of the new state, was marked by the landed classes' efforts to constrict the political arena to the greatest extent possible, so that subaltern groups would be frozen out of the emergent political nation. This began in the course of the civil wars and accelerated after the Restoration in 1660.15. Civil War unleashed an explosion of popular energy, which found expression above all in a phenomenon relatively new to British political culture: tens of thousands of pamphlets, petitions, magazines, leaflets, and handbills that expressed the aspirations of the popular classes. 16 To a certain extent, the landed classes and their elite allies shared in this new discourse. In so violent a struggle, in which each side was trying to muster public support for its position, there was a need to justify the actions taken and for each camp to make the case that its interests were identical with the public interest. In this broadened space for ideological contestation, the elites could not prevent the eruption of popular demands for political rights. It was in this context that groupings such as the Levelers and Diggers came to the fore, groups regarded by many scholars as the first modern proponents of an egalitarian political ideology. 17 Radical ideas spread rapidly across the realm, particularly in cities, but their strongest base was probably within the army. The influence of radical ideas, by which we mean here the demand for political and religious liberalism, was handicapped by two main weaknesses. The first was that their currency remained limited. To be sure, they found a significant mass base in London and other urban centres, but outside the cities they found nowhere near the same level of popular support. This made the political balance in England quite different from what obtained in France at the time of its own revolution, where peasants constituted an authentic force for radical change. The second weakness was that, being the sharp end of the popular movement for inclusion, the spread of radical ideas only further galvanized the sentiment within the landed classes that the optimal course of action was to restore order as soon as possible. Over the course of the civil wars, gentry domination of local institutions had been challenged, though by no means eclipsed by the entrance of new groupings into positions of authority. 19 This was a direct blow to the very order that the gentry had sought to protect from Charles's encroachments, and for the sake of which it had launched its struggle. The growth of radicalism threatened not only to give ideological license to these developments but to further empower new challengers. The solution that parliamentary forces sought to institutionalize was a new political order that would restore old social hierarchies, minus the drive to an absolutist state, much along the lines of what they thought they had secured in 1641, before Charles began to amass his forces. After the beheading of Charles, the landed classes' support for Cromwell rested on their confidence that he would stamp out radical ideas but would also respect their own anti-absolutist commitments. 20 It would be a mistake to underestimate the importance of the former, namely, the need to eradicate the demands for subaltern political inclusion. Its weight was such that the gentry showed itself willing to revive monarchical rule less than 1 year after Cromwell's death, when the Stuarts were restored to the throne in the person of Charles II. 21 Clearly, by 1660 the ruling class regarded the need to push back popular forces to roll back liberal gains as its most pressing concern. We must be clear about what was happening. The English civil wars had generated a new concept of political legitimacy. Whereas in medieval political doctrine, sovereignty had rested in the monarchy, it now was seen to reside in the nation. This was an epochal shift in the understanding of the political community. But while legitimacy was now transferred to the nation, the groupings or classes that constituted the nation was not yet settled. Gentry's strategy after 1649 was to ensure that the popular classes were kept out of the new concept of the nation. As David Loades has concluded, The bitter ideological strife of the 1640s produced a reaction which lasted many years and was not repeated in the next crisis of 1688–89. At the same time, the aristocracy had received a sharp lesson. Posterity will say, a royalist writer had declared in 1649, that we overthrew the king to subject ourselves to the tyranny of the base rabble. Thanks to Cromwell, this had not happened, but it had come close enough to constitute an unmistakable warning of the dangers which could follow if the lower orders were called in to settle quarrels within the ruling class. The experience was never to be forgotten and was not to be repeated in this country until the eve of the present, i.e., 20th century. 22. The rebellion had never intended that power devolve beyond members of the ruling class. The time had come to bring the rabble back into line. In this effort to restore order, the landed classes largely succeeded. For a brief moment, from 1689 to the first decade of the next century, political space expanded, as both the electorate and the frequency of elections increased in number. 23. But this opening was short-lived. The ascension of George III in 1714 inaugurated a long and suffocating process of political constriction. In essence, the crown forged a modus vivendi with the bourgeois aristocracy, allowing them to consolidate their power in the localities in exchange for their support of far-reaching financial and administrative reforms. 24. It was these reforms that enabled the construction of England's fiscal military state, by mid-century the most fearsome military apparatus in the Western world. The flip side of this state-building process, however, was the long-term disenfranchisement of the lower orders. As David Underdown notes, the Restoration unleashed an ongoing constriction of the political nation, not, as Guha suggests, its expansion. 25. The most glaring element of the regime's oligarchic nature was its narrow electoral base. By the time of George II's ascension, the landed classes had begun a slow strangulation of the political arena, adding one obstacle after another to lower class participation. Over the course of the 18th century, the nascent and increasingly vital electoral arena came under the tightening grip of the Whig oligarchy, only to be followed by decades of Tory hegemony. Expansion of this domain of politics did not occur again until the Reform Act of 1832, and it is sobering to contemplate that by the time it passed, the franchise in England was smaller and narrower than it had been in 1630.26, but the exclusion of the popular classes went far beyond the electoral arena. The entire structure of the political system was punitive. Trade unions did not get legal protection until 1871, indentured labor was a common practice well into the late 19th century, as I show in Chapter 5. The legal system imposed draconian penalties, even capital punishment, for petty theft. 27. The radical promise of 1640, embodied in the demands of groups such as the Levellers and the Quakers, was driven underground by the 1720s, reappearing periodically in bursts of militancy, exported to the continent. Radical ideas took root in France and elsewhere but achieved little institutional anchorage in England, where they originated. 28. The enduring political consequence of the English civil wars was a bourgeois oligarchy, not a new and expansive political nation. We can safely conclude that the English Revolution did not substantively resemble Guha's depiction of it in any of the three dimensions he cites as evidence of the heroism of the bourgeoisie: its putative anti-feudal, anti-landlord objectives, its creation of an inclusive, hegemonic coalition, constructed to recognize and reflect subaltern aspirations, or its creation of a liberal social order after the acquisition of state power. In each of these domains, as we have seen, the actual practice of the English bourgeoisie was at odds with Guha's portrayal. It was not anti-feudal because there was little left of the feudal agrarian structure, it was either indifferent to or contemptuous of subaltern interests in the actual conflict, accommodating them only when absolutely unavoidable, and its political strategy, during the campaign and after, was to exclude the lower order from politics. These facts are very well known. What is remarkable is that Guha seems unaware of them, and even more so, that the historical profession has allowed these misconceptions to pass uncontested. 3.2 The French Revolution. Guha would seem to be on surer ground in his characterization of the French Revolution than of the English. For most of the 20th century, the events of 1789 were taken as paradigmatic of the bourgeoisie's revolutionary capture of power. If any revolution was anti-feudal, devoted to liberalism indeed, was it not inspired by Enlightenment ideas, and paradigmatically modern in its political discourse? Surely it must be the French. But in fact, here too the historiography has not been kind to Guha's interpretation. To be sure, the revolution did culminate in the end of centuries-old seigneurial rule in the agrarian economy, and, in that sense, yes, it was genuinely anti-feudal. And true, it also opened up the space for political contestation in the direction of liberalism to a greater extent than any preceding revolution. In these respects, the French Revolution was a decidedly epoch-making event. But while these characteristics of the revolution do make it unarguably significant, closer inspection reveals little to confirm Guha's specific propositions concerning its significance, namely, that it was led by a rising capitalist class, that this class launched the conflict in order to install a liberal economic and political order, and that it did so by attracting the peasants and workers to its program. The Revolution and the bourgeoisie. The English Revolution could not be anti-feudal because it occurred after the transition to capitalism had already been completed. In France, capitalism had barely begun to sprout by 1789. Hence, there was every possibility for the revolution to be anti-feudal, and in fact, this was one of its defining characteristics. The problem is that it was not led by actors who in any sense could be described as capitalists. In some respects, the background to the French Revolution is remarkably reminiscent of the English experience of a century prior. Much as was the case with the Stuarts, the ruling Bourbon dynasty was confronted with a catastrophic imbalance between the military and geopolitical demands being made on the state, on the one hand, and the revenues available to fund them, on the other. In the course of the 18th century, France had been locked in almost perpetual conflict with England, the most recent of which the 7 Years' War had resulted in humiliating defeat. The root of the fiscal weakness was an agrarian economy still encased in pre-capitalist property relations, unlike the more dynamic English agriculture. Backward agriculture, of course, made for a slow-growing revenue base, a situation aggravated by the fact that the French nobility was largely exempt from taxation. Over the centuries, the French state had been able to expand its reach only through the expedient of reaching an accommodation with regional landed magnates, granting them state office and exemptions from taxation in exchange for their political support. Consequently, the flow from an already low revenue base was reduced even further, as monies that could have buoyed the exchequer went instead into the nobility's coffers. By the end of the century, what had originated as an expedient had turned into a curse. The panoply of exemptions and perquisites had locked the state into perpetual fiscal crisis. 29. Faced with a treasury verging on collapse, the crown had no choice but to push for greater revenue. The most feasible approach was to reconsider the myriad privileges and tax exemptions that had been granted to the nobility over the centuries. But the landed magnates would hardly relinquish their prerogatives without a struggle. Faced with a serious crisis of governance, Louis XVI agreed to convene the Estates General, a national assembly that brought together representatives of all three orders: the nobility, the clergy, and the so-called Third Estate, the 97% of the population that belonged to neither. The 1,200 delegates were chosen through a national electoral process and converged on Versailles in May 1789. Within days, it was clear there would be no simple way out of the crisis. The delegates found themselves at loggerheads. 30. At the heart of the impasse was a divergence of goals among the delegates to the Estates General. On some basic points regarding the desired direction of reform, opinion did converge. Virtually all the delegates agreed on the need to scale back the arbitrary use of power by the monarchy. In other words, that Bourbon absolutism needed to be dismantled. But beyond this, the vision of the new order fractured. For the nobility, the goal was to pare down the crown's powers while retaining as many of their own privileges as possible, Their desired new regime would be a constitutional monarchy, but geared to the preservation of noble power and dominance. For representatives of the Third Estate, reform would be pointless if noble privileges were left untouched. Louis XVI certainly had to accept a diminution of his powers, but this would be of little use if not accompanied by more opportunities for professional and social advancement for non-noble moneyed groupings the strata represented at the convention under the rubric of the Third Estate. 31 So, while the latter rallied to the nobility's call to hem in monarchical arbitrariness, they also raised the cry for equality before the law and an end to noble privilege, thus directly pitting themselves against most of the noble delegates. What had begun as a call to discuss avenues for fiscal reform rapidly turned into a campaign to dismantle the absolutist state. It is important to stress, however, that almost none of the delegates construed this goal as a call to revolution. There was a commitment to political change, to be sure, but even the most radical of the delegates imagined nothing more drastic than turning France into a constitutional monarchy. 32 Certainly, the bourgeois delegates of the Third Estate showed no ex-ante commitment to popular sovereignty. 33 Much as in the English case, the horizons of even the most refractory elements in the reform coalition were confined to expanding their own power. This amounted to a diminution of arbitrary use of power by the state and an expansion of political space for whichever elite group the delegate happened to represent. For the Third Estate, reform thus meant greater political and social scope for themselves, but with no commitment to greater rights for subaltern groups. Indeed, in the most famous tract to emerge from the Third Abbacies, What is the Third Estate?, there was an explicit rejection of political rights for those without property. 34 Nobody came to Versailles in 1789 carrying a program for bourgeois revolution. If the Third Estate was not revolutionary, neither was it capitalist. For purposes of assessing Guhat's argument, this is perhaps the central point. Of those who represented the Third Estate, from whom would emerge the leaders of the French Revolution, the overwhelming majority had nothing to do with capitalist production. There were 610 representatives of the Third Estate, and only 90 of them had anything to do with commerce. Even here, most of the 90 were petty bourgeois shopkeepers, merchants, and so on. Only about 10 were involved with industrial production, and most of these were from traditional, heavily protected sectors. Even more damaging, those who would later emerge as the Jacobin faction were among the poorest of the delegates, closer to the plebeian world of the Parisian masses than to the glitter of the moneyed classes. The vast majority of the delegates who came representing the Third Estate were people who today would be called the salaried middle class. In fact, of the 610 delegates, some 500 were associated with the legal profession. 35 If the social background of the delegates to Versailles is relevant to the characterization of the revolutionary coalition, and surely it must be, then there is little to warrant labeling it as bourgeois in the modern sense of the term. The lack of correspondence between the use of the word and its current meaning was also true in the larger society. The delegates of the Third Estate were often referred to as bourgeois only because their occupations were assimilated within that category. It is well understood in the historiography of the Ancien Regime that bourgeois was a nebulous term, referring not to capitalists per se but to a cluster of occupations that had in common only what they were not, neither peasant nor laborer. These persons belonged to moneyed strata outside the nobility. 36 They could be industrialists, merchants, shopkeepers, urban professionals. In fact, the typical bourgeois in 18th century France belonged to the last category, simply because of its growing importance in the political economy. Hence, it comes as no surprise that in the contemporary histories of the French Revolution, the leaders were often referred to as bourgeois, since the strata to which they belonged were typically subsumed under that banner. 37 Given the task of this book, the French leadership's middle-class origins is no small matter. Guhat repeatedly castigates the Indian bourgeoisie for falling short of the boldness and revolutionary ardor of the bourgeois leaders of the French Revolution. Yet the Indian counterparts to the Jacobins, or delegates of the Third Estate more generally, are not the Birlas or Tatas. They are, rather, the middle-class elements of the Congress leadership. It is not semantic nitpicking to say that French predecessors to the bourgeois simply did not exist in the late 18th century. In comparing the two groups, the French bourgeoisie and the Indian bourgeoisie, we are in fact looking at strata in two very different sets of social relations. The Indian bourgeoisie was a class that obtained its income and wealth by commanding the labor of others. The French groupings were either themselves the employees of others, or were independent producers. One group, the Indian, is, in the Marxian framework used by Guha, an exploiting class, while the other, the French, is not. It would therefore be quite astonishing if the Indian capitalists turned out to be as revolutionary as the French lawyers. Even while the Third Estate was not itself a dominant class, it showed no inclination in the early weeks of the convention to overthrow the monarchy, much less unleash a social revolution. As noted earlier, its basic goals were to turn the absolute monarchy into a constitutional monarchy and to drastically scale back or even abolish the privileges granted to the nobility. Its agenda was thus primarily to increase the political and social space for its own advancement. In the initial weeks of the convention in the summer of 1789, these goals seemed to have been achieved. In June, the Third assumed leadership of the three estates represented at Versailles, declaring the formation of the National Assembly. It was joined quickly by the clergy and a plurality of the noble delegates. The newly formed assembly quickly declared that it not Louis most directly represented the French nation and could not be dissolved without the nation's consent. By so doing, it pronounced the death of the absolute monarchy. Once a significant segment of the nobility came over to the National Assembly, Louis had no choice but to concede defeat. In late June, he agreed to recognize the Assembly, rescind unpopular taxes, and confer with the Estates General on future taxation. He also promised freedom of the press and individual liberties. 38 The delegates had achieved their goal. Absolutism was dead. It is important to be clear, however, about what did not change in June 1789. Louis had expressly preserved seigneurial rights, and so feudalism had not been abolished. Basic liberties had been promised but not yet enumerated. More directly, there had been no extension of the franchise to the workers and peasants. Neither the abolition of feudalism nor the extension of democratic rights to subaltern classes had been demanded by the Third Estate. What they had demanded, and been granted, was greater rights for themselves. What they had garnered, therefore, was an elite pact, much as the English gentry had forged in the winter of 1641. And this, really, was all that the vast majority of delegates in the National Assembly had aspired to. There was no call to go further. The political coalition. What drove the events in France from being merely an elite pact to being a true revolution was, as in England, the combination of a recalcitrant monarch and the intervention of the popular classes. It was not, as Guha would have it, driven by elites reaching out to producers and soliciting their participation in a social mobilization. It was not, in other words, part of an elite hegemonic strategy, in Guha's terms. Rather, the subaltern classes forced their concerns onto the elite project, a project that had been based largely on the exclusion of those interests. Further, the representatives of the Third Estate only reluctantly acted on popular demands for inclusion and reversed some of the central legislation as soon as threats from below subsided. In late June 1789, Louis agreed to recognize the National Assembly as well as a battery of civil liberties. Within days, however, it became clear that this might well be only a temporary concession, as news reached the Assembly that he had begun to amass thousands of troops outside Paris and Versailles. He seemed to be preparing a military strike to disperse the National Assembly. It was at this point that the popular classes intervened in Paris, most famously in the capture of the Bastille. France became engulfed in popular uprisings. In urban centers across the country, local committees quickly formed in defense of the National Assembly. Perhaps even more significant was the coalescence of this urban movement with a massive rural uprising that spread across much of the country. The rural revolts did not come out of the blue. Episodic, though noticeable, unrest had been in evidence since 1775, driven at least in part by a squeeze exerted on the peasantry by landed proprietors. 39 The uptick in peasant actions amounted to something of a counter-attack against the seigneurial regime, remarkably consistent in tempo. Peasant insurgency was further fueled by a failed harvest in 1788-9 and the inevitable deprivations that followed in its wake. Already in early 1789, before the Estates General had met, peasant actions had begun to escalate, with demands not just for a reduction in seigneurial dues but also for the opening of food stockpiles in lordly granaries. There was widespread suspicion that landed proprietors, both secular and ecclesiastical, were hoarding grain. By summer, rumors of grain hoarding mingled with fears of violent migrants and of aristocratic plots against the Third Estate. 40 These rumors added yet more fuel to the fires of rural insurrection, and by late July 1789, much of France was gripped by a spiraling peasant revolt. The immediate effect of the popular intervention was that it once again forced Louis to retreat. He hastily announced the withdrawal of the troops amassed outside Paris, thereby appearing to abdicate power to the National Assembly. The more fundamental consequence of the national uprising, however, was to impel the Assembly to more radical measures. In the countryside, peasant actions had taken on an explicitly anti-seigneurial character, and the months of June and July saw something of a crescendo in the uprising. 41 While the delegates to the Assembly were overjoyed to have the revolution come to their rescue, their relief gave way to a deepening apprehension as news of the movement's escalating radicalism surfaced. The initial response from most of the delegates was consternation, bordering on revulsion. But as the days went by and word of the movement's episodic violence reached them, the apprehension turned to fear and panic. 42 By early August, it seemed as though the mass movement might spin out of control. Up to this point, more than a month after Louis XVI had conceded defeat, little had transpired in the National Assembly. Delegates had agreed in principle on the need for reform but drew back from crafting the needed legislation, partly because of the deep divisions between them and partly because of the sheer overwork of running the new regime. The exploding mass movement shook them out of their torpor. In a matter of days during the first half of August, the Assembly issued two sets of declarations that seemed to dismantle the pillars of the social order, the abolition of feudalism and the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen. The first promised to dismantle the entire seigneurial regime, and the other to incorporate the laboring classes into the political order. What are we to make of the promulgation of these revolutionary decrees? Were they evidence of a bourgeoisie finally coming into its own and embracing its historic project, as Guha suggests? Apparently not. Recall that although the delegates were of privileged, moneyed origins, there was virtually no capitalist grouping in the National Assembly. Even if the delegates had come with a fully formed agenda to dismantle the feudal regime, it would be of limited relevance for Guha's attempted parallels between the bourgeois representatives to the Estates General and the Indian capitalist class. But even if we admit the possibility that there may have been a real capitalist presence in the Assembly, the course of events belies any notion that there was an elite, anti-feudal, and liberal project, or that the delegates reached out to the masses by crafting a program that represented their interests. In fact, it was the reverse. The popular movement imposed the revolutionary agenda on the delegates. As we have seen, there is no evidence that the Third Estate had any inclination to dissolve feudalism or to extend political rights to laboring classes. They moved in this direction only under pressure from the movement. Possibly the mere fact that the decrees followed a mass rebellion is not conclusive evidence that the latter caused the former. Reform might have been coming anyway, and perhaps only the timing was affected by mass pressure. But even this argument cannot be sustained. Consider the actual content of the legislation that followed the issuance of the general decrees, and the continuing association between reform legislation and the popular movement. Had the delegates been genuinely committed to a revolutionary program, they would certainly have tried to squeeze maximal leverage from the mass pressure. Instead, their strategy was to craft legislation that minimized the blows to the existing power structure. By the fall of 1789, the peasant revolt had subsided somewhat, giving legislators the sense that the immediate threat of violence, 2, had subsided. Their reaction was to skew the laws toward the status quo, not against it. When anti-feudal legislation finally emerged in March 1790, it was clearly intended to minimize the blow to seigneurial power. Both the legal and the financial burden of freedom was placed on the peasants, making it highly difficult for them to rest free of feudal obligations. 43 And, on the political front, when the rights of man were translated into actual law, it turned out that the non-propertied would have distinctly fewer rights than their betters. The Assembly refused to allow universal suffrage. A minimal property requirement was mandated for voting rights, and even more demanding preconditions for the right to hold office. In the end, only around 45,000 French men were given the right to hold high office. 44 Democratic rights were thus made conditional on being propertied. The legislation around the abolition of feudalism and the rights of man revealed the Assembly's priorities. Its members were committed, much as the English revolutionaries in 1640 had been, primarily to rolling back royal power. Their attitude toward popular power was decidedly less enthusiastic, even hostile. It was a force they leaned on only because it was the sole available counter to royal malfeasance. Had they been committed to popular power, they would have used the mobilization of summer 1789 as a means to dismantle the Ancien regime. Instead, they tried their best to preserve it, but with greater latitude for the propertied Third Estate. As Albert Sobol incisively summarizes, the new political institutions had one aim and one aim only, that of ensuring the peaceful, uninterrupted rule of the middle classes in their hour of victory, free from the threat of a counter-revolution and monarchy on the one hand, and of any attempt of the people on the other. 45. The National Assembly's goal was to strike a fine balance between rolling back the threat of royal counter-revolution while also keeping the subaltern classes out of the political nation. But just as in the English case, no such equilibrium was possible. Above all, there was no direct control over the popular movement. And as mass uprisings erupted across the country, more and more segments of the elite reformist coalition defected to the side of reaction. As their base within the ruling classes contracted, the remaining reform-minded delegates had no choice but to increase their reliance on the mass movement, which only prompted further defections from the reform coalition, forcing it to embrace the revolution. It was this pressure from below that forced the Assembly to return to the promises they had made in the August declarations. The anti-feudal measures were redrawn, but only after the Assembly was confronted yet again, in 1791-2, with a tidal wave of rural unrest. Indeed, John Markoff has shown an uncanny correspondence between spikes in rural upheaval and the issuance of new anti-feudal legislation. 46 Political rights were extended to the laboring masses in 1792, giving France universal suffrage for the first time, but here, too, only under enormous pressure. The defections of aristocratic elements from the reform coalition did not result in civil war, as in England in 1640. Instead, the malcontents emigrated to friendly neighboring states, whose rulers were aghast at the scenes unfolding in Paris and the provinces. Soon France was engulfed in war, as its neighbors combined to attack the revolution and restore the Ancien regime. The National Assembly had no choice but to constitute a National Guard. However, peasants and workers would not willingly populate it without being granted political rights. And so, in fall 1792, the Jacobins relented and promulgated a law extending universal suffrage again, only under duress. The revolution had finally become anti-feudal and democratic, but not because of a bourgeois project. The bourgeois legislators of the Third Estate had to be dragged kicking and screaming to assume their role as revolutionaries. Thus, contrary to Ranjit Guha's argument regarding the anti-feudal commitments of the bourgeois leadership of the French Revolution, the leaders were neither bourgeois nor anti-feudal. True, they were bourgeois in the parlance of the time, but were not capitalists. They finally abolished feudal obligations, but did so literally at the point of a sword. Similarly, the extension of democratic rights to the subaltern classes, primarily through the expansion of suffrage, was thrust upon the National Assembly, initially by mass rebellions, and then by the need to raise a citizens' army to defend against foreign aggression. If there was a project at all, it was the more limited one of dismantling absolutist rule and increasing the third estate's scope for professional advancement. Guha's presentation of the dynamic with the leadership forging a coalition by reaching out to the laboring classes and accommodating their interests is therefore largely imaginary. It was in fact the peasants who had to reach out to the dignitaries in order to get the reform coalition to turn into a revolutionary one. The revolutionary settlement. The final element in Guha's mythologizing of the bourgeois project is his contention that it entailed a commitment to establishing an encompassing liberal order that would transcend the gulf separating elite culture from subaltern culture. This was what the bourgeois democratic revolution was meant to achieve, the nation-building exercise that the Indian bourgeoisie either abandoned or never undertook. Just as the aftermath of the English Revolution was a far cry from an encompassing liberalism, so too, in the French case, the outcome was not as Guha depicts it. The extension of universal suffrage in the heady days of autumn 1792 was an epochal event, but it was not the culmination of a political project nurtured by the Third Estate. It was, instead, an expedient they had to accept as a condition for establishing the National Guard. Support for the measure was thus never very deep. As the revolution progressed and its mass base expanded, its elite support contracted. The fall of the Jacobin dictatorship in 1794 to a more conservative coalition sealed the fate of the democratic measures. In the fall of 1795, only 3 years after it had been passed, the law for universal suffrage was rescinded and abandoned as impractical as popular pressure on the convention eased, observes William Doyle. As France returned to a limited franchise based on property requirements. 47 The result was a far-reaching reassertion of elite power, defining the political nation in effect as the notables, in Doyle's summation. 48. This contraction of the political nation was not to be challenged again for more than 2 generations, until 1848. In the meantime, the social order that the new regime set about building was designed to reassert the boundaries between elite and subaltern prerogatives, not to dissolve them. Thus electoral rights were not extended to adult men until mid-century, the right to strike was not granted to workers until 1864, and the right to form trade unions until the mid-1880s, so, too, the right to free and universal education did not come until the 1880s. More broadly, as Eugen Weber argued in his classic study, regional rural society remained largely separate from the urban, modernizing French culture for almost a full century after the French Revolution. There was no question of the subaltern domain being integrated into a larger bourgeois culture, since rural France maintained its distinct ways of life until the process of integration finally took root in the 1880s. 49 As for the larger polity, it is sobering to recall that France underwent another 3 revolutionary upheavals, one every 3 decades after the Napoleonic Wars. This was no stable, integrated polity. It was, like its British predecessor, a narrow oligarchy, designed to cement the power of the ruling classes, an oligarchy bent on dominating the subaltern sphere, not integrating it into a consensual order. 50. 3.3 Conclusion. The events that transpired in the British Isles in 1640s and in France in 1789 certainly deserve to be called revolutions. The critique of the bourgeois revolutions developed in this chapter is not intended to deny their social significance. What I suggest is simply that they were important in ways rather different from those proposed by Guha or by the historical tradition on which he draws. The classic understanding of these revolutions was that they were instrumental in the development of capitalist economic structures and the rise of liberal political regimes. These attributions are not entirely wrong. Both revolutions did have significant economic and political effects. But the effects were not as dramatic as is often supposed and, in many ways, entirely different from those perhaps expected. If we turn to the economic effects of these 2 revolutions, it should be clear that their contribution to the development of capitalism was either weak or redundant. In England, where the agrarian structure was already capitalist, there was no question of the revolution's creation of a bourgeois economy. At best, all it did was to accelerate trends that were already firmly in place. In the case of France, it was no doubt important that the revolution abolished some of the bulwarks of seigneurial power and thus contributed to the eventual development of capitalism. But the causal link is weak. The French Revolution's most direct economic consequence was the strengthening of peasant property, not the creation of an agrarian bourgeoisie. In effect, the revolution weakened the feudal prerogatives of the nobility but without giving them new, more properly capitalist powers. The immediate gains with regard to property rights were made by the peasantry. 51 While this, in principle, laid the foundation for rural accumulation, it was necessary to wait another few decades for the advent of a dynamic, capitalist agrarian economy. The short-term result of strengthened peasant property rights was to amplify the risk-averse and conservative economic strategies typical of smallholders. The agrarian base of the French economy remained mired in very slow growth till the second half of the 19th century. 52. As for the political effects of the revolutions, it ought to be clear that their contribution to the birth of modern liberalism was weak. At their radical peak, they unleashed, for the first time, truly democratic impulses into the body politic. But the emergent dominant classes quickly suppressed the greater part of these radical impulses. As with the contribution to the rise of capitalism, we need to deflate the revolution's significance as harbingers of political liberalization. What they bequeathed was an oligarchic state with an expanded scope for political participation but only for members of the ruling order who had hitherto been excluded. If there was a direct contribution made by these two upheavals, it was to the growth and strengthening of the state, not capitalism or democracy. In this, the English Revolution's contribution must be recognized as a modern catalyst. Until the 17th century, England could only look nervously, and not a little enviously, at the emerging military behemoths on the continent. The Crown viewed the emerging absolutisms in Spain and France as the primary dangers to British security. To compensate for its own geopolitical weakness, it crafted a delicate system of alliances with other continental powers. Even while the agrarian sector slowly accelerated its growth rate and made it possible for England to pull away from its rivals, the state could not capitalize on the expanding agrarian surpluses, because it lacked the fiscal instruments to capture them. It was the long revolutionary transformation between 1640 and 1688 that installed a revamped fiscal apparatus, thus enabling the construction of Britain's fiscal military state. 53 Over the course of the 18th century, England emerged as not only the most dynamic economy in the European arena but also the most formidable military power. Its military prowess was based critically on the Crown's compromise with the landed oligarchy, giving the latter control over state finances and local governance in exchange for the monarchy's retention of executive privileges. This was the political nation that the revolution created: narrow, grasping, highly authoritarian, and increasingly belligerent in its dealings with the world. France had already embarked on a centralizing project in the 17th century, as it constructed Europe's most formidable absolutism. But unlike post-revolutionary England, where state building was fueled by an increasingly dynamic economy, the drive to strengthen the state in pre-revolutionary France strained against an archaic and stagnant economic base. It was, in fact, the relentless pressure coming from across the Channel, from Great Britain, that impelled the Bourbons to make unsustainable demands on the domestic power structure. By the time of the Revolution, most members of the ruling class understood that whatever else the outcome, France would have to build and maintain a political apparatus capable of competing with British power on a global scale. Hence, from the early stages of the Thermidor through Napoleon's rise to power, the centralizing efforts of the French Revolution were not disturbed, even as its radical and democratic impulses were rolled back. 54 France emerged from the Revolution with an even more formidable state apparatus than was in place on its eve. 55. We can safely say, then, that the major immediate achievement of the bourgeois revolutions was the building of new and more powerful states, authoritarian in their internal dealings, narrow in their social bases, and aggressive in their external policies. Nation building did follow in train, but the development of national consciousness and national identity was in large measure a consequence of state building, not its antecedent condition. For the European powers, the fact of England's geopolitical ascension in the 18th century, its repeated defeat of the vaunted French military machine, and its pivotal role in defeating Napoleon, served as toxins for an uncertain future. The message was clear: to have a future, rival continental powers would have to construct political economies that measured up to the looming juggernaut across the Channel. England had managed to achieve both a dynamic capitalist economy and a cohesive, stable, and fiscally sound state structure. European rivals would have to follow suit. Through the first half of the 19th century, continental powers embarked on ambitious projects of domestic economic transformation and state building. In all these cases, state building was the first order of business. The construction of national identities either followed in train or was embarked upon in service of the drive to build more powerful states. This is a point to which I will return in Chapter 10, when we examine Parchaturji's analysis of colonial nationalism. We now have an assessment of the counterfactual against which Guha assesses the advent of Indian nationalism, insisting that the Indian bourgeoisie falls short of the standard set by its British and French predecessors. We have seen that in neither England nor France did any of the three critical dimensions of the revolutions resemble his depiction of them. We are now positioned to assess the implications of our findings for his larger project, placing Indian modernity in a global context and drawing the necessary theoretical and practical conclusions. Chapter 4. Dominance without hegemony, the argument in context. Now that we have reviewed the actual record of the British and French upheavals, it is time to take anew the measure of the Indian bourgeoisie, which, as we know, Ranjit Guha regards as having failed in its assigned mission to transform the political order in the direction taken by England and France. This chapter offers an assessment of Guha's argument about India's path to political and economic modernity, using as a backdrop the findings of Chapter 3. I have signaled the relevance of the main findings along the way in the previous pages, and this chapter serves as an opportunity to bring them together and assess their implications. But, in addition to placing the Indian experience in a systematic comparison with Guha's baseline cases, I also expand the comparative frame. After all, it might be that the reason Guha fails to convince is that he has relied on the wrong historical cases. Perhaps the bourgeoisie in other instances, or other historical periods, did perform as Guha thinks they did in early modern Europe. It could be that, given the proper comparison, there are indeed grounds for maintaining that Indian capital failed to live up to standards set elsewhere. Maybe capital did abandon its universalizing mission, not in comparison with England and France, but in comparison with its achievements in other regions. As it happens, however, the heroism and boldness that Guha mistakenly assigns to the British and French are hard to find anywhere, for any bourgeoisie. The Indian experience, I will argue, is consistent not only with the two cases Guha leans on but also with the generality of modern experience. Guha's mistaken view of the European experience does not simply undermine his analysis of the post-colonial polity. It also has grave implications for his more ambitious project of political critique. He presents his argument as something more than a diagnosis of the post-colonial political crisis. He takes it as the foundation for a far-reaching critique of liberal historiography, and ultimately of liberal theory itself. Other subalternist theorists have similarly trumpeted Guha's achievements as a critic of Enlightenment universalism, a judgment that they base in part on the arguments we are now considering. It is my intention to show that the grounds for this claim are even weaker than for his empirical analysis, because Guha's rendering of the European experience is itself a wholesale reproduction of liberal fictions. He bases his analysis on a Whig historical tradition that was born, in the early 19th century, as an apologia for capital. It is the bourgeoisie's own vision of its past cleaned up, beautified, and perfumed. It does, no doubt, also have a Marxist pedigree, but Guha's version of the theory is much closer to the Whig historians of the 19th century than it is to Marx's. In the first part of this chapter, I place the Indian bourgeoisie's orientation against the practice of the French and British elites during their bourgeois revolutions, focusing on three dimensions central to Guha's analysis: the dismantling of landlordism, the creation of a hegemonic anti-feudal coalition, and the implantation of a consensual, liberal post-revolutionary order. I then revisit the crisis of the 1970s, the events that led Guha and his colleagues to surmise that something had gone terribly askew in India's modernization, and see how, based on the argument I have developed, that crisis might be reinterpreted. Finally, I examine the historiographical lineage of Guha's conception of the bourgeois revolutions and its ideological implications. 4.1 Bourgeois interests and land reform. Judged in terms of space or of word count, Guha does not devote much attention to the fortunes of the landed classes, either in the European bourgeois revolutions or the Indian nationalist movement. The real focus of his attention is the issue of leadership. Still, the bourgeoisie's relation with traditional landed classes occupies a central place in his analysis, even if this is not reflected in the number of pages he devotes to it. He traces the root of what he calls the structural fault between the two modernizing projects, that of Western Europe and of India, in the bourgeoisie's divergent orientations to landed property. Whereas the British and French elites launched their revolutions as a frontal assault on the feudal nobility, the Indian bourgeoisie accommodated to it. From these contrasting origins springs the specificity of colonial modernity, a modernity without recognizably capitalist cultural and political forms, or so claim the subalternists. The problem with the argument is threefold. First, in only one of the revolutions was there any attack at all on traditional landlord power, for in only one of the cases did such power exert significant social weight. By the onset of the revolution in 1640, feudal landed relations in England had largely been reduced to the status of a historical relic. There was a landed aristocracy, to be sure, but for the most part it was by now a class of capitalist landlords, not feudal magnates. The bourgeoisie did participate in the revolution, but its ambition was not to transform the social order so much as to preserve it against the encroachments of an overly ambitious monarchy and its drive to absolutism. It was only in France that the revolution took on a somewhat anti-feudal character, in that there was a legislative drive to dismantle seigneurialism in the countryside. But this is where the second problem arises for Guha. It may be argued that even though the English Revolution was not anti-feudal, the French surely was. Yet even though there was a strongly anti-feudal complexion to the upheaval in France, it cannot help Guha's case, for it was by no means a bourgeois project. For one thing, the revolutionary leadership included virtually no bourgeois presence. What was referred to as the bourgeoisie was overwhelmingly a group of urban professionals, mainly from the legal realm. Even more important, however, this leadership showed no ambition to dismantle seigneurial power of its own volition. Anti-seigneurialism did not figure prominently in its stated goals prior to the revolution, and when the revolution started to unfold, elite leaders showed no inclination to push it in that direction. Much as in the English case, the ambition of elite leaders was more or less limited to asserting their rights against the state, not to extinguishing feudal landed power. This brings up the third problem. Insofar as the elites in France turned against seigneurialism at all, it was only because of overwhelming pressure from the peasantry, whose rural revolution evoked great consternation among the notables in the National Assembly. Even if it is established, through a miracle of historical research, that the members of the Third Estate were in fact capitalists, it would still not sustain Guha's argument. Whatever the class background of the Third Estate, the crucial fact is that its radicalism was produced through the use of force and was by no means an index of the liberalism or anti-feudal fervor of the bourgeoisie. It is crucial to recall that, even in the face of peasant revolution, the elite leadership dragged its feet and sustained feudal rights as long as possible. How, then, can it be claimed that the Indian bourgeoisie departed from a standard set by its Western European predecessors? Clearly it did not, at least with regard to its attitude to landlordism. But perhaps Guha's admonishment would have some traction if we changed the reference frame from the classic bourgeois revolutions to other cases. Could we not look to other regions or times, when capitalist classes might have taken up cudgels against their landed oligarchies, leading an anti-feudal revolution of the kind Guha ascribes to the British and French? This would certainly preserve the basic structure of his argument, even if the historical referents would now be different. The Indian bourgeoisie could still be found wanting when set against its counterparts elsewhere. The problem is that it is hard to think of any historical experiences that conform to Guha's account of the classic bourgeois revolution's cases of agrarian reform being pushed through by a domestic class of capitalists at the helm of a broad and inclusive social coalition. Broadly speaking, the routes to agrarian reform in the modern epoch have been of three sorts, none of which are friendly to Guha's theory. The first, of which Stein-Hardenberg reforms in Prussia and the Russian reforms of 1861 are examples, were state-led and imposed from above. They were not driven through by a modernizing capitalist class, but rather by a modernizing state, with some support from the highest echelons of the rural aristocracy. 1 In the case of Russia, the aristocracy had little recourse against the state initiative since it was, in the European context, one of the weakest landed elites vis-a-vis the central state. In Prussia, they were carried out with the support of some segments of the nobility, a tactic to which the state had to resort because of the comparatively greater power of the landed classes. But in both cases, the initiative came from above and lacked even a hint of the hegemonic or liberal political commitment that Guha associates with bourgeois revolutions. 20th century analogues to this strategy are hard to find, but the limited reforms of Ataturk in Anatolia and Nasser in Egypt are perhaps the closest. A second route to reform has been the revolutionary one, embodied most conspicuously in the great peasant revolutions of the 20th century in Mexico, Russia, China, Vietnam, and so on. It goes without saying that these cannot serve as stand-ins for the bourgeois revolution. These were revolutions from below, led primarily by the peasantry. Guha might have carried out a comparison here with the Indian experience had he not abandoned his query, raised in his inaugural essay in Subaltern Studies 1, about why national integration in India took a bourgeois path instead of one led by an alliance of workers and peasants. It would have been interesting to ask why Indian statehood came into being under elite leadership and did not break out onto a revolutionary path as it did in Mexico or Vietnam. But Guha chose not to pursue this analytical track, opting instead to focus single-mindedly on the question of the bourgeoisie. The third route has been through military imposition, typically by occupying powers. For decades, historians took Napoleon's expansion into Europe to be the first instance of agrarian reform from above. No doubt this was partly influenced by his own propaganda, which presented his campaigns as extensions of the revolution outward, against reactionary nobilities on the continent. Recent scholarship has been somewhat less credulous with respect to Napoleon's claims, showing that he was in fact quite willing to reach an accommodation with rural elites in exchange for their support. 3 The pillars of rural class power were shaken, but not destroyed, through Napoleon's policies. In more recent years, it was the American occupation of Japan and Korea in the aftermath of the Second World War that occasioned militarily imposed agrarian reforms. In these instances, the reforms were quite far-reaching, especially in Korea, where they effectively destroyed rural landed elites. 4 Whatever the story of these reform episodes, they do not support Guha's argument. If anything, they further undermine it, because in these cases reform was imposed by occupiers, showing the utter inability, or unwillingness, of domestic elites to attack landed power. Reforms had to come from the outside, because no internal force was able to implement them. These cases cannot, therefore, bolster Guha's case for the underperformance of the Indian bourgeoisie. If we take a sweep of all three of these reform strategies, we see that they have one thing in common: they do nothing toward reviving Guha's faith in the capitalist class as anti-feudal protagonist. The reforms were all initiated and led by social forces other than the capitalist class. Guha is correct in his observation that the capitalists in the Indian nationalist movement did not lead the charge against traditional landed classes. He is incorrect, however, in his assertion that this set them apart in any way from their counterparts anywhere else, or even from the non-bourgeois leaders in the so-called bourgeois revolutions of Western Europe. Indeed, bourgeois reluctance to attack landed property has been the rule throughout the modern epoch, even in countries that experienced agrarian reform. We can safely conclude that, in its preference to cement an alliance with local landed classes over the prospect of an anti-feudal coalition, the Indian bourgeoisie did not stand out in any way at all. To use Guha's language, its performance was very much in line with its competence. 4.2 The bourgeoisie and subaltern classes. We turn now to the matter of whether or not the bourgeoisie achieved ideological hegemony in Guha's terms over the revolutionary coalition. Recall that, in his presentation, the leadership of the revolutions attained hegemony because it incorporated the real interests of subaltern social classes into its revolutionary program. Through representing their aspirations, it thus spoke for all of society. The key elements of this program were liberation from feudal exploitation and the bestowal of political liberties. The litmus test for having secured hegemony is the fact that European elites sustained their leadership of the revolutionary forces without having to resort to coercion. In the Indian nationalist movement, by contrast, the bourgeoisie did not willingly internalize subaltern demands. It resisted placing them on the political agenda, and hence failed to elicit subaltern consent to its leadership. Having failed to secure its hegemony over the movement, it had to utilize coercion to keep its mass base in line. The disciplinary measures were an index of its inability to win mass consent to its leadership. Upon examination, these arguments can be seen to break down. As for the leadership's commitment to subaltern interests, we saw in the previous chapter that, in neither the English nor the French case, was this part of the story. In both, the leader's intention, far from incorporating mass demands, was to marginalize them as much as possible, and to keep the political agenda confined to the preferences of the elite groupings. In both, the design had been to just beat back the Crown's absolutist ambitions and to expand the political space for landed classes and urban elites. The goal was to force through an elite pact, not to transform the condition of the lower orders. To the extent that the demands of the latter were brought on board, it was because mass mobilization forced the issue. Furthermore, once mass pressure subsided, the very same elite leadership moved to push subaltern groups back out of the political arena and confine its scope to the privileged classes. Hence, insofar as the Indian bourgeoisie was reluctant to incorporate subaltern demands into its program, it was no different from European elites in the classic revolutions. In both cases, ruling classes reacted similarly to subaltern mobilization by trying to minimize its claims on their own power. If we turn now to the use of discipline in the movements, and whether this signaled a hegemonic failure for the Indian capitalist class, the results are even more damaging to Guha's argument. The critical point here is that his case for Indian capital's failure rests entirely on the implicit contrast with the European elite's practice. When we examine the course of the English and French revolutions, however, we find not only that their leaders resorted to a vast spectrum of disciplinary devices to control and mobilize their base, but that the measures were, in all likelihood, far more coercive than anything the Indian National Congress ever attempted. Both revolutions turned into civil wars, in which the revolutionary side had to resort to measures such as conscription, billeting, and requisition of supplies, which make anything done by the Inc. pale in comparison. So, if the Inc. was not a hegemonic leader of its political coalition, neither were the English and French elites. Guha, however, has stipulated that the latter were, which would mean that the Inc., too, must be deemed hegemonic. Either way, the case for its exceptionalism collapses. Perhaps his argument can be saved by changing the contrastive frame. As we tried in the preceding section, perhaps his case will fare better if we look to other countries as possible benchmarks with which to compare the Indian experience. Perhaps the European cases are inappropriate as comparisons, because they were real revolutions, while the Indian one was not. We could try to look to other movements where bourgeois leaderships did not resort to discipline, at least not of the kind highlighted by Guha. The problem is, it is hard to think of any mass political mobilization in modern history in which leaders did not use disciplinary devices, of the kind Guha mentions, over their mass base. The kind of tactics Guha points to, social boycotts, psychological pressure, ostracism, crowd control, have been central to every modern social mobilization we know of. Whether we turn to the great anti-colonial movements, or social reform struggles, or trade union movements, there has never been a social struggle in which such measures were not used. Point 5. In sum, there seems to be scant justification for the view that the Inks practice is an index of relative failure in acquiring hegemony. Guha's argument thus seems to land us in a dilemma. If we accept his insistence that the European experience is a benchmark of hegemonic success, then we must reject his categorization of Indian capitalists as having failed. Whereas if we accept his judgment about Indian capital as failing to attain hegemony, then the European leaderships must also be so judged, and what is more, the leadership of just about every successful modern movement must also be deemed non-hegemonic, surely a perverse conclusion. Either way, there is no basis for an insistence on a structural fault between the bourgeoisie of Europe and that of India. 4.3 The bourgeoisie and nation building. We now come to the final element in Guha's argument about the bourgeois revolutions, which focuses on the nature of the political settlement they generated. Guha believes that the liberalism of the revolutionary bourgeoisie issued in the construction of an inclusive and encompassing social order. Capital had acquired hegemony by successfully articulating the interests of subaltern classes in the anti-feudal coalition. It then built upon its success as a mobilizing agent in creating, after its victory, a political nation that bridged the gulf that had thus far separated subaltern politics from elite politics. What disappoints Guha when he considers the Indian experience is the mediocre liberalism of its capitalist class, which failed to measure up to the heroism of its European predecessors. Recall that he regards this failure as lying at the root of the crisis-ridden political culture of post-colonial India. Because it did not create an encompassing political culture, based on the consent of the subaltern classes, the bourgeoisie could not stabilize its rule. It had, perforce, to continue its reliance on discipline and coercion, much as it had done during the independence movement. Whereas the European capitalists had rested their dominance on the consent of the masses, the Indian ruling class settled for dominance without hegemony. In assessing this argument, let us again assume that Guha's facts about the Indian experience are correct. I will not challenge him in his surmise that the Indian bourgeoisie's liberalism was mediocre, or even negligible, that it had no deep desire to build an encompassing political community, or that it did not strive to speak for the nation. Even if we accept all these descriptions, however, the evidence adduced in the previous chapter shows that Guha's claim of the existence of a structural fault between the Indian bourgeoisie and the leaders of the classic bourgeois revolutions is deeply flawed, not because he has his facts about India wrong but because, once again, he dramatically misconstrues the European experience. Recall that the priority of the elite French and English coalitions after their victories was to exclude subaltern classes from the political nation, not to strengthen their incorporation. In both of these revolutions, the opposition leadership's own agenda had no place for the construction of an inclusive political community. The intent was to install a political regime with an expanded set of rights for non-noble elites, but with no real intention of enfranchising laboring groups. The vision was for a constitutional monarchy, with even limited political rights for the meaner sort, a matter of great ambivalence, if not consternation, for the anti-monarchical forces. And in both England and France, the immediate consequences of the revolutions were not at all friendly to the poor. The polities that arose in the wake of the classical bourgeois revolutions were oligarchies, not liberal orders. They were more open than absolutist states, to be sure. They were not, however, encompassing political communities. For more than a century after the new states were installed, laboring classes had to wage unceasing struggle to gain any substantial political rights, the very rights that Guha seems to associate with a hegemonic order. On his own terms, it would be hard to maintain that the chief means of stability in this period was the active consent of the poor to their place in the world. A hegemonic order, as Guha defines it, took more than a century to form. Compared to the realities of the bourgeois revolutions, the Indian experience seems, if anything, a relative advance. The political order installed in 1947 was not what most progressives had hoped for, especially on matters of minority rights. But the new state offered a great deal more political space than had either of the European models. This is not because the Indian bourgeoisie was especially enlightened. Guha is entirely correct that the Indian business community was, on the whole, deeply suspicious of a fully enfranchised and empowered working class. But it had little choice in the matter. While the European elites were able to suppress subaltern political aspirations in their revolutions, the Indians were not. Having had to abide a massive social movement as its ticket to power, the Indian bourgeoisie did not have the means of disenfranchising it. The movement was too strong, too well organized, and had too many supporters in the nationalist leadership. While the bourgeoisie may not have wanted to endow laboring classes with power, it was something they had to accept. This point is worth stressing. Guha is entirely justified in impugning the liberal credentials of Indian capitalists. They were no lovers of democracy or of the empowerment of the laboring classes. Indeed, their early reaction to the transformation of the Indian National Congress into a mass, mobilizational organization in the 1920s was to make moves toward organizing a rival party to represent the propertied classes. It was only with some hesitation that they maintained their partnership with the Inc. Only after an initial experiment with limited home rule after 1935, when the Inc. took over the reins of government in several provinces, did their attitude soften. And this was not because the captains of industry had suddenly become proponents of popular power. It was because, upon winning office in the provinces, the Inc. moved swiftly to subdue and subordinate the popular forces, especially labor. The bourgeoisie solidified its relationship to Congress because Congress proved it could be trusted. Nehru, Patel, Gandhi, and other leaders showed they could contain the left within the organization, leaving no doubt that vital capitalist interests would be prioritized once Congress secured full power. 7 And once independence was attained in 1947, Nehru moved to demobilize and then marginalize the trade unions and the left in the party and in the political scene more generally. 8 All this justifies Guha's criticism of the Indian bourgeoisie and the Inc. Nevertheless, none of these facts distinguishes Indian capitalists from the elites of the British or French revolutions. Guha's argument is entirely contrastive. It is not about the deficiencies of Indian capital per se, but their deficiencies relative to their forebears. So, too, with the political economy more generally. The political order India inherited was no doubt flawed, but it was, in many ways, also more democratic, more integrated, and more inclusive than was England's in 1720 or France's in 1815. In sum, on this third and final dimension, there was no structural fault between the Indian bourgeoisie and its predecessors. The Indian business class was disdainful of subaltern agency, to be sure, but so were the Europeans. There was a difference in the kind of political regimes that the two epochs generated, but what emerged were two oligarchies in Europe and electoral democracy in India. It took European subaltern classes more than a century to achieve what the Indians acquired at the very birth of the post-colonial state. Even this difference, while certainly real and inimical to Guha's claims, cannot be attributed to any significant polarities in the political preferences of ruling elites. It arose, instead, because of variations in the political capacities of the other actors. Even though the preferences of capitalists in India were much like those of the British or French elites, they were not in a position to impose them on the rest of the nation. Subaltern agency took care of that. 9. 4.4 The post-colonial crisis revisited. What motivated Guha to undertake his analysis was, as mentioned, the political crisis of the 1970s. It is now clear that our conclusions cast these events in a very different light than do his conclusions. To Guha and the subalternists, the political upheavals of these years were symptomatic of a deep structural weakness of the post-colonial order, namely, the chasm separating elite political culture from that of subaltern groups. These phenomena were viewed as deviations from the route to modernity taken in early modern Europe and as the legacy of a weak and illiberal bourgeoisie that itself fell short of the heroic performance of the British and French capitalist classes. The failure of Indian capital was declared on three interrelated grounds: their refusal to confront landed property, their inability to achieve hegemony over the national movement and thus their resort to coercion, and their failure to build a binding social order and thereby bridge the gap between the two domains. The arguments of the present and preceding chapters suggest that not only is Guha's explanation for the crisis-ridden polity flawed, but the significance he attaches to the crisis must also be revised. He takes the political crisis of the post-colonial order to be an indicator of a failed bourgeois revolution. It is viewed as pathological and, had the path to modernity been of a standard type, avoidable. If the modernization process had been shepherded by a competent bourgeoisie and political leadership, the expected result would have been very different. In what ways? Presumably it would have looked something like what Guha takes to have occurred in Europe. He thinks that the bourgeoisie's ascension was coeval with the installation of a liberal and consensual political order. The implication is that a polity of this kind would have been far more stable and harmonious, and, most important, would have rested on the consent of the governed. I have argued that, to the contrary, the bourgeois revolutions created what was essentially an oligarchy of the propertied classes riven with conflict and racked with political instability. Indeed, in the French case, it culminated in 2 further revolutions within half a century. Against this backdrop, what Guha considers a deviation from Europe's story, the creation of a fractured political nation, the exclusion of the dominated groups, the gap between elite and subaltern, is in fact directly aligned with it. Indeed, we can safely say that the post-revolutionary regimes in Europe were more oligarchic and less consensual than India's in 1947.10. Hence, what Guha takes as pathological should instead be seen as normal in the construction of bourgeois political orders. What Guha takes as a sign of a failure in political modernization is in reality what political modernization has looked like for much of the world. His premise that post-colonial India deviated fundamentally from the norm established by early modern Western Europe is thus quite dubious. If the very premise of the project is questionable, so is the explanation he offers. Guha claims that the exceptional features of Indian political culture are the consequence of the many shortcomings of its capitalist class. These he measures against the virtues of the British and French bourgeoisies. The implication is that, had the Indian bourgeoisie been more akin to capital during its rise to power in the classic revolutions, the outcome in India would have been very different. Once again, the premise that the capitalist classes in the 2 eras had very different political orientations falls flat. The English bourgeoisie and French capitalists were no more interested in building an encompassing political nation than were the Birlas or Tatas in India. They had no more animus against feudalism than did the Indians, nor were they any more solicitous of subaltern interests. There were good reasons that Indian political modernization exhibited a gap between elite and subaltern political domains. This was exactly what the bourgeois orders of early modern Europe looked like, as long as the new ruling classes were able to impress their preferences onto the political order. In sum, dominance without hegemony, as Guha defines it, is not an aberration associated with the post-colonial world or the sign of a failed bourgeois revolution. It is, and has been, the normal face of bourgeois power. 4.5 Critique or Apologia. Subalternists as the new Whigs. At this point, we should pause and reconsider Guha's conviction that he has provided a critique of, an alternative to, liberal historiography. He uses the appellation liberal pejoratively, taking it as an intellectual enterprise committed to obscuring the real history of capitalist expansion, especially its expansion into the colonial world. A bourgeois discourse par excellence. It helped the bourgeoisie to change or at least significantly to modify the world according to its class interests in the period of its ascendancy, and since then to consolidate and perpetuate its dominance. 11 Liberal historiography is thus complicit with the dominance of the modern bourgeoisie. In fact, Guha continues, the function of this complicity is, to make liberal historiography speak from within the bourgeois consciousness itself. 12 Thus, the liberal interpretation of history not only extends the interests of the dominant class, but actually reflects that class's own views of itself and of the world. The arguments developed in Dominance Without Hegemony are meant to be an antidote to such apologetics. The limits of Guha's critique. What are the elements that, to Guha, make liberal historiography an expression of the bourgeoisie's own worldview? For him, What makes liberals complicit with bourgeois ideology is the claim that the mission launched by capital in the East is the same one that it had successfully carried out in Western Europe. In the West, capital had established a political order based on the consent of the governed on the acquisition of hegemony. Liberal intellectuals misrepresent actual history when they depict the colonial and post-colonial polities as resting on similar foundations. The essential point about that misrepresentation is that dominance under colonial conditions has quite erroneously been endowed with hegemony. This is so because liberal historiography has been led to presume that capital, in its Indian career, succeeded in overcoming the obstacles to its self-expansion and subjugating all pre-capitalist relations in material and spiritual life well enough to enable the bourgeoisie to speak for all of society, as it had done in England and France in 1640 and 1789.13. This argument has two significant components. One is, as we have stressed, that the litmus test for capital's having overcome the obstacles to its self-expansion is that it is able to speak for all of society to base its rule on the masses' consent. The test is not whether capital is able to establish its economic dominance or its political supremacy. No doubt these are important to Guha, but the real indication of capital's having carried out its mission is that it becomes an agent for expressing the general will. The second noteworthy point, again, is that Guha takes just such an outcome to have occurred in England and France after their revolutions. To him, these revolutions embody the liberal commitment of the bourgeoisie. The problem with liberal ideology, for Guha, is that it illicitly generalizes the European experience onto capital's Eastern career. It therefore masks or obscures the class's failure to carry out its mission. He does not dispute its self-description in the European context. He accuses it of acting in bad faith. This is why his criticism of colonial capital is colored with a distinct sense of disappointment it did not bring to India the same political commitments that drove it on its home turf. He charges the bourgeoisie with failing to live up to standards embodied in its own practice. This is exemplified with great clarity in one of his most powerful denunciations of British capital's misdeeds in India. I excerpted it in Chapter 2 but present it again here, with the relevant passages highlighted. The metropolitan bourgeoisie, who professed and practiced democracy at home, were quite happy to conduct the government of their Indian empire as an autocracy. Champions of the right of the European nations to self-determination, they denied the same right to their Indian subjects until the very last phase of the Raj. Their antagonism to feudal values and institutions in their own society made little difference to their vast tolerance of pre-capitalist values and institutions in Indian society. 14. We must pay attention to the italicized passages, for Guha takes them to collectively embody the paradox of colonial rule, the paradox being the dramatic contrast between British capitalists' political practice at home as opposed to its actions in India. But this is a paradox only if one accepts as one's premise a largely mythological account of European history. If we inject, instead, the real history of capital's ascension into Guha's account, the putative paradox evaporates. An accurate rendering of the European experience would generate, instead, the following paragraph to replace his original one, with the italicized passages in the original quotation replaced by new passages, more reflective of actual history. The metropolitan bourgeoisie who fought against and suppressed democracy at home, were quite happy to conduct the government of their Indian empire as an autocracy. Wary of the right of the European nations to self-determination, they denied the same right to their Indian subjects until the very last phase of the Raj. Their accommodation to feudal values and institutions in their own society was paralleled by their vast tolerance of pre-capitalist values and institutions in Indian society. This is what Guha ought to have said. Had he done so, it would have generated a very different framework for understanding the dynamic of colonial rule in India. In a sense, the liberal historians whom Guha castigates were correct. The colonial state was a product of the same impulses that drove state formation in Great Britain. It is just that the content of these impulses was not as they described it, on either side. The bourgeoisie strove to install an oligarchic form of rule at home, no less than it did in India. It follows that the despotic character of colonial rule, far from being a fundamental departure from the bourgeoisie's political preferences in England or France, was simply a concentrated and more brutal expression of those preferences. Guha merely faults the liberal historians for getting the Indian side of the story wrong. But he accepts in toto the liberal description of the European experience. Hence, using Guha's own definition of the term, his account is not only wrong, but ideological. It not only obscures the real history of European modernization, but does so in a fashion that whitewashes capital's real objectives, which were to set up a polity narrowly committed to its particular interests. It is a story that substitutes capital's self-serving vision of its past for the real one. The Whig origins of Guha's critique. The ideological character of Guha's construction is still more evident if we examine its pedigree. The notion that a progressive and liberal bourgeoisie launched the classic revolutions was crafted in post-Napoleonic Europe by liberal intellectuals fighting against a rising tide of royalist sentiments. In both England and France, the 1820s witnessed a powerful recrudescence of conservative ideology, at the heart of which lay an effort to delegitimize not only the French Revolution but the very idea of popular power. In England, historical debates had, for decades, been structured by the political struggle between two parties, Tory and Whig, both captured by dominant classes and both hostile to popular classes. The origins of the Whig version of the English Revolution can be traced to the propaganda that parliamentary leaders crafted during the revolutionary years, and thereafter. It portrayed the anti-monarchical leaders as driven by the defense of liberty against arbitrary power. More to the point, this historiography depicted the revolutionary goals as a defense of popular and national interests, not the interests of a particular class. Herein lay the origins of the notion that the bourgeois leadership of the movement expressed the interests of the broader nation. In this Whig interpretation, the civil wars were not only justified but necessary in the forward march of freedom and liberty. The Whigs laid claim to be the lineal descendants of the revolutionary forces, and thereby to be defenders of liberty. In the Whig tradition as handed down to the 1820s, parliamentary leaders in 1640 carried the banner of liberty, but they were not yet identified as bourgeois. 15 They were seen as enlightened leaders committed to the idea of freedom. The identification of freedom with bourgeois leadership was imported into the story more by French historians, also writing in the wake of Napoleon's fall. 16 Fighting against the restoration of Bourbon rule, when the revolution of 1789 was under attack as an orgy of excesses, progressive liberals developed an interpretation that not only portrayed the French Revolution as a defense of popular liberties, but added to it the argument that the bourgeoisie had been at the helm of the struggle. In their highly influential works, published over a span of more than 3 decades, Augustin Thierry, François Guizot, François Mignet, Henry de Saint-Simon, and others laid the foundation for what has come to be known as the liberal interpretation of the French Revolution. But the basic elements of this interpretation eventually congealed into a general framework for both of the great revolutions, British and French. Guizot and Thierry both projected the analysis of 1789 back to the civil wars in England. Within this view, both revolutions were the product of a rising bourgeoisie, fighting for modern liberties and overthrowing the feudal order in their defense. French liberal historiography was the first to portray the revolution as a product of class struggle. But in their interpretation, the struggle was between the Third Estate as a whole and the parasitic nobility. They accepted Sieyes's dictum that the Third Estate was everything, that it comprised virtually the entire nation. Hence, its bourgeois leadership literally spoke for the nation. There was no question of conflicting interests between the leadership and its mass base. This formulation reached its sharpest expression in the work of Augustin Thierry, which was very influential at mid-century. In his early writings, Thierry regarded the very idea of a conflict between the bourgeoisie and the masses as absurd, because the former was just another way of describing the latter. The bourgeoisie was the nation. 17 Later he allowed for the possibility of antagonism but pointed to its doubtfulness, because the bourgeoisie was now identified with the universal aspirations and interests of the people. 18 This basic identification of the bourgeoisie with the aspirations of the populace, and hence, of the nation, became the bedrock on which liberal historiography was built over the course of the 19th century. It carried over into Guizot, Michelet, and Marx, and, later, to the progressive historians of the early 20th century. The French liberal historians had a long-term impact on how the Revolution of 1789 was interpreted. They also had a most immediate impact on the interpretation of the English civil wars. In order to legitimate their case for the French Revolution, Thierry and Guizot reinterpreted the events of 1648 in England as a precursor to 1789. English Whigs had already gone to some lengths to defend the civil wars as a victory for the forces of liberty. The French liberals now handed them an argument to further strengthen their case. Whereas the earlier historiography had seen parliamentary opposition in 1640 as motivated by religious and moral convictions, the newer vintage anchored these motivations to the agenda of a social class. For Guizot, the religious discourse used to justify the rebellion in 1640 was a screen for the social question, the struggle of various classes for power and influence. 19 The English Revolution was in this fashion recast as the victory of the bourgeoisie against a reactionary landed aristocracy, and the French upheaval celebrated as the lineal descendant of the English. 20 By the middle of the 19th century, both revolutions were firmly ensconced in a historiographical tradition that identified their protagonists as the bourgeoisie, whose mission was to speak on behalf of the people nation, and who were credited with having constructed a liberal political order based on the people nation's consent. The Marxist inflection. It should be clear that Guizot's argument rests squarely on a Whig interpretation of British and French modernization. As we will see, this is also the tradition that informs his conceptualization of the logic of capitalism. Perhaps this seems a curious claim, given that Guizot draws explicitly on Marx in his construction of the bourgeois revolutions, and his conceptual vocabulary looks to be directly derived from Marx. How, then, is it justifiable to present him as a modern-day Whig? Such a characterization is defensible on two grounds. The first is that Marx himself incorporated substantial elements of the Whig story into his analysis of the early modern revolutions. Guizot, Thierry, Mignet and other prominent liberal historians were among his main sources for the history of these events. Furthermore, he took their analysis to be quite compatible with his materialist approach to history. Marx insisted, on more than one occasion, that the progressive liberals had preempted him in recognizing the importance of class forces in historical development. 21 Indeed, he found the notion of the bourgeoisie's leadership of the revolution especially appealing, in that it converged with the idea that history was a progression of societies from one mode of production to another. Marx simply took the idea of a bourgeois revolution and imported it into his larger theory of historical evolution, thus internalizing, along with it, many weaknesses of the liberal analysis. Hence, to the extent that Guizot borrows from Marx on these questions, he internalizes the same liberal nostrums, and the same infirmities, as did Marx. 22. But, while Marx did digest substantial elements of the Whig analysis, it would be misleading to collapse his work into the Whig tradition. First, on the narrow question of the bourgeoisie's role in the revolutions, Marx was far more alive than were the liberal historians to the ambivalence of the elite leadership toward popular forces. He excoriated Thierry for trying to deny the existence of antagonism between elite and subaltern in the revolution, for forgetting that the bourgeoisie succeeded only when it decided to make common cause with the peasants. 23 There are several instances in which he admits that the revolutions went beyond their initial timid thrusts, not because of the bourgeoisie's embrace of a radical program but because of pressure from below. 24 As François Furet has noted, Marx was never able to reconcile his acceptance of Whig myths about the rising bourgeoisie with his recognition of bourgeois timidity during the actual course of events. 25 Still, the importance Marx gives to the role of popular pressures sets his analysis apart from Whig historiography, even if he cannot escape its basic weaknesses. A second, and more important, reason to resist assimilating Marx into the Whig tradition is that, for him, the significance of the bourgeois revolutions lay in the thrust they gave to the spread of capitalism as an economic system. No doubt he exaggerated their significance for the development of capitalism. As I argued in chapter 3.26, by 1640, England was already largely capitalist, whereas France did not experience a significant shift to the new economic system until the final quarter of the 19th century, almost a full century after its own revolution. Nevertheless, though Marx may have exaggerated the bourgeoisie's economic achievements in the two revolutions, there is little doubt that he was far more circumspect about their liberal and communitarian commitments. He did emphasize, in his early writings, the importance of capitalism in allowing for the emergence of civil society as a distinct sphere. However, while according great significance to bourgeois civil society, he was far more guarded in his praise for the bourgeois class. The class was, he argued, far more concerned with strengthening the state, especially its repressive apparatus, than it was with the deepening of liberal freedoms. The decisive statement of this view appears in his commentary on the Paris Commune, where he comes back to this theme in each of his three drafts, searching for the proper formulation of his insight. The French Revolution did sweep away the ancien régime, Marx observes, but in so doing, it established a parliament under the direct control of the propertied classes, giving the state the character of a public force organized for social enslavement, of an engine of class despotism. 27 This is a far cry from the idyllic version of history found in Guhat's narrative to a fundamentally Whig argument. Even though the immediate referent for Guhat's work is Marx, then, his interpretation of the revolutions harkens back to its Whig roots. 2 points in particular deserve notice. First, there is almost no recognition in Guhat's analysis of the role played by popular forces in radicalizing the political agenda. He places all his weight on the bourgeoisie's revolutionary ardor and expansive vision. This shows up on the other side of his counterfactual, in the Indian case. Had Guhat recognized the importance of popular forces in the classic revolutions, he would have been forced to de-emphasize the heroism of the bourgeoisie as a causal factor. The framework would have had to include the analysis of popular mobilization as a core element in explaining the course of bourgeois revolutions. Transferring this framework to the Indian case would have meant a correspondingly reduced emphasis on the mediocre liberalism of Indian capitalists as an explanatory mechanism. Indian capitalists would no longer be seen as mediocre relative to British, but in fact very much like them. The conservative character of Indian nationalism would then have to be seen not simply as a consequence of the shortcomings of Indian capital, but of the failure of the subaltern classes in the nationalist movement. This would require an independent analysis of workers' and peasants' movements, for purposes of explicating their inability to garner the kind of power that might have been able to extract greater concessions from the Inc., much as the popular movements did in Europe. But in dominance without hegemony, the subaltern classes rarely emerge as an actor, as a historical subject. Throughout the analysis, they are always the object of the bourgeoisie's strategy. Guhat never takes up the question of why popular forces failed to gather enough strength to push the Inc. in a more radical direction. This reflects his commitment to taking the bourgeoisie as the central actor for explaining the quality of Indian nationalism and, following that, the post-colonial state. He never asks the relevant question, because in his framework the course of the revolution reflects the qualities of its bourgeois leadership. This derives from an internalization of the Whig interpretation of the classic revolutions, in which a heroic bourgeoisie ushers in a new era, independent of popular pressure, thereby generating Guhat's distorted counterfactual. Second, Guhat's focus on consent as the hallmark of bourgeois rule also sets him firmly in the Whig tradition. It is difficult to find a suggestion in Marx's work that the new order established after 1640 or 1789 expressed an abiding social consensus. He is far more aware than were his liberal sources of the narrow base of the bourgeois oligarchies. With Guhat, this caution is absent. For him, the hallmark of the post-revolutionary polity is that elites and subalterns are integrated into the same consensual order. This is how the chasm between the political cultures of dominant and dominated classes is obliterated. As a result, the concept of hegemony, as mobilized by Guhat, becomes an expression of national integration. the bourgeoisie not only brings the laboring classes into the same political coalition, but effectively speaks for the nation. This understanding descends from Thierry, not Marx. For Marx, the new political order cannot prevent the persistence of class antagonism and class struggle, whereas for Guha, the eruption of class conflict as in India in the 1970s is a pathological development, sign of a failed bourgeois revolution. Guha's formulation thus represents a decisive regression toward Whig historiography. In sum, Guha's argument in Dominance Without Hegemony cannot provide a critique of liberalism, because he has internalized so many of liberal historiography's central precepts. He agrees that the bourgeoisie was the main protagonist in the classic revolutions. He also agrees that this class crystallized, in its outlook and program, the aspirations of the nation, and he endorses the view that, once in power, its main achievement was to install a political order based on the consent of the masses. Indeed, Guha builds these outcomes into his definition of capitalist development itself. Capital's universalization, he insists, issues in a political order in which the bourgeoisie successfully delivers these ends. What capital universalizes is political rule based on consent. Insofar as it fails to do so, what has been installed is a bastard child. Thus Guha's criticism of liberal ideology is of a minor order. He does not question the basic liberal conceptualization of capital, nor does he reject the mythology about capital's role as an historic actor. He merely questions whether capital has carried out its so-called mission, its striving toward self-realization in India. 28. 4.6 Conclusion. For the past 3 chapters, we have examined Ranjit Guha's central claim regarding Indian political formation, viz., that its pathologies are attributable to its bourgeoisie having failed to lead a proper bourgeois revolution. Guha's judgment rests on his conviction that the revolutions of 1640 and 1789 generated a novel form of social power, unique to the modern bourgeois epoch, power based on the consent of the governed. The British and French bourgeoisie based their rule on hegemony, while in India the capitalist class attained dominance but not hegemony. The task I have thus far undertaken is to show that hegemony defined as reliance on consent rather than on coercion was never the anchor of the bourgeois revolutions. Hegemony has 2 relevant dimensions in Guha's argument: its role as the glue that held the revolutionary coalition together and, subsequently, its contribution to the establishment of an encompassing political order. Our evidence has shown that, in neither of these dimensions, did the elite leaderships of the revolution seek or establish hegemony, thus defined. In the revolutionary period, they tried their best to contain and suppress subaltern demands for representation, administering a significant dose of outright coercion, certainly more than the leadership of the Incused over its own base in the nationalist movement. Once in power, they pushed the laboring classes out of the political arenas, thereby establishing a narrow, oligarchic form of rule far more restricted, in fact, than in the Indian case. The result was a constriction of the political nation, to encompass only the ruling classes and a small sliver of the general population. Far from being marginal to political stability in the new order, coercion was central to it. So, if the hallmark of hegemony is the promotion of persuasion rather than coercion as the main instrument of stability, then the bourgeois revolutions cannot be associated with hegemonic leadership. These findings bolster my broader conclusion, that there was no structural fault in the political ambitions of the Indian bourgeoisie as compared with the leadership of the classic bourgeois revolutions. The task now is to examine what remains of the deeper theoretical argument used by Guha to justify his understanding of the bourgeoisie's historical mission. Recall that for Guha, the capitalists' struggle for hegemony, as well as their success in achieving hegemony, are both expressions of a deeper force, the universalizing tendency of capital. If it turns out that capital did not in fact strive for hegemony as Guha defines it, and indeed was not even especially interested in it, perhaps the very idea of a universalizing drive is mistaken. We might conclude that capital not only failed to subsume the colonial world under its logic, but that it has no internal motor to universalize. And if that is so, then surely the theories that have been developed over the past century, which place a general conception of capitalism at the core of their conceptual framework, are even weaker than we thought. Each part of the world would then have to generate theories derived from its cultural and social specificity. The post-colonial rejection of European Enlightenment theories would extend far beyond the colonial world. As it happens, the consequences of my empirical critique are not quite so dire. Guha works with a very particular understanding of capital's universalization. As we have seen, what is universalized is the bourgeoisie's construction of a very specific kind of political order, one in which the dominant class bases its rule on the consent of the governed. For Guha, as for other subalternist theorists, there is a clear criterion by which to judge the matter. For capital to have universalized, it must be the case that the bourgeoisie acquired hegemony, and hegemony is defined as rule based on consent. Insofar as these conditions are not in evidence, the universalizing dynamic can be deemed a failure. In the next chapter, I will propose a different definition of capital's universalization, one that is more consistent with the bourgeoisie's actual practice. I will argue that Guha was correct to suggest that capital has a universalizing tendency, but that he wrongly identified its content. In other words, he was right in his claim that capital has a universalizing drive, but wrong in identifying what is actually universalized. It was not a particular normative order, but rather the subordination of economic agents to the competitive pressures of the market. Capitalism universalizes market dependence. We will see that this process is perfectly consistent with the phenomena that subalternist theorists claim is specific to the colonial world but deem inconsistent with capital's universalizing tendency: the persistence of a subaltern domain, distinct from that of the elites and suffused with social hierarchies, traditional power relations, and political idioms. Chapter 5. Capital's universalizing tendency. The main conclusion of the preceding chapters is that India's bourgeois revolution, its independence movement, did not, as Ranjit Guha maintains, diverge from the classic European revolutions. The reason Guha's reading of this history cannot be supported is not that he has his facts about India wrong. His reading of the Indian experience is unobjectionable, even conventional in many respects. The reason his argument fails is that his understanding of the European experience is fatally flawed, and all his conclusions about India ride on his European counterfactual. The fact is, the European bourgeoisie was no more enamored of democracy, or contemptuous of the ancien regime, or respectful of subaltern agency, than were the Indians. In terms of actual achievement, the Indian nationalist movement created a state that was, if anything, closer to Guha's ideal of a hegemonic order than were the oligarchies established by the classic bourgeois revolutions. So the divergence that Guha imagines as central to the post-colonial predicament simply does not exist. Indeed, not only is his argument wrong, but it dusts off and repackages one of the hoariest traditions of bourgeois apologetics. It cannot generate a critique of liberal historiography because it relies fully on that very historiographical tradition, on its apologia for the emerging capitalist class. While the empirical critique settles the question of Indian capitalists' divergence from the Europeans, its implication for Guha's deeper theoretical argument is uncertain. There are two main components to the argument: that the European bourgeoisie championed, and then established, a consensual and liberal political order, and that the bourgeoisie's willingness to base its rule on popular consent was itself an expression of a deeper force, namely capital's universalizing tendency. Guha takes the former as evidence of the latter. Hence, the fact that the colonial and Indian bourgeoisie showed no interest in an encompassing political order indicates that capital abandoned its universalizing mission. The issue now is, what are the implications of the discovery that nowhere did capitalists ever try to speak for the nation? If the European bourgeoisie at home was no more interested in a consensual order than was Indian capital at home, it could be taken to mean that not only did the Indian capitalist class eschew its universalizing mission, but so did its European predecessors. Does this not suggest that the very idea of capitalism having a universalizing tendency might have to be abandoned? Does my critique of Guha justify the conclusion that the very idea of capitalism's universalizing drive is fatally flawed? Perhaps his mistake lay in attributing any such tendency to capitalism at all. In this chapter, I offer a defense of the idea that capital does have a universalizing tendency, even if Guha's conceptualization of it is incorrect. In the conclusion to Chapter 4, I suggested that Guha's doubts about capital's universalization rest on a very specific understanding of what is being universalized. He takes it to be the spread of ideological hegemony, narrowly defined. In this chapter, I propose that there is little warrant for Guha's definition. He settles on it more or less arbitrarily, even though there are grounds for another rendering of it, grounds with which he is quite familiar. Furthermore, as we have seen, Guha's construal of the concept seems to have very little support from the historical record. It is hard to find any instance of a bourgeoisie committed to the kind of universalization that Guha's rendering of it requires. Hence, I offer a different definition of universalization, and I show that this definition is both more consistent with the actual practice of capitalists. Having shown that my alternative definition is more in line with the historical record, I then argue that universalization, properly defined, is quite consistent with the very phenomena that subalternists think are evidence against it. For Guha, the main evidence for incomplete universalization is that the bourgeoisie does not base its rule on the consent of the governed. We have clearly seen the flaws in this whole line of reasoning. Now I will address another of the putative indices of failed bourgeois hegemony, the persistence of certain kinds of power relations, which subalternist theorists see as different from bourgeois forms of power, and thus see as more evidence of the stalled universalizing drive. Here, too, their basic sociology is mistaken. The power relations they regard as signs of a failed or abandoned bourgeois project are, in fact, entirely compatible with the dominant bourgeois political culture. Once again, this proposition gains support from the historical record in capitalism's heartland, Western Europe, and the United States. I show that, in all of the zones where capitalism took root, its political practice undermines Guha's characterization of its basic tendencies, but upholds the definition that I have offered. In other words, the evidence suggests that capital does show a consistent universalizing tendency, just not in the manner understood by Guha. Taken together, chapters 4 and 5 show that the phenomenon Guha takes to be symptomatic of a stalled universalizing drive by capital, the existence of a distinct subaltern domain, with its own idiom, embedded in antiquated power relations, and with its own political culture, is quite consistent with the universalizing process, but only if this process is redefined. We thereby reject Guha's historical sociology while retaining the idea that capital is driven to universalize itself. 5.1 What is at stake? In two separate essays published in the same year, Dipesh Chakrabarty explains his view of the deep implications of Guha's analysis. Point 1 He affirms Guha's thesis concerning the bourgeoisie's failure to base its rule on the consent of the governed, quoting approvingly Guha's verdict that vast areas in the life and consciousness of the people escaped any kind of bourgeois hegemony. 2 He also agrees that the failure to hegemonize was itself a symptom of the universalizing dynamic coming to a halt. But he places additional emphasis on another consequence, which was also present in Guha's analysis but receives greater prominence in Chakrabarty's own work. This is the failure, in capital's bid for supremacy, to transform relations of power. The fact that capitalism did not dissolve the separate subaltern domain did not just mean that the lower orders remained outside the influence of bourgeois ideology, it also implied that they were subject to forms of power very different from those established by capital in Europe, where it undertook a thorough social transformation. Chakrabarty explains it thus in Provincializing Europe. South Asian political modernity, Guha argued, brings together two non-commensurable logics of power, both modern. One is the logic of the quasi-liberal legal and institutional frameworks that European rule introduced into the country. Braided with this, however, is the logic of another set of relationships in which both the elites and the subalterns are also involved. These are the relations that articulate hierarchy through practices of direct and explicit subordination of the less powerful by the more powerful. Point 3. In another essay, Chakrabarty produces a very similar description of Guha's analysis but describes the form of power in the subaltern domain a little more sharply, as one in which hierarchy was based on direct and explicit domination and subordination of the less powerful through both ideological symbolic means and physical force. For he later continues, social domination and subordination of the subaltern by the elite was thus an everyday feature of Indian capitalism itself. This was capitalism of a colonial type. 5. The peculiarity of Indian modernity was that its capitalism left intact the political domain of subaltern groups and the forms of power peculiar to it, in which elites exercised direct and explicit subordination of the lower orders, often involving the use of physical coercion. In itself, this is not an uncommon observation. Virtually every social analysis of colonial development has noticed that Indian modernization has left older forms of domination intact. But this is where Chakrabarty wishes to distinguish the subaltern studies analysis and conclusions. Whereas for many analysts, the obduracy of antediluvian power relations was a symptom of an incomplete transition to capitalism, Chakrabarty argues that any such inference would be mistaken. The persistence of these forms of power was not an index of an incomplete capitalism, or even a backward capitalism. They did not persist because feudal remnants lingered in the countryside or because labor had only been formally subsumed under capital. In fact, he chastises Guha for occasionally attributing the persistence of subordination and political coercion to an incomplete capitalist transition. 6 They persisted, Chakrabarty argues, because a non-universalizing variant has social dynamics rather different from the original, universalizing capitalism. So, Guha and Chakrabarty are united in their view that colonial capitalism, even in its most developed form, produces distinctive forms of power. Guha goes beyond the argument that reduces questions of democracy and power in the subcontinent to propositions about an incomplete transition to capitalism. He does not deny the connections of colonial India to the global forces of capitalism. His point, however, is that the global history of capitalism need not produce everywhere the same history of power. 7. Thus, capitalism can spread around the globe, but the relations of power it establishes will not be identical. This claim seems fair enough. But it is at this juncture that the more interesting parts of Chakrabarty's argument start to emerge. Even though these forms of power are thoroughly modern, and coeval with the development of capitalism, he resists describing them as capitalist. In other words, Chakrabarty does not want to designate them as bourgeois forms of power. Guha's work enjoins us, he argues in the essay, to recognize differences in the history of power in colonial India and in Europe. The gesture is radical in that it fundamentally pluralizes the history of power in global modernity and separates it from any universal history of capital. 8 In Provincializing Europe, Chakrabarty reproduces the passage but adds a clause. Guha's analysis fundamentally pluralizes the history of power in global modernity and separates it from any universalist narratives of capital. Subaltern historiography questions the assumption that capitalism necessarily brings bourgeois relations of power to a position of hegemony. 9. Chakrabarty is making a significant and distinctive argument here. Colonial capitalism implanted certain power relations in India, which cannot be subsumed under a universal history of capital, that is, they cannot be taken as an instance of the same capitalist power relations that emerged during European modernization. The reason is that in no meaningful way were they bourgeois forms of power, because the bourgeoisie in India never achieved hegemony, did not penetrate the subaltern domain, and could not do so because capital had abandoned its universalizing drive. As he concludes, this was capitalism but without capitalist hierarchies, a capitalist dominance without a hegemonic capitalist culture or, in Guha's famous term, dominance without hegemony. 10 That is to say, a non-universalizing capital produces a bourgeoisie without hegemony, as well as a capitalism that does not produce recognizably capitalist forms of power or specifically capitalist hierarchies. Let us clarify what kinds of authority Chakrabarty is referring to. In the essays where he makes this argument, he does not provide many concrete examples, but he does tell us where we can find them. In a footnote, He points the reader to his earlier work, A History of Labor in Indian Jute Mills During the Interwar Years 11, where he describes in some detail the power relations he has in mind. In this earlier book, Chakrabarty explored the forms of authority that managers wielded over their workers in the jute industry. Point 12. He argues that the power relations used by managers departed from the kind Marx identified with capitalism. In capitalism, power is supposed to be exercised through an articulated body of rules and legislation that have the effect of ensuring an economy in the use and exercise of managerial power. 13. In other words, the exercise of power must be transparent, predictable, and clearly demarcated. But in the jute mills, Chakrabarty observes, managers' authority over their workers was highly arbitrary, personal, often violent, and excessive. Point 14. Managers could hire and fire at will, they could use terror as a form of labor control, and they arbitrarily set wages at levels they deemed fit. They ensnared workers in debt obligations, confiscated wages, intimidated or beat workers who defected to other mills, and, of course, used violence against suspected union organizers. In order to exercise their authority, managers often relied on workers' pre-existing notions of deference and hierarchy, which stemmed from their rural cultures. Chakrabarty describes the various forms of paternalism that managers enacted, and even promoted, to secure obeisance. Central to this was the concept of the mob ape, a traditional Indian notion that authority figures assumed something akin to parental responsibility for those under their control. Hence, managers claimed that they were in loco parentis to the workers. 15. Workers, correspondingly, had a responsibility to accept the authority of managers and to perform as directed. When punishment was meted out, it was justified as parental justice. 16. Existing caste hierarchies and social divisions made fertile ground for the implantation of such ideas, of course. Managers keyed on these aspects of worker consciousness and remobilized them to suit their own ends. Here Chakrabarty draws on the premise that truly bourgeois forms of power rely on a unique and clearly identifiable set of mechanisms, which do not include the kind he found in Bengal's jute mills. What he probably has in mind is the notion that, with the advent of capitalism, ruling classes need not rely on direct coercion to extract a surplus from laboring groups. In feudalism, because the peasantry had direct access to the means of production, they did not rely on lords for their productive activities. Lacking any leverage to induce a surplus from peasants, lords had no choice but to rely on threats and intimidation to extract rents from them. This made power in feudalism highly arbitrary, very violent, and interpersonal in form. Coercion thus was built into the class structure, as was direct subordination. 17. But in capitalism, surplus extraction does not have to depend on outright coercion. Employers can rely instead on the silent compulsion of economic relations. To use Marx's famous formulation. 18. Direct coercion fades away, and power is then exercised through the impersonal force of structural pressures. Rather than appearing as their direct oppressors, capitalists can present themselves as the workers' benefactors. The system turns out to be perfectly compatible with formal equality in the political realm, even as the bourgeoisie exercises economic dominance. So, the unstated premise on which Chakrabarty bases his designation of colonial power as non-bourgeois seems to be that formal equality and impersonal power relations appear as the quintessential forms of capitalist power. If capitalism had truly universalized, without distortions, into the colonial world, it would not have had to rely on the forms of coercion Chakrabarty found in the Calcutta jute mills of the 1920s. It would have generated forms of authority closer to the impersonal coercion typical of European capitalism. The managers found in the East certainly do reproduce capitalism, but they rely on non-bourgeois forms of power, namely, forms that deviate from those practiced in classical capitalism. From the preceding argument, Chakrabarty derives certain important theoretical implications. The first is that the analysis of social hierarchies in India cannot draw on the categories of political economy, which rely on capital as an explanatory mechanism. Since the Indian power relations were not part of the universal history of capital, they cannot be explained through the logic of capitalism. Any theoretical framework that would try to link subordination and dominance to the logic of capital cannot but fail to illuminate post-colonial realities. The chief victim here is Marxist theory. Chakrabarty explains it thus. In the calculus of modernity, power is not a dependent variable, with capital playing the role of an independent one. Capital and power are analytically separable categories. Traditional European Marxist thought, which fused the two, would therefore always be relevant, but inadequate for analyzing power in colonial modern histories. Point 19. It is not entirely clear how European Marxist thought fuses capital and power. Chakrabarty seems to suggest that these theories construe every form of power as an expression of capital, a remarkable claim, advanced without argument or evidence. Point 20. But let us leave that matter aside for now. The next conclusion he extracts is that, for the theoretical renaissance to take off, a new set of categories must be crafted. It is in this context that he calls for provincializing Europe. My argument for provincializing Europe follows directly from my involvement in this project. A history of political modernity in India cannot be written as a simple application of the analytics of capital and nationalism available to Western Marxism. One could not, in the manner of some nationalist historians, pit the story of a regressive colonialism against an account of a robust nationalist bourgeoisie seeking to establish a bourgeois outlook throughout society. For in Guha's terms, there was no class in South Asia comparable to the European bourgeoisie of Marxist meta-narratives, a class able to fabricate a hegemonic ideology that made its own interests look and feel like the interests of all. This was capitalism indeed, but without bourgeois relations that attain a position of unchallenged hegemony. It was capitalist dominance without a hegemonic bourgeois culture, or, in Guha's famous terms, dominance without hegemony. 21. Several points need highlighting here. The first is that Chakrabarty reproduces, in toto, Guha's argument about there being a structural fault separating the Indian bourgeoisie from the European. He affirms that the nationalist movement cannot be told as a story of capital's ascension, because capital did not behave as it should have. It did not try to speak for the nation, as British capitalists did in their revolution. Social theory therefore needs to craft a new set of categories, which will have to be very different from those mobilized to explain the European dynamic. This is just an extension of Guha. But, as an added inflection, he gives special emphasis to the kind of power relations that colonial capitalism produced. They were not, he categorically asserts, capitalist power relations, and they cannot be so regarded, because they are relations of interpersonal domination. Guha had taken hegemony to mean rule by consent. Chakrabarty adds to this the criterion that power relations should also be transformed, presumably away from personal domination and toward a more formal, impersonal variety. Chakrabarty further endorses Guha's view that the modern nation, resting on bourgeois hegemony, was brought about by the bourgeoisie, and that the Indian bourgeoisie did not follow in those footsteps. So capital in India failed to implant its own form of domination through impersonal means and also failed to generate a genuine political community under its hegemony. This is why Marxist theory as a meta-narrative loses relevance for India. Marxist theory is the child of European reality. It presumes that history unfolds in a certain way. The bourgeoisie is born, it recognizes its interests, it overthrows the traditional order, imposes its own vision of society, creates a viable nation, and exercises power through formal and impersonal means. Since this did not happen in India, Marxist theory and its liberal cousin must be replaced by theory attuned to Indian realities and freed of European assumptions. This is how Europe is to be provincialized. We can now appreciate what is at stake, for the subalternist collective, in the universalization of capital, the appropriateness of European categories, at least as bequeathed by the Enlightenment tradition, to Indian reality and, by extension, to the rest of the post-colonial world. Chakrabarty's desire to provincialize Europe stems from his conviction that any comparisons with the European story will be misleading, because, once capital traveled to the colonies, the latter were subjected to a very different set of economic and political dynamics than those experienced in Europe. A proper apprehension of these dynamics will require the construction of a new set of categories, sensitive to the peculiarities of this new form of modernity, a modernity that sustained a capitalism that refused to produce the power relations it implanted in the West. A specifically post-colonial capitalism demands specifically post-colonial categories. Two pillars support Chakrabarty's conclusion that Western categories must be abandoned for new, indigenous ones: the claim that the bourgeoisie did not establish its ideological hegemony in the form of rule by consent, and the claim that it did not displace older power relations with its own. Both are dimensions of Guha's meta-concept, the universalization of capital. If capital successfully universalizes, so the argument goes, it will exercise its rule by consent and will displace older power relations with recognizably bourgeois forms of power. We have already seen that the first of these two axioms is, for the most part, a fantasy, a myth accepted by Guha and his followers with alacrity. No gulf separates the rise of the European bourgeoisie from that of its Indian descendants. The political and social vision of capital in its European incarnation was fairly similar to the vision that shaped its course in India. Whichever analytical framework is appropriate to explaining the former, then, will be just as appropriate to explaining the latter, as we have demonstrated in chapters 3 and 4. So, if part of the justification of abandoning the simple application of the analytics of capital and nationalism is that the story will simply make no sense, since Indian capital did not act on the same interests or with the same goals as it did in Europe, then we can safely conclude that the worries lack foundation. It now remains to be seen if the second pillar can withstand the weight that the subalternist collective places upon it. Are the reproduction of interpersonal hierarchies and the dependence on coercion impossible to explain through the narrative of capital? Or, to translate this bit of jargon, is the exercise of personal domination consistent with capitalist exploitation? Should we expect that as capital expands its scope in an economy, it will abjure a reliance on such forms of power? Is the resort to such domination by capitalists an anomalous development? If so, then we must accept Chakrabarty's conclusions that capital did not implant bourgeois relations of power and that traditional Marxian categories are inadequate to Indian reality. But if it can be shown that interpersonal coercion is perfectly consistent with capitalist employment relations, then we will be forced to reject these conclusions, in which case, the history of power of this kind can indeed be assimilated into the narrative of capital. And if this is so, we will have demonstrated that capital's historical path to dominance, as well as the persistent social hierarchies to which Chakrabarty now refers, are explicable through the very categories that he urges us to reject. 5.2 What does capitalism universalize? To assess whether capital abandoned its universalizing mission in its colonial venture, we first must ask, what it is supposed to universalize. Whatever capital supposedly universalizes, it must be something that can be tied quite closely to its intrinsic features. We must have good reason to believe that wherever capitalist social relations appear, so must these attendant phenomena. Having rejected Guha's argument, the burden falls upon us to provide an alternative. As it happens, an alternative candidate for universalization is not hard to find. Guha refers to it in his own discussion. Recall that he describes capital's tendency to universalize thus. This universalizing tendency derives from the self-expansion of capital. Its function is to create a world market, subjugate all antecedent modes of production, and replace all jural and institutional concomitants of such modes and generally the entire edifice of pre-capitalist cultures by laws, institutions, values, and other elements of a culture appropriate to bourgeois rule. 22. As noted in Chapter 2, this passage contains two distinct elements associated with the universalizing tendency: the self-expansion of capital on one side, and its attendant political and cultural transformations on the other. Guha never defines capital's self-expansion, presumably because he assumes the reader will take it to carry Marx's meaning. For Marx, it referred to both a micro and a macro level phenomenon. At the macro level, it referred to the tendency of capitalism as a system to expand its zone of operation to find new markets, to create new ones if needed by displacing existing economic forms, to reach into every part of the world and incorporate it into a world market. But for Marx, this macro-level tendency derives from the micro-level action of individual firms. Capitalism expands geographically as producers seek out new buyers for their products and new inputs to go into the production process. But capital's self-expansion also means the increasing scale of operations for individual producers, as part of the competitive battle between firms. In order to drive out rival firms, producers constantly search for ways to lower the market price of their product. One way to do so is to expand their productive capacity, to throw greater quantities of the product onto the market so as to lower its unit cost. This requires a greater scale of operations, bigger units, and larger production runs, thereby using more labor, consuming more inputs and demanding yet bigger and deeper markets to absorb the goods. Hence, as capital expands its geographical zone of operation, it also expands the size of its units, its scale of production, the baseline size of operations for market entrants, and so forth. The system not only widens, it deepens. An economic system that tends to quicken its tempo and spread around the world could certainly be described as expanding. But it is not immediately clear why it should be described as self-expanding. The choice of words here goes beyond Marx's Hegelian pedigree. What the term is meant to convey, I would suggest, is that capital is driven to expand because of mechanisms internal to its reproduction, that capitalists are driven to expand simply by virtue of being capitalists, not because of their personal idiosyncrasies, or their ideological predilections, or their cultural background. The agents who run firms in a fully monetized economy do not need any inducements to accumulate capital other than those generated by their structural location. The compulsions, Marx notes, assert themselves as the coercive laws of competition, and therefore enter into the consciousness of the individual capitalist as the motives that drive him forward. 23. The imperative to survive in the market, to repel the threat of other producers' displacement of them unless they grow, unless they constantly expand their revenue base and productivity, is all the motivation they need. Capitalism grows as firms take their revenues after every cycle of production and plow them back into acquiring ever more capital, in order to strengthen their position in the market. Marx refers to this process as the accumulation of capital. What capitalism universalizes, then, is a particular strategy of economic reproduction. It compels economic units to focus single-mindedly on accumulating ever more capital. Economic managers internalize it as their goal because it is built into the structural location of being a capitalist. It is not something capitalists have to be convinced to do. Wherever capitalism goes, so too does this imperative. Guha is aware of the economic dimension, but although he begins with it, he sets it aside when he defines universalization as the bourgeoisie's creation of an encompassing political order. Insofar as the capitalist class does not base its rule on consent, it can be said to have abandoned its universalizing drive. Notice, however, that based on the new definition I have offered, we can accept that capital has universalized even if its political mission is not devoted to winning the consent of laboring classes. By our criteria, the universalizing process is underway if agents' reproductive strategies shift toward market dependence. Our new definition has effectively decoupled universalization from the phenomena that Guha associated with it. The issue now is to assess what kind of power relations are implied in the new definition of universalization. We first need to judge whether capital can be expected to generate the kind of power relations that Chakrabarty found in the jute mills. This might seem an odd question. After all, those were power relations in capitalist jute mills, which were in the business of accumulating capital. It thus seems rather obvious that capitalism can rely on power relations of the kind Chakrabarty describes. But we must remember that Chakrabarty's argument is that what makes Indian capitalism generate such forms of power is its specifically colonial character. A special kind of capitalism produces a special kind of power. The manager's authority was essentially colonial. It derived more from the colonial situation than from any other factor internal to the production process. The Scottish manager in a Calcutta jute mill was something he could never have been at home. 24. In other words, arbitrary power, the use of terror, the mobilization of traditional hierarchies, the creation of debt obligations, the multifaceted reliance on interpersonal power were phenomena peculiar to colonial capitalism. The issue, then, is whether capitalists' direct authority over workers both on and off the shop floor is an artifact unique to colonial capitalism, or generic to all forms of capitalism. If the drive to dominate their laborers is general, shared by capitalists everywhere, then Chakrabarty's argument fails. If the experience of capitalism in Europe and the Americas shows that managers strove to extend their control over workers, that they resorted to interpersonal forms of authority, used violence, terrorized workers, relied on state backing, ensnared workers in debt, mobilized traditional cultural roles whenever they could, if all this is true of capitalism in the West as well as the East, then Chakrabarty loses his basis for arguing that when such strategies are employed in colonial India, they pose a challenge for theory. When capitalism in the East relies on such power forms, it can no longer be seen as evidence of capital's failed universalization. To the contrary, it will be good evidence for its having successfully universalized. In the next section, I will show that the drive to dominate labor above and beyond the impersonal coercion of economic relations is indeed generic to capitalism, and that there is therefore no reason to exclude interpersonal domination from the category of bourgeois relations of power. Regardless of geographic location, it is rational for capitalists to dominate workers in this fashion. The historical record shows that, well into the 20th century, domination of this kind was the norm in Europe and the Americas. Managers used the very same kinds of practices in England and the United States as they did in Bengal. As a result, there is no basis to insist that these power relations were an exception, and no justification for the view that they pose a fundamental challenge to theory. 5.3 Capital and Power. Capital came to the colonial world in a form that many theorists have associated with highly coercive and even brutal forms of domination. In agriculture as well as in industry, colonial capitalism tended to rely on backward technology, labor-intensive production processes, and high ratios of capital to output, i.e., low productivity. All these elements combined to make for low growth and low profit margins. Because production was so labor-intensive and producers' profits so slim, even small increases in wages could be devastating to employers. Labor-intensive production was thus tightly linked with labor-repressive economic regimes. Point 25. The repressive nature of employment had several dimensions. One, of course, was the establishment of a host of institutional mechanisms to discourage economic demands from employees: draconian anti-union laws, airtight supervision on the shop floor, private armies to terrorize local labor. But employers complemented these measures with more individualized ways to ensure the supply of cheap and docile labor. Hence, they commonly ensnared workers in debt and even reduced some to the status of bonded laborers. In addition, employers often reduced individual laborers to varying degrees of servility, both to discourage economic demands and to tie them down to their particular location. Whereas the first set of institutional mechanisms was directed at labor as a whole, the latter was mobilized at the level of the individual. Jointly, they created the highly coercive forms of exploitation that Chakrabarty associates with colonial modernity. Such regimes of labor-repressive production were very much part of capital's spread into the colonial world, and they have been explicitly theorized by many scholars as capitalist production. For those based in a Marxian tradition, such regimes are conceptualized as relying on the production of absolute surplus value. For those based in more mainstream approaches, they are understood as interlocking markets. But in both cases, they are seen as forms of capitalism, as instances of capital's universalization. Hence, one way to answer the challenge from post-colonial theorists would be to argue that the highly coercive regimes of exploitation in the South are attributable to the particular form in which capital entered those parts of the world. If we used Marxian language, for example, we could offer the following formulation: in the colonial world, the reliance on producing absolute surplus value rendered capitalism highly coercive and violent, while in the advanced world, it was the production of relative surplus value that caused a switch to less personalized, more formal regimes of profit-making. Although it would be legitimate to link the persistence of coercive exploitation to the prevalence of backward technology and labor-intensive production of the kind just described, I will adopt another strategy here. The sorts of power relations discussed by post-colonial theorists are certainly coincident with the extraction of absolute surplus value. But they are not confined to such conditions. Indeed, one phenomenon that motivates post-colonial theorists' worries about the relevance of Marxian categories, and of Western categories more generally, is the persistence of caste and status hierarchies, and of coercive relations of exploitation, even in the more modern sectors of the economy. Hence, it will not do to explain such power relations as the product of outmoded production techniques. If we wish to show that such forms of power are consistent with capital's universalization, then we are obliged to demonstrate their possibility even in the extraction of relative surplus value, that is, in the more capital-intensive, technologically dynamic conditions of bourgeois employment relations. Wage labor and domination. There is a superficial plausibility to the belief that capitalist production ought to dispense with interpersonal coercion in class relations. In feudal economies, peasant producers had secure access to the means of production, chiefly land, which ensured that they could reproduce their families through their own labor, with some cooperation from the village community. Peasants had no material need for lordly patronage or lordly assets. Moreover, lords were obligated to respect peasants' customary rights to their holdings. Evicting recalcitrant producers from their land was typically not a viable option, even if they resisted the lord's rental demands. In such a situation, lords could make demands on peasants' surplus but had to back up those demands by the threat of force, for they lacked any other means to motivate peasants to relinquish their surplus. For a lord's threat of force to be effective, it could be leveled only against his own peasants, it had to be specific to the village communities in the lord's reach, and in cases where the same village was divided between several manors, the threat had to be specific to the families under the lord's jurisdiction. Peasants were thus exploited by a particular lord, in a particular region. With the advent of capitalism, the logic of exploitation underwent a transformation. Peasants who once had customary rights to the land found themselves thrown off their holdings and forced to seek employment, either from capitalist farmers or from urban manufacturers. 26. In one sense, peasants experienced this new dispensation as liberating. They were now emancipated from the personalized rule of their lords and free to dispose of their labor as they wished. Crucially, however, though they were free to decide whom to choose as an employer, they no longer had the option of rejecting employment per se. Expropriation meant the loss of livelihood, and hence of independent production based on family labor. Lacking the means to reproduce themselves, they had to seek out employment as a basic condition for physical survival. They had escaped subordination to the personal rule of their overlord only to find themselves subject to the impersonal coercion of their economic circumstances. This is what Marx had in mind when he referred to the dull compulsion of economic relations. In this scenario, it is true that the locus and even the form of coercion have changed. In feudalism, the agrarian overlords had to seek out peasant communities and impose demands on them. As their ability to impose direct rule over the peasant community receded, so did the stream of rents flowing into their coffers. In capitalism, the employer does not have to seek out and then threaten the worker with violence in order to compel him to offer his labor. The locus of compulsion has shifted from the person of the overlord to the worker's structural situation, and so has the form. No longer is the laborer threatened with bodily harm or violent death, now he is threatened simply with compromised well-being or, at worst, death by starvation. None of this is delivered on the sharp point of a lance or from the barrel of a gun. It is transmitted through the impersonal force of the laborer's situation. Yet while it is correct to insist that the labor extraction process in capitalism does not rest solely on interpersonal domination, it does not follow that interpersonal domination becomes redundant. In fact, it occupies a central place in capitalist economies. What changes is its location in the production process. In feudalism, coercion is used in order to induce the peasant to offer his labor services. Lords compel their wards either to work on their demesnes for a stipulated duration each week, or to surrender a portion of their crop if they work on their own plots for the entire duration. Either way, coercion is used to compel them to work for the lord. But the actual work effort, the labor process, in which peasants grow and attend to the crops, is essentially under the peasant's control. The lord exercises little or no authority over the peasant in this dimension. Force is thus mobilized outside the labor process, not within it. In capitalism, the employer does not have to compel the worker to offer his labor services. This is taken care of by the worker's economic circumstances. But once the laborer appears at the worksite, the employer has to mobilize some degree of authority or power in order to extract the needed labor effort from him. There is a need for the exercise of interpersonal domination, but its locus has shifted from outside the labor process, as was the case in feudalism, to within it. Domination and the labor process. There are two basic reasons for the capitalist to wield a measure of personal authority over his workers, whether he is located in an advanced or a colonial economy. The first has to do with employers' compulsion to extract maximum labor effort from employees. Capitalists need not compel workers to show up for work, as we have seen. The inducement to sell their labor power is imposed on workers by their economic situation. When they offer to work for an employer, however, what they agree to is the simple fact of work for a stipulated period of time. The intensity and dexterity of that work cannot be specified. How hard they will work is a matter subject to constant manipulation and adjustment, and can only be settled in situ. For the employer, the goal of production is set very clearly to maximize his profit, in order to expand his market share and market power. To achieve this, his most powerful weapon is minimization of unit costs, in order to increase the margin between his product's costs and its selling price. But, in order to minimize his unit costs, he must increase labor productivity. He has to induce his employees to produce more goods in the same amount of time, which translates into insisting that his employees work at the highest level of intensity they can sustain. The employer thus organizes his workplace to extract the maximum quantum of labor effort from his workers, as a condition for his own success as a capitalist. This goal is imposed on him by the demands of competition. The compulsion to extract the maximum work effort would not be a problem were the capitalist's labor force to offer it willingly. His problem arises from the fact that while the employees will indeed offer him their working time, they will have good reason not to work at the intensity he deems fit. For the employer, profit maximization is the primary motive, as well as the goal, of his activity. For workers, the firm's profitability is a second-order concern, accepted only because it is a condition for the fulfillment of their primary goal, which is to secure their material welfare. But their material welfare depends not only on the profits of the firm. It also hinges on other dimensions of their experience at work. Its demands on their health, on their autonomy in the production process, on the proportion of their waking time it consumes, and so on. The call to ratchet up the intensity of their work to surrender the maximum amount of labor in a given period of time collides with these other dimensions. Workers may, and often do, find that the increasing intensity of labor comes at the cost of their well-being. If all the returns from increased labor effort went to the workers, they might be induced to comply with employers' wishes. But this would of course be a groundless expectation, for two reasons. First, the employer sets the basic terms on which any increased revenues are divvied up between him and his labor force, if at all. It is entirely possible that all extra income from the increased efficiency will go to him. Just as important, though, is the fact that every jump in the efficiency of production will increase the likelihood of job loss for any given worker, because as each worker is able to produce more goods in less time, the employer can afford to shed some of his labor force. The economic uncertainty generated by rising productivity merely adds to the workers' list of reasons to resist the demand for greater effort. Hence, when the call comes to ratchet up the intensity of their labor, workers have good reason to push back. they perceive it as a call for sacrificing other of their genuine interests for returns that are, at best, highly uncertain. While they will certainly have an interest in maintaining a certain level of labor effort in order to keep their firm afloat and hence keep their jobs, they do not share the goal of maximizing its returns. Capitalists cannot, therefore, leave it to their employees to work at an intensity consistent with profit maximization. The natural inclination of workers will be to shirk to work at a pace they deem consistent with their manifold interests, a pace that will most likely be at a lower level than desired by their employer. To extract the needed work, capitalists must thus wield some degree of authority over their employees in the labor process. This is why, in capitalism, the place of coercion shifts from outside the labor process to within it. Employers have to institutionalize direct authority on the shop floor, or within the office, as an intrinsic component of work organization. It can be wielded directly by the owner or parcelized across layers of intermediate management. Its organizational form notwithstanding, what is clear is that, in capitalist production, there is a powerful inducement for employers to exert interpersonal coercion over workers. While managerial authority constitutes an important mechanism for surplus extraction, its effectiveness is undermined if labor is able to wield a countervailing power of its own, either through individual efforts on the part of workers or through organized resistance. What ensues on the shop floor, therefore, is a struggle to exert power, by both labor and capital, in order to control the tempo and direction of work. A critical component of the power game is for management to ensure that workers cannot build organizations for collective action. Point 27 If they are permitted to do so, the resultant leverage can be wielded to place limits on the demands that employers can make. One of the chief means of ensuring that employees remain weak in their bargaining position is to heighten the divisions between them. Where employers find that labor is already riven with caste, cultural, or ethnic divisions, they can and often do find ways of using these divisions to their advantage. The labor process and social hierarchies. Employers can capitalize on social divisions or hierarchies in two distinct ways. The first is by mobilizing them in a divide-and-conquer strategy, which deepens social divisions within labor, thereby tilting the balance of power toward employers. Social divisions do not have to be invented by capital, often they already exist within the population as it is proletarianized and absorbed into the labor process. Recruitment patterns ensure that workers arrive at the worksite already sorted into culturally or socially distinct occupational groupings. For much of the 19th and 20th centuries, employers depended on various jobbers to find and enlist labor for their factories. Typically, these jobbers tapped into ethnic or community networks to recruit fresh workers, and these communities, for their part, often concentrated on certain occupational specializations. Point 28 New employees were thus filtered into the plant as ethnically or racially segregated occupational clusters. For employers, this meant that these segregated groupings of workers had already borne some of the costs of training that would otherwise have had to be absorbed by the employer. It also divided the workforce into distinct communities, and thus increased the difficulty of collective action if they tried to organize across community boundaries, which, of course, they typically had to do. What all this shows is that the divisions in the divide-and-conquer strategy do not have to be invented by capital, even though it often does try to create them. Labor typically comes to capital already riven by social hierarchies, which capital finds it can turn to its advantage. But divide and conquer need not be an artifact of transitional societies. It is also built into the fabric of more developed incarnations of capitalism. One source of division in the working class, even in the advanced world, is the unceasing competition for jobs. The labor market in capitalist economies is a site of generalized insecurity. Individuals have no guarantee of finding employment, nor do they have any promise of retaining a job once they find it. The traditional instrument for reducing uncertainty and increasing security has been reliance on familial and social networks, which tend to be ethnically or racially homogeneous. Workers depend on their extended families, friends, caste networks, regional links, any and all social ties that are available so as to insulate themselves from the vagaries of the labor market. Point 29. The result of this reliance on networks is that it hardens lines of divisions within the working class, simply as a result of competition in the labor market. Workers coalesce around their racial or ethnic identities, as these identities become a means for enhancing their material security. Employers therefore do not have to create social hierarchies as a conscious strategy. They find the hierarchies already constructed through the reproduction of capitalism itself. But having found workers already segmented along racial or ethnic lines, employers will often use these divisions to their advantage in their ongoing power struggles with labor. A second, more direct device by which employers can benefit from social divisions or hierarchies is by relying on them to reinforce their interpersonal authority over the workers. Hierarchies often produce their own norms of deference and obeisance as part of their reproductive logic. Dominated groups learn, over time, to include displays of submission as part of their repertoire of survival in the face of authority. Where such norms of deference are an important component of community relations, and where employers are from communities that command such deference as part of the culture, employers can and do mobilize these norms to demand compliance from employees. Employers belonging to dominant ethnic or racial groups can rely on workers' habits of obeisance as a part of the labor extraction process. And in order to ensure the stability of such norms, they often give support to the institutions that bolster them: religious, cultural, or educational. The Birlas in India will find good reason to endow massive Hindu temples, as they in fact have done, and billionaires in the United States will funnel massive funds into evangelical churches. Capitalism, in these instances, will not only fail to dissolve the traditional culture of the subaltern classes, but will give it added strength and substance. Domination and the political domain. As we can see, capitalists mobilize all available means to increase their power in the organization of work, even in labor processes characterized by regular technical change. Point 30. That is, even in the more advanced sectors of capitalist production, employers find it necessary to exercise direct authority over their labor force in order to extract work at the needed intensity. But the degree to which authority is successfully imposed within the labor process cannot be unaffected by the distribution of power outside it. 31. To impose his will on his employees, the capitalist uses whatever leverage his greater social power may afford him. The main such source of power is the structural advantage he wields over his workers, the fact that he can deprive them of their livelihood. The fear of being sacked is perhaps the main inducement felt by workers to submit to his authority and his demands. Employers are therefore wary of measures that decrease their workers' dependence on their waged work. Hence, business groups often intense resentment of the decommodification of sundry goods by the welfare state. The broader political rights and social privileges afforded to workers also become a matter of concern to employers. Workers are far less able to resist authority at the workplace if they lack social and political equality outside it. If employers also have monopoly power over the state apparatus, cultural production, political parties, and so on, these institutions lie beyond the reach of the laboring population and thus cannot be used to protect their interests at the workplace. Consequently, the drive to impose their authority in the production process inclines employers also to establish their dominance in the broader political and social sphere. This is why the bourgeois revolutions in Europe yielded a political nation that was in fact a bourgeois oligarchy. The established capitalist class in England and the emerging capitalists in France both had a direct interest in a social order in which they could use their political dominance to intensify their power on the shop floor. This ambition is what drove their hostility to the laboring classes' demands for universal suffrage, the legalization of trade unions, and so forth. Capitalists' resistance to political liberalization was in part occasioned by the fact that, even into the mid-19th century, manufacturers across Europe were still heavily dependent on low-wage, labor-intensive production, and therefore had much to lose from an enfranchised and organized working class. Any increase in unit labor costs was perceived as a body blow to profit margins. Employers' preferred means of surplus extraction was still through absolute means, keeping wages at subsistence levels and extending each shift to its maximum duration 32, and yet the preference for such strategies extended well into the latter decades of the 19th century and even into the 20th. In other words, the reliance on labor repression was maintained even as British manufacturing shifted to a more technologically driven production regime. There is no better evidence of the resort to state-sanctioned coercion than in the extraordinary longevity of contract labor in England and the United States, under the master and servant laws. 33 For most of the 19th century, in both countries, workers employed in manufacturing did not have the freedoms typically associated with free labor. A common form of employment in industry was contract labor, in which workers agreed to commit to their employer for a stipulated period of time, often several years, at a fixed rate of remuneration. Any attempt to renege on the bargain, either by quitting or by insisting on renegotiating the wage rate, was punishable by law. Employers were free to terminate the contract at any time, but workers lacked a symmetrical privilege. A worker who gained employment under these terms had forfeited the right to dispose of his labor power as he wished. He was now his employer's man, in a manner reminiscent of feudal Europe, even though the relation differed in content. But the employer's power over his employees was not confined to a right to their labor power, it extended also to the effort that the workers expended. Workers could be drawn up on charges not just for quitting, but for unexcused absences from work, as in cases of illness, or for unsatisfactory performance, which was deemed an encroachment on the employer's proprietary use of the employee's labor power. In spirit, the legislation that provided capitalists with this power over their workers could be traced back to the 14th century. But it is critical to note that most legislation stretching back to that era had been repealed over the intervening centuries, and that the actual laws governing contract labor were drawn up at the height of the Industrial Revolution, in the early decades of the 19th century. 34 The legislation was thus revived and resuscitated explicitly for the sake of modernizing capitalists. Furthermore, its incidence was widespread across sector and region. The actual frequency with which it was used to intimidate workers is, of course, difficult to assess. But it was widely used even in the advanced manufacturing sectors. 35 Indeed, it was particularly attractive to employers in more advanced industries, where on-site training was important in the labor process. Employers were especially keen in these cases to avoid losing the investment they made in worker training if their employees walked away with the valuable skills they had learned on the job. British capitalists thus pressed legislators to protect their control over workers, their own particular workers, by giving them legal grounds to prosecute. 36 And in this they were entirely successful. The means used to bind workers to their employers were not confined to master and servant law. Well into the 20th century, employers also resorted to debt peonage. In the United States, the 19th century witnessed the emergence of private militias as a means of intimidating workers, and these, too, operated well into the 1930s. Moreover, in much of the American industrial economy, workers were pressed into company towns, in which much of their daily reproduction was directly under the influence, if not control, of their employer, and where all the instruments just enumerated were enforced with brutal tenacity. All of these forms of coercion were deployed across industrial sectors in the most advanced capitalisms in the world, well after mass production had emerged. They were different in content from feudal coercion, to be sure. But they were even more different from Chakrabarty's idealized picture of bourgeois forms of production. Indeed, they were almost exactly like the coercive relations he points to in India, which he regards as departures from capitalist power relations and therefore as symptoms of capital's failed universalization. Capital and Power Revisited. The foregoing examples of domination show two things. First, the oligarchies established in modernizing Europe were geared, in substantial measure, to intensify the power of employers over their labor force. The hostility evinced by capitalists to universal suffrage, during and after the bourgeois revolutions, is explicable only through the arguments developed in the preceding section. The legal sanctions I have described, the resistance to the franchise, the resort to various forms of servitude. All these were developed in order to facilitate the task of labor extraction. It was understood that greater power for labor in the political arena would dilute capital's authority in the labor process, over matters of distribution, and over the power struggle between labor and capital more generally. Second, the practices just discussed were instances of direct, interpersonal coercion in the employment relation, the very sort of coercion that subalternist theorists present as a departure from bourgeois power. This again undermines Chakrabarty's claim that relations of interpersonal coercion endure within Indian economic structures because India is burdened with a form of capitalism qualitatively different from the one that took root in Europe. We now see, however, that Chakrabarty's argument is based, much as was Guha's, on an imaginary history. 37 European elites resort to interpersonal coercion, backed by state power, endured for centuries across the Western world and lasted well into the 20th century. This was true even in England and the United States, surely cradles of bourgeois modernity. The persistence of such coercive relations in India during the 60 years since independence is thoroughly unremarkable. It is not clear, therefore, why Indian capital's reliance on coercive extraction should be seen as a departure from bourgeois forms of power at all. Chakrabarty is wrong to assert that the power relations in Calcutta jute mills were derived more from the colonial situation than from any other factor internal to the production process. 38 In fact, as just shown, power relations of precisely that kind are derived from factors internal to the capitalist production process, whether colonial or not. The resort to such forms of coercion should be viewed as entirely consistent with capitalism, not a departure from it. All forms of capitalism, whether backward or advanced, generate some measure of personal subordination of workers to their employers. This is written into the labor process. What the Western experience shows is that, if its degree is left to the discretion of employers, they will reinforce their baseline level of dominance over the labor process by whatever means they can mobilize: legal, extra-legal, financial, cultural, and so on. The fact that Western capitalism eventually moved away from these forms in its heartland should be viewed as an achievement, as the product of very specific circumstances. What these circumstances were, I will address in the next chapter. For now, the point to highlight is that if and when such forms of authority are found in the colonial or post-colonial world, they do not automatically signal a radical break between the practices of capital in the West and the practices during its subsequent Eastern sojourn. Capital, in both East and West, has never been content to rely on the dull compulsion of economic relations to enforce its diktat. Chakrabarty, then, is mistaken in his analysis of power. But our analysis here has additional implications for post-colonial theory, especially with regard to its status as social criticism. Subalternists have gone to great lengths to avoid lapsing into economic reductionism. In this, they fall in line with much post-colonial theorizing, which is so sensitive to this accusation that it often whisks economic analysis out of the picture altogether. True, it is surely problematic to see capital lurking behind every social phenomenon, but it is no less objectionable to deny its salience where it is in fact a relevant causal agent. The core elements of subaltern studies theorizing have served just this function since its inception. The arguments examined in the preceding chapters systematically obscure the real dynamics of capitalist development. Thus far we have encountered two theorists, and there are more to come. Both Guha and Chakrabarty accept some of the oldest and most hallowed myths about the heroic struggle of the bourgeoisie, its championing of popular rights, its commitment to consensus, and so on. They do so because they ignore and obscure the real compulsions that drive capitalist political and economic practice. This makes the subalternists vulnerable to a second weakness, which is that they ignore the mechanisms that make it rational for capital to sustain and reinforce power relations resembling those of the feudal past. Hence, in their analysis of capital's rise in Europe, subalternist theorists insist that the bourgeoisie was an important actor, but they misdiagnose its real interests and its practice. In the case of power relations within a capitalist economy, they simply deny that the myriad forms of coercion exercised by capital are capitalist all. These power relations are ruled out by Chakrabarti as bourgeois forms of power. Chakrabarti, like Guha, thereby only obscures capital's reproductive dynamic in the colonial world. Instead of theorizing how capitalism reproduces status and caste hierarchies, he detaches these hierarchies from capital. These arguments are instances of Guha's and Chakrabarti's acceptance of a highly romanticized conception of capitalism, one in which the bourgeoisie's inclination to dominate, coerce, and utilize traditional discourses is ruled out tout court, in favor of a conception that capitalism's defenders have promulgated for more than 2 centuries. We will encounter several other instances of this weakness in the chapters to come. 5.4 Conclusion. Subaltern Studies launched its research agenda on the back of an observation, that the political development of the East seems to have diverged in crucial respects from that of the West. Whereas the West has experienced the development of a stable, integrated political culture, the East continues to be burdened with a poorly integrated and unstable polity. This constitutes the premise for the entire subalternist project, and I have not disputed its validity. What I have questioned is the set of propositions that Ranjit Guha has mobilized to explain the East-West divergence. According to Guha, political modernization in the West has been a consequence of the universalization of capital. Capital's universalizing drive was carried through by the modern bourgeoisie in England and France, who launched the revolutions of 1640 and 1789 and then established, for the first time, political orders founded on the consent of the governed. This is what the bourgeoisie in the East failed to do. Moreover, Guha contends that the bourgeoisie's failure was indicative of another, deeper lacuna, which is that when capital entered the colonial world, it abandoned its universalizing mission. I have argued in this chapter that there are no grounds for concluding that capital gave up its universalizing mission once it came to the subcontinent. Guha arrives at his conclusion based on an idiosyncratic notion of what universalization entails. Not only is his an unusual definition of the term, but it has scant support from the historical record. If the West is where capital successfully universalized, then the bourgeoisie's political practice in that region ought to be consistent with what the theory predicts. But it was not, as we observed in Chapter 3. Neither British capitalists nor French elite leaders showed any inclination to pursue the ends that Guha asserts they did. If, however, we replace Guha's definition of universalization with the one I have offered, then the tension with the historical record disappears. What is universalized under the rule of capital is not the drive for a consensual and encompassing political order, but rather the compulsions of market dependence. For capital, this amounts to a compulsion to produce in order to sell production for exchange value, not for use. This, in its turn, makes it rational for capitalists to seek political power over their workforce both at the micro level on the shop floor, and in broader political institutions outside the production process. My account leads to the prediction that, far from seeking to accommodate the ambitions of the subaltern classes, capital should view their independence with suspicion. Instead of fighting for a liberal political order, as Guha would have it, a universalizing capital ought to prefer a narrower, more exclusionary regime. These predictions are far closer to actual historical experience than are the ones generated by the subalternist account. What is more, they are consistent with the experience of both East and West. 2 conclusions follow from the argument thus far. The first is that the peculiarities of the subcontinent and much of the post-colonial world are not generated by capital's having failed in its drive, but of its having acted on that drive. The continued salience of archaic power relations, the resort to traditional symbols, the resilience of caste and kin-based political coalitions, and so forth, all this can be shown to be consistent with the universalizing tendency. 39 So, too, are the preferences and practices of Indian capitalists in the independence movement perfectly consistent with this same process of universalization. Hence, even if we allow that the kind of power exercised by capital in the East is different from that in the West, they can both be explained as instances of capitalist dynamics. They express capitalists' different responses to different settings. All this I have already pointed out. but I repeat it here because it is the basis for our second conclusion, that, if my critique is accepted, we can safely reject Dipesh Chakrabarty's insistence that the actual course of political modernity in India cannot be viewed as part of the universal narrative of capital and cannot be explained through an application of the analytics of capital and nationalism. 40. In fact, the arguments of the present chapter, if successful, do precisely that: they show the relevance of the universal narrative of capital to the advent of political modernity, not just in the West but also in the East. Thus far my argument has addressed only a part of Chakrabarty's challenge. Recall that his claim was twofold: that capital's failure to universalize, the bourgeoisie's inability to attain hegemony, produced forms of power and authority that are inconsistent with the logic of capital. Hence his call to pluralize the analysis of power. The second claim was that such non-capitalist forms of power resist scrutiny through the lens of Marxian categories. Both claims have been addressed in the current chapter but not exhaustively. We have seen that a different conception of capital, a conception true to Marx's formulation, but by no means unique to him, is capable of explaining the persistence of the very forms of power that Chakrabarty presents as anomalous. Yet the worries about Marxism's universalizing categories run deeper. In the next chapter, I will address additional concerns that universalizing categories cannot explain the diversity of power in the post-colonial world. I will then take up a second issue, rounding out our engagement with Guha's and Chakrabarty's analysis of the elite subaltern split. Although I have already shown that the persistence of a distinct subaltern sphere is perfectly consistent with a universalizing capitalism, I have not addressed the next looming puzzle: if the bourgeoisie is not driven to integrate the subaltern sphere into one encompassing polity, then why, in Europe, did such integration nonetheless take place? Why, despite the centuries-long persistence of authoritarian, oligarchic rule in Europe, did the continent experience a wide-ranging democratization of the culture by the mid-20th century? On both counts, as we shall see, the answers reveal further weaknesses in the subaltern studies project. 5.5 Postscript, the bogey of a hyperreal Europe. In the preceding chapters I have pointed out that much of the subalternist argument for the uniqueness of the East is based on a false depiction of the European experience with capitalism. Now, one possible response available to Chakrabarty is that he never intended to describe Europe as it really was. At several places in Provincializing Europe, Chakrabarty warns that he refers to Europe only as a hyperreal entity. 41 For him, hyperreal concepts refer to certain figures of imagination whose geographical reference remains somewhat indeterminate. 42 This is the closest he comes to a definition. 43 Seemingly, then, his argument is about an abstraction, an idea of Europe, not the actual entity. There is some connection, of course, between the hyperreal Europe and its actual referent, but Chakrabarty apparently prefers to make no commitment to its verisimilitude. This claim is worth considering. Several commentators seem to view Chakrabarty's defense as a credible description of how he actually uses Europe in his analysis. In addition, the defense could be used against the accusation that he misdescribes the real history of capitalism in Europe. He can simply counter such accusations by reminding us that he is concerned only with how a certain notion of Europe is used to marginalize the East, not with Europe as it actually was, but merely how its fictive stand-in is put to use. If this is the case, it might also insulate him from certain aspects of my criticism, such as when I charge him with presenting a highly romanticized construal of the history of capitalism. So, we may begin by asking whether the argument in Provincializing Europe or in any of the other works examined in this book can be understood as referring only to an idea of Europe, rather than to actual experience. I find this a rather fantastic claim. When Chakrabarty says that power relations in India are different from those in Europe, clearly he is referring to the real history of Europe. When Guha claims that the Indian bourgeoisie fell short of the heroism exhibited by its European counterpart, he has in mind the actual British capitalists, not their imaginary representations. In Guha's case, this is quite clear. If he did not think there was a real difference between early-stage British capital and early-stage Indian capital, then it would be nonsensical for him to castigate the Indian bourgeoisie for its failings. His excoriation of Indian capital assumes that European capital really did undertake the mission to overthrow feudalism, and really did establish a consensual political order. Moreover, Chakrabarty explicitly endorses Guha's balance sheet. As I showed above. Point 44, he agrees that India lacked a counterpart to the revolutionary bourgeoisie in Europe and that this was why the subaltern sphere and the elite sphere remained separate. This is a real comparison, not a comparison of two concepts. As for Chakrabarty's own work, I have described him as misrepresenting European history in his claim that the power relations in India depart fundamentally from those witnessed in Europe. Is he referring here only to the idea of Europe? Clearly not. Recall that he motivates his call for a new theory of power by a claim about the real history of capital, reminding us that the global history of capitalism need not produce everywhere the same history of power. 45 This is a contrast between actual histories, not two different concepts of the history. Because capitalism does not produce the same power relations everywhere, we might need to come up with concepts and new theories of how power works. Exactly where might we find this real difference in the global history of capitalism? Again, Chakrabarty is clear. Urging that we note differences in the history of power in colonial India and in Europe. 46 He is drawing attention to the difference between India and Europe. There is no hint, nor is there reason to believe, that he has only their hyperreal counterparts in mind. We may also turn to Chakrabarty's argument in Rethinking Working Class History, from which he draws in Provincializing Europe. There, too, his discussion of power relations on the shop floor, his designation of the violence and discipline as excessive, is an explicit comparison with the exercise of power in British industrial relations as he understands them to have actually been. It is a real comparison, however mistaken it turned out to be. It is not a comparison between Calcutta jute mills and the idea of capitalist domination. Point 47 It is safe to say, then, that the motivation to rethink the sundry categories of Enlightenment thought can only arise from the putative real difference in their experience. Only if the history of power in India really does depart from that of its European predecessor must we reject narratives based on the European experience. To put the point another way, Chakrabarty asks us to believe that whenever he claims there to be a difference between the European experience and that of the East, we should take Europe to denote an abstract concept that we should place invisible scare quotes around it, reading it as Europe. Yet he cannot reasonably mean this. If he does, it radically destabilizes his call, as well as the call from post-colonial theory more generally, to reject grand narratives. The justification for the rejection of totalizing or grand narratives, and the resultant need to construct categories tied to the specificity of the East, presumes the existence of real differences between the histories and structures of West and East. Everything I have quoted in the preceding paragraphs is consistent with this commitment. If we now suddenly deflate that commitment, and insist that we are only comparing the East with Europe, which may or may not accurately present Europe as it actually was, then we also remove the justification for rejecting grand narratives. What if it turned out that European history and structures are in fact much like those of the East? On what basis should we then reject grand narratives? To the contrary, we would now have good reason to embrace theories that viewed West and East as part of the same basic story, that construed them as variants of the same universal history. Chakrabarty cannot have it both ways. He cannot enjoin us to recognize the specificity of the East, while also claiming that he is making no claims about the actual history of Europe and India. Point 48 If he really does think that grand narratives are misleading, he must admit this is because the East really is different from the West. Chapter 6. Capital, Abstract Labor, and Difference. The previous chapter established that capitalism can directly generate many varieties of power relations, including interpersonal domination, the very kind of power that Chakrabarty presents as evidence of a failed universalization. Relations of direct authority and subordination can quite readily be folded into the universal narrative of capital. Some post-colonial theorists grant that the reliance on interpersonal domination, and on existing racial and cultural divisions, is not alien to class relations in capitalism. Their worry is that the phenomena cannot be explained through the theoretical frameworks bequeathed by the Enlightenment. Here, too, the most common target is Marx, although the criticisms extend to Enlightenment thought more generally. Capitalism may generate a highly diverse landscape of labor extraction and domination, the argument goes, but Enlightenment thought cannot provide us with a conceptual vocabulary to understand this diversity, because the theories handed down from Europe are relentlessly homogenizing and universalizing, and thereby incapable of appreciating complexity. So, while the actual history of capitalism may be uneven and diverse, the frameworks handed down by European thinkers will be inadequate for the task of capturing its dynamics. Postcolonial theorists have fastened onto Marx's concept of abstract labor as a prime example of the deficiencies of universalizing theories. Since the concept appears quite frequently in postcolonial theorizing, and since postcolonial theorists point to it as an exemplar of the problems associated with universalizing concepts, I would like to examine their case for its flaws. I do so with some reluctance, since this endeavor involves a descent into some of the more arcane dimensions of Marx's value theory. But I believe that even though the concept is associated with the labor theory of value, it actually captures some important aspects of the labor extraction process, which can be defended independent of the more controversial aspects of value theory. More important, I intend to show that postcolonial theorists have thoroughly misunderstood its significance. Far from blinding us to the heterogeneity of the working class, or being unable to accommodate the persistence of caste-based, racial, or ethnic divisions within it, the concept of abstract labor powerfully illuminates these very phenomena. Hence, while the preceding chapter showed that a universalizing capitalism does not have to homogenize all power relations, this chapter will show that concepts like abstract labor are fully capable of apprehending the resulting social diversity. But this raises a further question: if capitalism, even in its zone of origin, was not driven to transform the political culture and to integrate the elite and subaltern domains, if it could have happily accommodated an ongoing political exclusion of the laboring classes, then why did the European polity in fact move away from exclusion and toward an integrated political culture? Europe could have remained dotted with bourgeois oligarchies, but it did not. Locating the real source of this transformation will enable us to pose the counterfactual that Guha ought to have posed. If it was not the bourgeoisie's failure that accounts for the political maladies of the post-colonial world, then what kind of political project might allow the empowerment of laboring classes? What I will show is that it was not the heroism of capital that liberated the subaltern classes, but their own political struggles. Finding necessitates a research agenda different from the one launched by Guha, and yet the theoretical commitments of subaltern studies make it difficult for them to pursue such an agenda. The reasons for this will be addressed at the end of this chapter. 6.1 The problem defined. Within the subalternist collective, it is Dipesh Chakrabarty who has most directly addressed the status of abstract labor. He sees it as an instance of Marx's reliance on Enlightenment ideas of juridical equality and the abstract political rights of citizenship. One more specifically, he sees in the concept a dilemma from which Marx was never able to escape, that, while the notion of abstract labor illuminates some crucial dimensions of capitalism's reproduction, Marx's reliance on it forces him to ignore the myriad differences between social formations and among real human beings. Focusing on labor's abstract qualities comes at the expense of suppressing the matter of historical differences, and it is those differences that make us human. Hence, for Chakrabarty, critical historians must approach concepts such as abstract labor with caution, for they impose a univocal grid on the diversity of social experience and of human existence. Accordingly, the task at hand becomes to try to open up Marxist narratives of capitalist modernity to issues of historical difference too. The idea that abstract categories are incapable of explaining the genesis of historical diversity is very common among post-colonial theorists. We have just seen that it is central to Chakrabarty's critique of Enlightenment theories. We must wait till chapter 9 to fully address his critique, since a comprehensive response will require a few intermediate steps. In the present chapter, we will begin by taking up the criticism developed by post-colonial theorists who are motivated by the same concerns as Chakrabarty but whose arguments are somewhat distinct from his. One of the most influential statements of the critique of abstract labor has come from Lisa Lowe's work on the assimilation of Asian immigrants into the United States. Lowe charges that political economy, particularly Marx's work, cannot make sense of the manner in which Asian Americans have been incorporated into American capitalism over the past century. She does not claim, as does Chakrabarty, that the persistence of racial hierarchies somehow undermines the idea of capital's universalization. She agrees that capitalists will readily utilize racial hierarchy where they find it and, in so doing, will reproduce racial differences. She also allows that this will often involve interpersonal domination in the employment relation as well as between workers. Her criticism is thus not identical to Chakrabarty's. Point 3. What concerns her is that while Marxism can recognize the historical reality of racial hierarchies within the labor force, it cannot adequately theorize this phenomenon with the framework Marx generated. For her, the reality of racial difference is inconsistent with the theoretical structure of Marxian political economy. What supposedly makes a racialized labor force, and racialized work relations, difficult for Marxian theory is the central place it accords to abstract labor. Like many post-colonial theorists, Lowe never offers a detailed explication of the concept, so the source of her concern is not immediately apparent. But the basic thrust of her critique seems clear enough. She takes Marx to have argued that capitalism makes labor abstract by rendering it increasingly homogeneous over time. Lowe sees Marx's theory as having been clearly overturned by the historical record, by the fact that in the United States, capital has maintained its profits not through rendering labor abstract but precisely through the social production of difference, of restrictive particularity and illegitimacy marked by race, nation, geographical origins, and gender. For capitalism's production of difference is thus taken to be anomalous for Marxian theory, particularly for its understanding of the labor market. For Lowe, Marx remains committed to Enlightenment universalisms, through which we can neither account for the specificity of racialized Asian immigrant labor within the U.S. economy nor for the role of colonialism and imperialism in the emergence of the political nation. 5. The reason these universalisms cannot illuminate the specificity of immigrant labor or the workings of imperialism is that according to these theories, of which Marx's is a prime example, capital accumulates through universal homogenization rather than through differentiation. 6. Yet persistent diversity differentiation is central to the history of American capitalism. Hence, Lowe concludes, Asian immigrants and Asian Americans have been neither abstract labor nor abstract citizens, but have been historically formed in contradiction to the economic and political spheres. 7. The equation of abstract labor with homogeneous labor runs through the gamut of post-colonial theory. Point 8. In Chapter 9 we will see that Chakrabarty bases his arguments on essentially the same premise. Its acceptance even extends to several theorists hailing from the Marxian tradition, such as David R. Roediger. In recent work, Roediger has explicitly endorsed Lowe's view regarding the incompatibility of Marx's abstract analysis with the reality of racial differentiation. And, like Lowe, he takes abstract labor to be homogeneous labor. Marx's logic, Roediger avers, held that capital homogenizes society because it sees a world made up of units of labor, rather than of races, nationalities, or genders. Marx incorporated this view into his basic framework, accepting the idea that labor is abstract and that mature capitalism is, or should be, colorblind. 9. The problem is that the actual path of industrialization produced no firm drive to make labor abstract, raceless, and subject to a level playing field. 10. Since the reality of capitalist development has departed so significantly from what Marx's theory would predict, this cannot but be a blow to its universalizing pretensions. The argument offered by Lowe and Roediger differs from the one presented by Chakrabarty, who takes the sheer fact of historical diversity as symptomatic of capitalism's failed universalizing mission and builds an entire theory around this supposed failure. Lowe and Roediger do not see diversity as a departure from capitalism, but rather as a refutation of a particular theory of how capitalism works, Marx's theory. They believe that the system necessarily generates social difference, but they also believe that an abstract theory, such as Marx's, cannot adequately theorize how it does this. 6.2 Capitalism and abstract labor. Lowe and Roediger build upon a real ambiguity in Marx. The fact is, he never systematically developed an argument about social identities in capitalism. There are pithy and sometimes provocative passages suggesting that they would dissolve. For example, the Communist Manifesto describes the revolutionary impact of capitalist production, whereby all fixed, fast-frozen relations, with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices, and opinions, are swept away. And all that is solid melts into air. 11 passages such as this lend credibility to the view that Marx expected old social identities and roles to evaporate as capitalism developed. Point 12. But while this characterization of his view is somewhat justified, the expectation that old roles will dissolve does not warrant the further claim that the end result will be social homogenization. In only a very few instances does Marx predict that social differences will simply disappear in capitalism. Even if we focus on the passage just quoted, Marx is merely claiming that old relations and prejudices will be swept away. There is no basis for concluding that what will take their place is a homogeneous social landscape. The dissolution of traditional roles is perfectly consistent with the construction of new roles that preserve a baseline heterogeneity of the social sphere. Keeping our focus on Marx, there are numerous instances where he points to the rationality, for capitalists, of promoting racial differentiation. Hence his description of the use of Irish labour by British capitalists as a means of weakening the trade union movement in England. Point 13. Not only can heterogeneity survive in capitalism, Marx also deems it rational for capitalists to actively engineer it. The textual evidence regarding his views points in both directions. Pasting conclusions onto scattered remarks buried in popular writings is not the best way to develop a theory. A more promising avenue is to look at Marx's more systematic arguments, especially those focusing on social reproduction. In this respect, Lowe, Roediger, and the subalternists are on the right track, in their focus on the part of Marx's theory that seems to address directly at least one aspect of role differentiation: the place of labor in the creation of surplus value. Nevertheless, as I am about to show, the conclusions that follow from Marx's theory are in fact quite different from those derived by these critics. It turns out that the persistence of racial or ethnic divisions within the labor force is consistent with the concept of abstract labor. Whatever the failings of this theory, blindness to the facts of racial hierarchy is not among them. The criticisms leveled against it by Lowe and Roediger are baseless. Concrete and abstract labor. Critics like Lowe often charge that Marx failed to acknowledge the heterogeneity of labor. As shown above, she seems to understand abstract labor to be labor that is homogenized over time, taking Marx to have held, typical of Enlightenment thinkers, that capitalism imposes a universal homogenization on society. The homogenization of labor is seen as emblematic of this larger dynamic, and it is through this process that labor becomes abstract. But there is scant textual evidence for this claim. To the contrary, Marx's argument seems to be that labor is irreducibly heterogeneous. Point 14. When he first introduces the concept of abstract labor, Marx presents it as possessing two properties. First, it comprises a dimension of all actual, concrete labors that go into the production of commodities. All use values in capitalism are just congealed quantities of homogeneous human labor, i.e. of human labor power expended without regard to the form of its expenditure. 15. The form of its expenditure, of course, is the particular, concrete labor associated with the specific good produced. So, abstract labor is the common element, the residue, as Marx calls it, in all concrete labors. The second property of abstract labor is that it endows the commodity with its exchange value, a use value, has value only because abstract human labor is objectified or materialized in it. 16. The magnitude of its value is regulated by the quantity of this abstract labor that has gone into its production, with one crucial proviso, that it be labor that is socially necessary, a fact to which I will return presently. For now, let us focus a bit more on the relation between concrete and abstract labor. The central point for our purposes is that even while it is the abstract quality of labor, its property of being labor power pure and simple, without regard to its particular qualities, that endows the commodity with its exchange value, this does not liberate labor from its concrete form. Labor never becomes something other than concrete labor. It is impossible to separate concrete labor from abstract labor, except as an abstraction. As Marx explains, work is not done twice over, once to produce a suitable product, a use value, and a second time to generate value and surplus value. Work is contributed only in the definite, concrete, specific form, manner, mode of existence in which it is the purpose of activity that can convert the means of production into a specific product, spindle and cotton, for instance, into yarn. All that is contributed is the labor of spinning, etc. 17. The reason labor does not escape its embeddedness in particular activities is that it cannot. Laboring activities must remain differentiated because they are tied to the differentiation of the use values that they create. And use values are desirable precisely because they satisfy very different needs and must therefore be endlessly ramified. As long as use values remain distinctive, so must the labor that produces them. The separateness of every concrete labor is thus built into the very process of creating use values. It does not have to cease being concrete labor, in order that it might take the form of abstract labor. 18 What this means is that post-colonial theorists are mistaken in thinking that Marx expects a homogenization of labor, if they take it to mean that labor ceases to be instantiated as particular, concrete activities carried out by differently skilled and differently endowed workers. Abstract labor and deskilled labor. Some theorists within the Marxist tradition have tried to accommodate this observation by insisting that, although labor was distinctive in capitalism's earlier stages, it becomes increasingly homogenized over time. The mechanism for this homogenization is the progressive deskyling of labor that accompanies mechanization, as through the introduction of Taylorism and the production line. The most influential of these arguments was formulated by Harry Braverman in his classic study of the labor process under capitalism. Braverman showed in great detail that in order to take control of the labor process, managers in early 20th century capitalism sought to break down the skill levels of their labor force and to progressively deskill workers over time. In so doing, they reduced worker autonomy on the shop floor, thereby also reducing workers' control over the pace and direction of work. An added benefit for the capitalists was that as workers became less skilled, they also became more easily replaceable. Nowhere was this more evident than in the advent of Taylorism as a form of work organization. Workers employed in plants using Taylorist methods found that they were reduced to little more than appendages of the gigantic automated machines they operated, and that the dull, repetitive nature of the work also made it simple to replace them if they resisted managerial directives. Braverman took this to be an enactment of labor's increasingly abstract character in capitalism. As he concluded, the mechanical exercise of human faculties according to motion types which are studied independently of the kind of work being done, brings to life the Marxist conception of abstract labor. 19. While Braverman's argument is attractive, it is hampered by two weaknesses. The first is that even while the skill level of work in any given occupation might be lowered, this does not make that work indistinguishable from other kinds of work. A deskilled auto worker, for example, cannot be taken to be engaged in the identical laboring activity as a deskilled software engineer. No doubt, the distance between them might have shrunk compared to the situation a century ago, but the labors themselves remain distinct. Each occupation still requires job-specific training, even if workers can acquire those skills in less time than in the 1920s. The second weakness is that within capitalism, there is no fixed set of occupations that are progressively deskilled over time. The dynamism of the system keeps producing new products, which call for new skills and new forms of laboring activity. So capitalism continues to generate new, high-skill concrete labors even as it deskills older vintages. It is difficult to maintain, as a Braverman's argument must do, that the labor force is becoming more homogeneous over time. There is a dual process underway, the uneven deskilling of existing occupations, alongside the appearance of new and highly skilled ones which might, of course, be subject to deskilling over time, as even newer skilled occupations emerge. 6.3 From socially necessary labor to abstract labor. Labor in capitalism thus never ceases to be concrete labor, because it cannot avoid being directly connected to particular use values. This conclusion steers the discussion back to the original question: what is abstract labor and how do we explain its emergence in capitalism? We have seen that labor does not become more homogeneous over time. We have also seen that deskyling should not be conflated with abstract labor. Wherein, then, lies the source of abstract labor? Recall that Marx defines abstract labor as having two characteristics: that it is a dimension of actual, concrete labor, and that it constitutes the substance of exchange value. All labor, everywhere, is concrete labor. But abstract labor emerges only in conditions where the goal of production is the maximization of surplus value in capitalist conditions. Hence, the key to understanding abstract labor is to examine those features of capitalism that conduce to the creation of value, and in particular, surplus value. Something happens to the place of labor in the economy when production is carried out under capitalist conditions, so that, for the first time in history, it is no longer just concrete labor, but also abstract. We have seen that the defining characteristic of capitalist production, and what sets it apart from other economic systems, is that it forces producers to submit to the competitive pressures of the market. Point 20. In order to survive this pressure, firms have to orient their economic activities to the maximization of profit. Survival in the market requires that firms capture a large enough share of total demand to allow them to recoup their outlays and also to make a surplus over and above the initial expenses. It is this surplus that allows them to fund the acquisition of new technologies, new machines, workplace reorganization, or other measures that increase productivity and drive down unit costs. This drive to continually intensify surplus extraction and continually lower production costs is what is universalized in capitalism. In order to produce their goods, firms must hire labor, and this labor must have particular skills, with particular aptitudes or abilities, suited to the manufacture of the specific goods that the firm produces. A textile producer mobilizes the concrete labor needed for the production of his particular textile, and a watchmaker engages labor with the skills needed to produce his specific watches. To produce any use value at all requires that the labor process be designed to the requirements of the particular use value in question. Now, this aspect of production is not specific to capitalism. In any economic system, whenever a good is produced, the labor that is utilized, and the labor process that actually manufactures the good, is constrained by the good's specific attributes. For capitalist producers, these constraints are just as operative as they are for producers in earlier epochs. What is specific to capitalism is that, while the goods produced must be use values, simply making them available for consumption is not the fundamental goal of those who produce them. For the capitalists who manufacture the goods, it is the goods' potential as sources of profit that is relevant. Hence, while production must cater to the commodity's particular properties, it must also be organized to maximize its profitability. The real attraction to the capitalist is thus its exchange value. Precisely because the real goal of production is exchange value, not use value, capitalism forces an epochal shift in the utilization of labor. If the goal of production were simply the creation of a use value and nothing more, with no other binding constraints, then the labor that the employer mobilizes would be judged on this one quality: that it be good enough to produce the item in its desired form and make it available for consumption. But under capitalism, employers feel a pressure to judge labor on other grounds as well. Labor cannot, in capitalist conditions, merely be good enough to produce the use value. It has to produce the use value in such a fashion that the employer can sell it on the market at a price that garners a surplus, at an acceptable rate of return. In order to sell the commodity at a price that will yield a steady and acceptable rate of return, the labor must be at least as good, as productive and dexterous as the labor employed by his competitors. The employer is thus compelled to judge his labor force not just on its ability to produce the good in accordance with the specifications he has set out, but to produce it at competitive levels of productivity. This is a direct response to the fact that the market judges commodities on this very dimension, their costs relative to other, similar commodities. If the employer pays no attention to the relative efficiency of his labor, then even though he has successfully produced a use value at the end of the labor process, consumers will gravitate to the goods made by his competitors, which are sold at lower prices because they were made with more productive labor and at lower unit costs. This brings about the tectonic shift, mentioned above, in how labor is viewed. Marx explains it thus. Real work, concrete labor, creates value only if it is performed at a normally defined rate of intensity, or in other words, it only pays as long as it achieves this, and if this real work of given intensity and of given quantity as measured in terms of time actually materializes as a product. Therefore, the labor process becomes a valorization process by virtue of the fact that the concrete labor invested in it is a quantity of socially necessary labor, thanks to its intensity, equals a certain quantity of average social labor. 21. So, once goods change from being use values pure and simple, to carriers of exchange value, the producers of those goods are forced to change the way they utilize labor. Their labor inputs are now rewarded not simply on the quality of the use value they produce, but on whether or not they produce it as well and as efficiently as other producers. This means that the labor itself has to be offered at benchmark levels of efficiency. And the main measure of this efficiency is labor time. Marx refers to labor time of this benchmark intensity as socially necessary labor. 22. What capitalists seek, then, is concrete labor that works at socially necessary levels of efficiency. But calling this kind of labor concrete is, for Marx, misleading. It remains labor of distinct kinds, to be sure, because it is tied to distinct use values. Nevertheless, the market does not reward the labor on the basis of particular characteristics. It is rewarded on its relational properties, how well it performs relative to those of its competitors, and in particular, how productive it is compared to other labors. These are dimensions of the labor that are comparable to others, that it has in common with others, and that can be measured by a common metric. Labor, in other words, is rewarded in the market on its general features, not its particular ones. It is rewarded as abstract labor, labor as such, general labor, average labor, even though it must be mobilized in its concrete forms. Hence, abstract labor is not a distinct kind of labor. It is not another species of labor called homogeneous labor, as postcolonial theorists imply. It is simply a dimension of concrete labors. It refers to properties that the latter have in common, properties which can be compared with one another and which are rewarded by the market. The most important such property is labor's productive efficiency, which can be measured in its throughput. Marx's argument is that the emergence of abstract labor is specific to capitalism because capitalism creates a social mechanism that takes the disparate laboring activities of producers, and forces them onto a common metric. That mechanism is market competition, and that metric is labor time. Competition pushes producers to expend no more time on making a product than is socially necessary. Since producers are rewarded solely on this dimension, employers also shift their focus from the myriad qualities of their laborers' work, to a single quality which they consider in abstraction the laborer's productive efficiency. This is the dimension that enables them to stay in business. Capitalism forces employers to treat labor abstractly, because the market demands it. 6.4 Abstract labor and social hierarchies. Now that we have derived the concept of abstract labor from the dynamic properties of capitalism, what remains to be seen is how it relates to social hierarchies such as race, caste, ethnicity, or gender. The drive to treat labor abstractly is consistent with the persistence of social hierarchies in two distinct ways. First, employers might use racial groupings as a sorting mechanism within the labor process, if distinct skills map onto different racial or caste communities. As observed above, capitalists often find labor clustered into distinct occupational specializations, associated with particular communities. 23 The employer hires them as laborers of a particular kind, with particular skills that are handed to him for free, absolving him of some of the costs normally involved with training his labor force. This represents the community's socialization of part of his labor costs, what Marx refers to as variable capital. The capitalist therefore assimilates this social division into the technical division of labor of his plant. He sorts the workers into the labor process by their community identity, because this sorting brings along their skill sets. Hence, communal identities are protected and reproduced because they seem, to the capitalist, to assist in the incessant drive toward cost reduction. In the language of value theory, the drive to extract those abstract qualities of labor that are needed to make profits leads the capitalist to validate and reproduce traditional identities and thereby promote social differences within the labor force. Now, it should be noted that there is plenty of room for error by employers. Conditions might allow capitalists to sort labor along communal lines, even if their judgments are mistaken about the efficiency gains from such a device. One such condition is when the firm in question happens to be in a healthy competitive position, with ample profit margins. Fat margins give employers a cushion capable of absorbing the cost of all manner of racial or communal fantasies about which communities are harder workers, or more dexterous, or more intelligent, and so on. Point 24. More subtly, however, employers can indulge their racial fantasies by creating racial attributes out of whole cloth, thus seemingly affirming their prior prejudices. Imagine members of three ethnic communities vying for employment in a particular plant, each equally willing to work and each equally capable. The local employer harbors the conviction that community A is more pliant, has better work habits, and is better equipped genetically. He then acts on his conviction, placing workers from community A in all the most important or most demanding positions within his plant. Of course, being willing to work and having every reason to impress their employer, these workers provide labor at the levels of efficiency he demands. To the employer, this outcome confirms all his racial preconceptions about workers' abilities and fuels the legend that workers belonging to community A are best suited to this kind of work, even though members of the other two communities would have worked just as well and just as hard. The employer succeeded in two things here: he has indulged a racial stereotype, and he has deployed it in a way that will confirm his racial prejudices. He has created difference, but as part of the drive to extract maximum labor, at levels of efficiency demanded by market competition. In treating labor as an abstract input, then, capitalists can use race as a sorting mechanism in their pursuit of increased productivity, and they can do so while virtually creating racial differences and reinforcing their racial fantasies. A second connection between social hierarchies and abstract labor is that racial or communal differences can be mobilized to elicit work effort from employees beyond the level they would ordinarily offer. Recall that in order to stay competitive, capitalists must seek out labor that is not just willing to work, but also willing to do so at a baseline or normal level of intensity. This is what is meant by capitalists treating labor as abstract labor. Its quality is judged in comparison to that of other labors in the market. However, what counts as normal work effort at one point will often be deemed insufficient at a time in the near future. Moreover, the skills that are deemed appropriate at time X will often be obsolete by time Y. Thus, while employers must seek out labor with particular skills at any given point, they cannot be bound by these skills or these capacities. They have to be able to extricate themselves from the concrete laboring activities of their workers, so that the labor process can be remolded to the demands of new production techniques as these techniques become available. Point 25. The employers will then mobilize a new set of concrete labors, which will operate at newly defined levels of intensity and will come with their own particular benefits and constraints. These particular capacities will remain in place until the social standard shifts yet again, compelling the employer to redesign his work organization once more. Capitalists have to find ways of imposing these new standards, and new demands, on their labor force. Communal differences have been a powerful mechanism for allowing an upward revision of what counts as normal. Even while community A is favored in the employment relation at a certain time, its members might settle on a certain pace of work that they regard as normal or acceptable. As competition ratchets up the demands on the working day, employers who meet resistance from workers belonging to community A can instead threaten to use, or rely on using, workers from community B in order to compel greater effort from the former. In this dynamic, workers need not be goaded into undermining the livelihood of other communities, What happens instead is that the insecurity of the labor market impels them to offer their services at a lower price and to develop whatever skills or capacities will make them more attractive than their rivals. As a result, they offer themselves as an exploitable labor force, using their communal identities as markers, or guarantees, of their reliability. Communal identities are thus reinforced as employers pit workers against one another in a bidding war in the drive to make labor produce at rates demanded by market competition. Finally, it is a small step from the use of social divisions as a means of increasing intra-labor competition, to using such divisions as a means of weakening labor's capacity to resist managerial authority. We thus, in an important sense, return to the discussion in the preceding chapter, where, in the process of discovering what it is that capitalism universalizes, I argued that capitalist competition makes it rational for employers to mobilize social divisions in order to extract maximal labor effort from their labor force. 26 Our discussion of abstract labor here has arrived at the very same endpoint. The force of market competition compels employers to treat their workers as carriers of abstract laboring activity and to structure the labor process so as to maximize their extraction of this laboring activity from their employees. The drive to maximize the extraction of work effort is nothing other than the drive to maximize the extraction of abstract labor. Hence, we inescapably derive the same conclusions as were derived above: racial hierarchies and by extension, social hierarchies of the kind that worry Ranjit Guha and Deepesh Chakrabarty are consistent both with the dynamics of capital accumulation and with the concept of abstract labor. 6.5 Capitalism and social hierarchies. The upshot of the preceding section is that social hierarchies cannot be inconsistent with abstract labor, because labor is often rendered abstract through the mobilization of these very hierarchies. In other words, capital is able to induce, or compel, labor to perform at socially necessary levels of efficiency by utilizing, and hence reinforcing, various social divisions. Having examined the actual meaning of abstract labor, we might find it useful to return to the post-colonial critiques. Theorists such as Lisa Lowe and David R. Roediger are well aware that employers can benefit from, and even create, racial or caste divisions in the manner already discussed. They assert, however, that these practices run counter to the logic of abstract labor, as defined by Marx. One of Roediger's formulations offers a hint as to why they think there is a tension between the two. In an illuminating article co-authored with Elizabeth Esch, which traces in some detail the employer's use of racial divisions in a manner quite consistent with the argument I have developed above, Roediger concludes that, far from reducing labor to abstract and faceless inputs into the labor process, capital and management help to reproduce racial differences over long stretches of U.S. history, and to divide workers in ways that compromised labor's efforts to address race or class inequalities. 27. For Esch and Roediger, employers' mobilization of racial identities or racial stereotypes is evidence against the relevance of abstract labor. This is because abstract labor supposedly reduces labor to abstract and faceless inputs. And what does abstract and faceless mean here? It suggests a state of affairs in which one worker is no different from, or is interchangeable with, any other worker. This is consistent with Roediger's formulations elsewhere, which I quoted earlier, to the effect that capitalism, following Marx's logic, ought to be colorblind. It should treat workers simply as units of labor, rather than races, nationalities, or genders. 28 This is the argument from homogeneity, the reasoning that, for labor to be abstract, it has to be homogeneous and interchangeable. Employers should therefore be indifferent to the identity of their laborers, since, in an abstract and faceless labor force, any given unit of the input ought to be replaceable by any other. The recruitment of labor should be more or less random with respect to their racial or ethnic identities. This is the promise of abstract labor, that in its indifference to identity, in its consideration of labor abstractly, it makes labor raceless, and subject to a level playing field. 29. It is true that, for Marx, all the capitalist cares about is labor's capacity to produce value. So why does this obsession not lead to an imperviousness to race? It does not, because workers' laboring capacities cannot be separated from their persons. 30 And the distinct qualities attached to their personal identities, such as their race, or caste, or gender, often have a direct bearing on the quality of their laboring capacity. This is what the discussion of this section has sought to establish. Capitalists have no direct interest other than maximizing their rates of return, for which they seek to extract a maximal labor effort from their workers. This is the outcome they seek. What they find is that among the mechanisms that produce this outcome is the mobilization of workers' communal or racial identities. In looking for the abstract entity that they need, workers who are willing to labor at the socially necessary level of efficiency, they find that this abstract labor input comes clothed in concrete identities. The search for this abstract entity thus leads directly to a valorization of the historically specific identities that enable its acquisition. It does so because abstract labor does not exist as a separate substance. It is a dimension of concrete labor, which is performed by concrete laborers, who belong to particular racial or ethnic or caste communities and who carry particular capacities. The extraction of the abstract capacity to labor comes from a negotiation with these concrete identities. The discussions in the previous and present chapters lead us inexorably to the following conclusion: capital can reproduce social hierarchies just as readily as it can dissolve them. Certain properties of the system can and will, under certain conditions, level out the social landscape, but the system is equally capable of reproducing, and even solidifying, existing forms of social domination or differentiation. Marx's theory of exploitation does not point firmly in one direction or the other. Depending on the background conditions, the drive to produce surplus value can generate either result. The resort to interpersonal coercion by employers, or the persistence of social divisions among subaltern classes, both of which, as has been underscored here, are taken by Guha and Chakrabarty as evidence for a failed capitalism, might very well be a consequence of capital's universalization, not an index of its failure. Whether or not this is so is, of course, an empirical matter. It is entirely possible that various coercive relations, where found, might constitute evidence for pre-capitalist production relations. But whether it is the former or the latter that is producing the interpersonal coercion must be ascertained through detailed empirical examination. What we can safely conclude is that the mere existence of social domination cannot be taken as evidence that some fundamental break in capital's mission occurred when it entered the non-Western world. This, in turn, undermines at least a part of Chakrabarty's case for the abandonment of Enlightenment theories as described in Chapter 5, insofar as they rely on universalizing categories of political economy. Some categories might of course be misleading, or deserving of criticism. But no one has ever doubted that. What is at issue is whether there is something about the deep structure of Enlightenment theories that prevents them from coming to terms with social heterogeneity, especially in the global South. It is this latter claim that we can reject. Based on the arguments I have developed thus far, rooted in an Enlightenment tradition, there is no warrant for concluding that in order to theorize the constellation of power in post-colonial nations, we need to construct entirely new theoretical frameworks. As we have seen, the most abstract category of all, abstract labor, is perfectly capable of explaining the enduring social heterogeneity of the working class, its post-colonial detractors notwithstanding. To be sure, we are not yet finished. There are more arguments to consider. But we have made some headway against two of the main ones: that capital's universalization stalled in the East, as evidenced by the persistence of social hierarchies, and that the dynamics of these hierarchies lie outside the purview of Enlightenment, especially Marxian, thought. 6.6 The real engine of democratization. Capitalism, as we have now demonstrated, does not have to dissolve social differences, even though it can and often does just that. The fact that post-colonial social formations are riven by such differences cannot, therefore, justify the conclusion that these formations lie outside the ambit of capital's functioning, or that their capitalism is any less robust than the West's. The power relations that Chakrabarty sees as signs of capitalism's failure might well be its direct consequence. What is more, 4 centuries after its advent, Capitalism in the West valorized the same kinds of interpersonal coercion that Chakrabarty and Guha take as indexes of its non-universalization in the East. But while these findings compel us to recognize that India's post-colonial modernity might be 31 no less capitalist than Western modernity, they nonetheless force us to confront a final issue. Even though such practices were reproduced in the West long after capitalism became the dominant economic system, the fact is that the European order did undergo a deep transformation from oligarchy to democracy, from hierarchical to socially egalitarian. The Western polities have generated an integrated political culture, with more democratic norms of social infraction and a diminution of interpersonal coercion, even if Guha and other subalternists may romanticize the end result. The basic intuition driving the subalternist project and post-colonial studies that there is a significant difference between the political culture of the East and the West cannot be dismissed as mere fiction. The difference is real, even if subaltern studies has misdiagnosed its cause. What, then, are the real roots of the political transformation of Europe, and can this slice of history be consistent with capital's universalization? There is good reason to suggest the presence of a link between capitalism and democratization. 32 What I have questioned is whether the connection is made through the agency of capitalists. For much of the 19th and 20th centuries, the elision between capitalism and capitalists was common among historically oriented scholars, including, as we have seen, Marx. By the late 1960s, this current had probably reached its peak. Among Marxist scholars, the influence of orthodox, Stalinized Marxism had hardened this view into a semi-official line, so that even among the more academically oriented Marxists such as Christopher Hill and Albert Sobol, the bourgeoisie was seen as the crucial actor in the rise of modern political culture. 33 Outside the domain of Marxist scholarship, modernization theory advanced a similar view, in which the urban middle class and entrepreneurs were seen as the critical agents behind political modernization. 34 Even among more critically oriented scholars, Barrington Moore's highly influential analysis of the social origins of democracy came to similar conclusions. As Moore famously put it, no bourgeoisie, no democracy. 35 But doubts regarding the role of the bourgeoisie were in evidence even before the Subaltern Studies series was launched. In a path-breaking essay published 5 years before the inaugural volume, Goran Thurborn argued that it was the organized working class, not the bourgeoisie, that had played the pivotal role in European democratization. 36 Indeed, to the extent that capitalists were relevant at all, it was typically as opponents of democratic rights, fighting against the popular reform movements. 37 On the other hand, Thurborn also pointed out that labor organizations were rarely able to push through democratic reform on their own. Workers typically had to recruit allies to their movements, often from the producing classes in the countryside, but also from the urban middle classes and occasionally even from dominant groups. What it took to achieve reform, in other words, was a coalition of classes, lined up against elite oligarchies. In fact, labor was often defeated in democratic struggles when it was the sole protagonist or even the numerically preponderant component of the democratic movement. But while the actual movement for democracy was rarely a labor movement outright, it was still the case that the working class was the only consistent democratic force in the arena. 38 Labor and labor parties spearheaded the drive for democracy, forming its center of gravity and giving the movement its crucial leverage, because of labor's strategic location within the growing capitalist economy. Subsequent research has rendered considerable support to Thurborn's thesis, confirming the critical role of the working class as well as the observation that success typically depended on the construction of a broader, but labor-led, coalition. 39 Popular pressure thus played a crucial role in the rise of democratic institutions, even if the triggers for actual reform may have been different, and the routes to democratization diverse. The same principle was at work in the deepening of civil rights and the dismantling of various forms of social coercion discussed earlier: indentured servitude, contract labor, company towns. Most such phenomena owed their existence, in large measure, to the penury of the typical industrial worker and his resulting dependence on the patronage of his employer. But with the establishment of trade union rights, the union's demands for better wages and working conditions, the greater financial stability that they afforded working families, vulnerability to predation by employers radically decreased. In the United States, company towns and long-term indebtedness to employers fell drastically soon after the passage of the Wagner Act of 1935, which legalized trade unions. 40. It was not the bourgeoisie that brought about what Guha, Chakrabarty, and other post-colonial theorists call bourgeois relations of power: the reliance on impersonal forms of domination, the recognition of formal equality, the extinction of status hierarchies, and so on. These forms of power are not built into the logic of capital, even though they can be forced on capitalists, and the latter can be made to live with them. They are compatible with capitalism, but no less than are the kinds of authority relations that Chakrabarty takes as anomalous for capital. Both categories are forms of capitalist power, and both are explicable through the abstract logic of capital accumulation. Emergence of the more benign relations, which relied less on personal coercion, required decades of struggle by the laboring classes. The irony is that, precisely because popular classes were able to push their way into the political arena as active participants, bending public institutions to their will, forcing elites to respect their civil rights, the effect of their success was to integrate those classes more fully into a bourgeois order. Politics ceased to be a monopoly of the dominant classes. Throughout the course of the 20th century, politics became a mass phenomenon, and the political culture increasingly came to reflect the newfound power of groups hitherto excluded from it. In other words, it was as a consequence of mass movements that elite political culture and elite institutions were formed.